baby. Wonder if all my bad decisions get accounted in the algorithms. No statistician could dissuade me from my bigger vision. I know my occupation's quite an unlikely place in this world to occupy and talk about upon a daily basis. Our information's predetermined by some biased business. We all in sermon to Silicon that push our lovely neighbors with paper chasing, think I'm on the bigger banquets. This that full circle, new wave, energy on a Tuesday. Turn a blue day to a bright hue, yellow with a smooth A in hair, extra fruit, the brand. You can't move me, the music is man. It's a con job, but it's grand. I'm blessed with a great hand amongst many that stand. Yeah, it took some hard work, but blind luck play a huge role. And they say that it don't, when they're feeding you fool's gold. And if I know one thing, the truth's home. Even if it's a tough thing to swallow, an even harder thing to hold and truly know without a doubt while on the globe. And even though that seems inherent, it ain't always so apparent. Dangle carrot, you ain't always gonna get it. But don't worry, it's in February, in a year with more to carry, and more days is yet to come under the sun, taking the ferry to the city, where the moment's extra pretty, like the people, like the idea that I keep inside my brain that isn't equal to the real world. All that stress ain't saving me, fear though. I swear to God I'm trying, but they pushing their demons down my esophagus, screaming the easy life, what I want always. Praise made up holidays, tell me that love is the answer just to boost this economy. Mine more so now, but I ain't following. I ain't a hollow man, I'm fuller than fall winds. Take it all with a tall grin, and if you feel it, do it with me, and just sing what the song says. Take it all for what it is. It ain't all so big. So big, so big, so big. Take it all for what it is. What it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. It ain't all so big. It ain't all so big.
Hello, hello, hello. Hey, y'all. Guess what today is? It's Good Friday. Y'all know I love these Fridays. This Friday at 4:00 is just makes my week. I hope it's doing the same for you all. I appreciate you all being here. Love the 4:00 in the afternoon show. It's been good for the last few Fridays. I have no idea what would make it bad. So we're not going to even talk on that. It's definitely a good Friday. And I thank you all for being here. As you all see the topic, we got a good show today, and it's interesting, of course, and I'm going to hear what you all have to say about it. To me, I think it's kind of funny, but hey, look, to each his own, and we're here to help. So whatever the concerns are, we will address them. So again, but I want to tell you all a few things before we get started. I hope you all can hear me very well. I thank you all so much for being here in the chat. And when you're coming into the live, make sure you're giving me the thumbs up. I appreciate it so much. And please, y'all, help me remember to tell you all to give me the thumbs up. If y'all do like I do, when I'm on YouTube, I'm watching it like I'm watching TV. I am guilty. So I'm not blaming y'all for anything. I'm guilty. I be just watching. I do not always remember the thumbs up, but we're going to help each other. So y'all start. I'm going to help. Y'all help me, and I'm going to help y'all. We're going to start by giving us a thumbs up when we go into these lives, because guess what? These people are putting on a show for us. They're entertaining us in some way. We're listening, and we're appreciating what they're doing, and that's how we need to show it. So thank y'all. The other thing is the gear is ready. The gear is ready for you all. So if you go to my channel, go to the globe in the top right-hand corner, click on the little globe, you will see the gear, SB Nation. I am going to hopefully put my gear on next week. So you'll definitely see me modeling some things, but I still, if you have not, want you to go take a look at it. And if you would like to share and want to wear SB Nation all over your chest, I would appreciate it. Your head, your back, whatever. I need y'all to go check it out. It's there. SB Nation gear. Please go check it out. The other thing was, listen, I am so glad you guys supported me last night. All the support that I get, y'all always there. Y'all show up for me. But I was on We Need to Talk, and you guys were there. It was a great conversation. And this is where all this stuff comes from. This is all where the title of the show and what we're talking about today, it came from. We need to talk. I do need to share this with you all. I actually did that interview with We Need to Talk about 2 weeks prior to KS passing away. So it's also real because it's kind of like Kevin Samuel started these conversations, and some of the things I said were done prior, about 2 weeks prior to him passing away. And then, so it's kind of, wow. So I need y'all to go check that out. It's We Need to Talk. And he has an awesome channel. Very good. Alan is his name. He does very good. His shows are very good. He has touched on some good subjects. And again, that's where this actual subject of tonight is going to come from. Also, I want to tell you some things. Y'all already know over here, you get the Moneyline song. We appreciate all super chats, whatever you want to do to support the channel. But $9.99 and up gets you the Moneyline song. And y'all know what we're doing here, the Moneyline song. We relax and we move our shoulders and breathe. That's what we do. Yeah. So listen, if y'all want to help me out with my show, when y'all see it getting a little heavy, a little too heavy, y'all can do the Moneyline song and we can move our shoulders and breathe. But for now, I want to say hello to a few of you all, and then we're going to proceed on with the show. And I got a couple more things I want to tell you as far as announcement goes. But remember, when you're coming into the live, give me a thumbs up. Kosher, how are you, sir? What you shaking your head about? These modern women, don't do it. Don't do it. Your head might fall off your shoulders. So Mel, it's good to see you. I hadn't seen you in a couple days. I hope you're doing well. Mr. C, how are you? Miss Mills, you are always, listen, I love you. You are always showing up. Le Feminine, how are you? Hope you're doing well. You too. Miss, it's me. C, thank you so much for being here. You were there last night. I appreciate y'all so much. Black man, how you doing, black man? I hope you're doing well. I hadn't talked to you in a couple of days. I hope you're good. So listen, it was a couple. Brittany B, how are you? Gia, how are you? I hope all of you. Brittany, I'm glad to see you. You know what? That little comment you made last week just stuck out like a sore thumb. Listen, Lady Hill, how are you? Elena, Bethany, hey, how y'all doing? I'm glad to see you guys on this Friday afternoon. It's a good Friday. Mr. Von Bryant, hello, welcome. Thank you for being here. It's a good Friday. I'm glad y'all decided to come share it with me. We're going to have a good time. Listen, this is something we all can talk about because we all probably have experienced it. AL, hey, Aaron, how you doing? Who was it? Someone else but if I did not say your name already, forgive me. I will try to as it comes up. But just note this. I see you. Thank you for being here. Hello. Salam, how are you? Jedi, how are you? I'm glad you guys are here. Shelby, it's good to see you all. I know you do. Thank you for that 100% support. I know you do. I see you. You were there last night also. I appreciate it so much. Shelby, you too. Listen, guys, thank you also for being in the chat and all the new subscribers. Oh, I got to tell y'all something. On Black Man, when Black Man and I did our show on Monday, I was about, I think, 70 away from 3,000. I want to tell you guys, because of you all, and y'all not keeping me a secret anymore, I now have over 3,000 subscribers. Yes, sir. I don't know how far over because I ain't checked in a while, but this morning when I woke up, it was over 3,000. So thank you guys for that. So y'all know where we're going now. We're going to just skip all over 4 because do y'all like 4? I don't know. I like 4 too, but I want to skip all over 4 and go to 5. You like my earrings? Thank you. Listen, this is where we at today. We all in love. I got attacked yesterday, so we all in love, right? We don't want no smoke. We giving out love, and hopefully they can appreciate it. Who really knows though? We're going to see. But thank you, Miss Mills, M. Mills, for that. But yes, y'all, I did. I went over the 3,000 and I appreciate it. And it was because of you all. Y'all putting the word out there. Y'all got people listening to Security Boss, coming over here to SB Nation, and anyone else who has helped me achieve this. I appreciate it so much. Now listen, TC Hermir, Tech Hermir. I probably got that all the way wrong, but forgive me. Congratulations. Thank you so much. And $10. Thank you for your $10 super chat. And you're going to start this show off with the money line. Money line. I'ma run it every time. Give me mine. Going up, need no decline. Money line. I'ma run it every would love to know how to pronounce that. T-Share Mir. I probably got it wrong, but hopefully you'll come up and introduce yourself. And I thank you so much for being here. It's the first time I've seen your name, but I appreciate you so much. And I'm glad that you're here. Black Man says, hell yeah, 4 for the classy lady. 4, Black Man, thank you, man. We're on our way. But listen, we got to put in the work. But thank y'all for not keeping me a secret anymore and sharing these videos and coming over and just having a good time with us, myself and Black Man, me, with y'all follow me wherever I go. I appreciate it so much. And let's just keep it going. But definitely we did 3,000 as of this morning, and we're going to keep the ball rolling. The other thing I wanted to tell you about is I Choose You. I Choose You is coming back. We had a little 2 weeks off, but what we're doing now is we're actually beginning to take, I'm not going to say applications, but I'm going to say we begin to take emails from those young ladies who are interested in being the bachelorette for this season. Well, for the second half of this season. So make sure you go to sbshow2020 at gmail.com, because it's time for you all to tell us a little bit about yourself so we can get the ball rolling. Yes, we took 2 weeks off, Brittany. It's going to be basically 2 weeks when we get started, but I need you all to go ahead, sbshow2020 at gmail.com. We need the ladies to start showing that interest so we can start going through and seeing what's going on, because we're not going to tell you who the bachelor is up front. That's not what we do. We actually have the women. Well, we did the men first, but now we have the women. We want all you nice, lovely women, single bachelorettes that would love to have a nice, strong man, a man, y'all. We want y'all to go ahead and go to SB Show 2020 at Gmail and just drop us a line. Hey, Aaron, I saw you, Aaron. I did. I saw Mr. Awesome also. Hello, Marcus. How are you? Oh, Aaron says I already got new. Oh, Aaron, shh. You know you can't say that kind of stuff when I'm on the air, because you know I like to talk, and you know what happens. They'll get all of it out of me. So keep it all a secret. So Mr. C, how are you too? So we're going to get started. Well, we're not quite ready to get started yet. But anyway, I'll tell y'all what happened. And then I'm going to share with you the video. And then, but you know what, before we do that, Miss Brittany B, I thought about what you said a whole lot, because my first thoughts were off. My first thoughts that might have been a man. But as I got to thinking about that comment that you made on Monday, that was a woman, wasn't it? And I think I know who it was. If the initials are BC, just send me a little yes in the comment. BC. But anyway, we're going to move on with the show. But the title of the show tonight is I got verbally attacked by 100 plus females on YouTube yesterday. Not YouTube, excuse me, y'all. It was Instagram. And what it was about is I made a comment, and we're going to actually, I did an interview. And in the interview, the young man was asking me questions. And Red Lipstick Vibes, hello you. How are you? It's good to see you. The young man was asking me questions, and the power of editing, y'all, is the bomb, right? It is the bomb. So we're going to get the video up here in just a little bit, but I just want to bring y'all to where we are. He did it. The editing, he asked the question, and I said a lot of things, but the part that he actually was clipped out and put onto Instagram was, I said that it is not time to celebrate being a single mother by having a baby shower. And that was kind of the gist of it. I will definitely show you. We were going to show you the video really quick in just a moment, and then you will see for yourself exactly what I said. But we're not doing it right now. It's not quite ready, but we will show you that. But I just want to bring you into where I'm at. So the young ladies got so offended by me saying that it's not time to rejoice in being a single mother with a baby shower. Now, I want to get y'all an idea on what you all think about it, because I still feel the same way. It's not time to rejoice in being a single mom by having a baby shower. But it was more context that came with that. But he only put out a snippet, because guess what? We don't want to put out everything. We want you all to come and review the whole video. So I didn't mind. I actually appreciated it, what he did. And it got everybody to buzzing. And I would love to have some of those ladies who had all those 100 plus comments to come over to Unsolicited and give me all that energy that y'all was giving me the other day on that Instagram. Because some of them was using real curse words, y'all. They forgot, they didn't even think about them initials anymore. No more initials. Shut up, lady. You're bitter. You broke. You a single mom. They had a whole list of things to say to me. And I got the receipts for it, right? So I'm telling you, they were going completely off. Now, let me see if we are ready now to show this video. Are we ready? Just
the other side, because we're not planting the seed of the consequences that are there to come. It's always joyous. When we mess up, it's just joy, joy, joy. When I messed up, it was shame.
All right.
Now, listen, you shouldn't be rejoicing in being a single mom right now. You know, at this age in your life, that's not, you don't need to have a baby shower. You know, this is not something, you know, and you said the dad's not here. No, this is not acute. This is going to be hard. Have you thought about the other side? Because we're not planting the seed of the consequences that are there to come. It's always joyous. When we mess up, it's just joy, joy, joy. When I messed up, it was shame. Now, listen, you shouldn't be rejoicing in being a single mom right now. You know, at this age in your life, that's not, you don't need to have a baby shower. You know, this is not something, you know, and you said the dad's not here. No, this is not acute. This is going to be hard. Have you thought about the other side? Because we're not planting the seed of the consequences that are there to come. It's always joyous. When we mess up, it's just joy, joy, joy. When I messed up, it was shame. A single mom right now.
Hold on one second. There you go. Y'all hear what I said? I said you should not be rejoicing in being a single mom right now by having a baby shower. You know, do you not understand it is going to be really hard? Are you thinking about the other side? Now, none of them asked me anything about how hard it was. What you mean it's going to be hard? What about the other side? Nobody even mentioned the baby. So it was all about me saying you should not be rejoicing being a single mother. Ooh, SB, you're going to make them, they already mad, red lipstick. And guess what? I was coming from a place of having a testimony. I said, I messed up. Now, listen, what is it? Where are you living where you can't tell somebody you did the same thing and it'd be okay for you to talk about it? Where is that at? I mean, if I'm telling you I'm a drunk and I'm confessing to you I'm a drunk, but I'm a recovering drunk, shouldn't I be able to talk to you about being drunk? No, they didn't take it down because what was there to take down? I didn't say anything. This was what they in their minds, they were saying that a lot of stuff. I mean, you know what? I'm not going to, they said so many things. They said I was a bitter. They said that, they were basically attacking me, not so much as to what I was saying, because if you go look at the video in its entirety, it's on our channel now. I go on to say, because it's tough. We doing it by ourselves. You know, when I had my child and I was a single mom, I was embarrassed. I was ashamed. This is a shame I brought on myself. But they were saying, you're right, black man, it's only accountability. But guess what? These young ladies didn't want to hear nothing about accountability, let alone shame. And I wasn't even talking to them. I was using myself. So they got real upset. They was just throwing all types of daggers, all types. But that brings me to where I am today, right now. This was actually a real story per se. I use a real example. I didn't, of course, say anybody's names, but this is somebody that's dear to me. I was talking about a real conversation that I had. I said to this young lady I'm telling you, y'all, I'm going to help her, gotta help her. But I said, this is not, we were talking about baby showers and things like that, and I didn't agree with it. I was like, no, I don't think you should have a baby shower. I mean, because this is not something you need to rejoice in. Dad's not here. He hasn't even been able to face the fact that he got a child on the way. So what are we rejoicing? The baby's not here yet now. We're talking about prior. We're talking about entertaining friends. We're talking about people coming over. Hey, girl, measuring your belly with the toilet paper and looking at the Snicker bar dookie print, y'all know, in the diaper and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, no. You know, if you want to get a group of women or a group of people together that can, pour into you some kind of wisdom to tell you what is going forward or what you got to look forward to. Oh, I agree with that all day. I'll feed them. But to rejoice is to have girlfriends come over and tell you, girl, you did, you got, no, I'm not feeling that, y'all. This is real, because on those particular days when you're going to be by yourself, baby going to be crying. You're going to have a hard time. You're going to be very upset, and you're going to be like, how did I get here? And I want you to be able to get through those times and know how you got here, so you won't make those mistakes anymore. So you can tell somebody else not to make these mistakes anymore. But if we keep telling ourselves, it's okay, girl, you're going to be good. You got this. You got this. Ain't nobody taking account for anything that's going to continue. I am concerned about the children. God intended for two people to make a baby. Y'all already know that. You know, I know we struggle with that. I know sometimes we struggle with that because people, oh God, you know, now that they're doing it in the laboratory, they don't realize that the male is still giving up a piece and the woman's still giving up something too. They don't realize that because it's being done with a turkey baster and you know, so people lose the fact that a man and a woman are still making a baby. But that's what's going on. So since two people made it, it would probably be that that child deserves to have that balance. And if that child doesn't have that balance, that may mean that that child may struggle. And y'all are seeing it every day that our children are struggling, especially male children. And we're saying, oh my God, they're going to be incarcerated. They're going to be in prison. They're going to do this. They're going to be another Pookie and Ray Ray. And like nobody else is thinking about this. These single moms are not thinking about this. They're trying to make it okay instead of trying to find a way to have a productive person, bring a productive person into this world. Now, not all, you know, there's some are like, nah, I got to make sure my child is a scholar. He does this, and he does that. Others have a village, but there are some, the 100+ that took their time to come over on that Instagram site and say all those crazy, outrageous things to me. They're feeling like they're winning, but it's not real, y'all. I know it's not real. But I'm not here to hate you. I just want to share there is some good news, but it first starts with you, and that starts with accountability. If you give account of what happened, how did I get here, and stop saying stuff like, oh, he got me pregnant, instead of me and him laid down, had good sex, and got this baby, then you can say, you know what? Sex ain't that good no more. I don't want to do this no more. I mean, dearly beloved, that's what you got to do. But if you keep pretending that, oh, he got me pregnant, guess what? You're going to keep letting him get you pregnant. And then they go number 2 and number 3. And that's not the plan for you. And it's not the plan for these kids not to have a dad that is present. Now, we first might have to define what a single mother is, because I don't think it's a single mom when the dad is there and y'all are just not married, or y'all are not living in the same house, because a lot of things can happen. You can be married and then divorced, you know, or you could be married, divorced, and now you're co-parenting. I don't think that that's what I would call a single mother. I would say a single mother would be a woman who's had a child by herself and don't know who the father is, or has not named who the father is, and may not know who the father is. Ine, how are you? So that's somebody that I would say is a single mother. Or the dad has not come forward and said, you know what, I'm going to take care of my child. That's a single mom. That's not I'm not talking about somebody that's been in a long-term relationship and now it's broken up and the dad had to move in the house on the right side of the street, the mom on the left. Those kids know who their father is. They know what's going on. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about women who have, in their own mind, decided to have kids by themselves. And some of them say they want to. I'm talking about those people. Those are single moms. Now, are we supposed to help them? Yeah, we're supposed to help them. But listen, the poll question is this: have you ever had to help a single mom, or a single mom has asked you for help but didn't want your advice? Now, this is me. I give away a lot of money, y'all. Here and there, all through my life, I've given away money, but I don't give away money without advice. If you coming to get my money, I'm getting ready to have a little discussion with you about what you're doing wrong. Because either you're going to accept what I'm saying, or you're going to stop asking me for money. It works well both for me, because I would love for you to be able to get your situation together. But if you can't hear what I'm saying, you need to leave me alone. I'm not going to continue to put my money in the same hole that I've been putting my money in, and you ain't learning nothing. And this is just real, y'all. It's sometime in your life you got to become an adult. And what the other day I said, adult was just just having accountability for your life. And sometimes you have to fall on your face to get that accountability. It's okay. I had to do it. It's okay. But again, like I said, we got young men coming into this world and women. I'm not going to, the little girls, I'm not, knocking them. I'm not saying they're going to be just fine. But the young men, those are our leaders. I don't want a young man that, gosh, y'all, some of the things I've seen. I do not want a young man to be raised not to know who his father, not to have that balance. I do not want an emotional young man having to grow up in this world because it's too many things that can happen when you're emotional, when you're too emotional. I don't have that kind of logical thinking process or able to handle your emotions. Y'all know what happens. Violent things happen. And it's been happening. It's been so many times, guys, we've been at work in our profession. And I don't know if I told y'all this story, but this is just no lie. One day we were at a particular place and I heard a mother. We were basically approaching a young man that was selling drugs. He was. Okay, y'all know we don't have any arrest powers, but we were going like, brother, you got to move on. You can't do this here in the park. You can't do it. So guess what mama yells down the stairwell? She says, let that man make his money. Y'all, I don't understand. I do not understand where it is that it's okay that a mother would agree with a young man. Now, I'm not talking about no grown man, a young man selling drugs at a park. Where is that okay? And where do we encourage that behavior? What is going to happen to this young man? Mama, you really don't care what happens to your son? I would have to say no. No, because he's probably giving her money here, there, whatever. But how much money are you really? But anyway, this is some things that I've seen and I've heard happen. I've also heard, and I was talking to somebody the other day, and I will never forget this story. It was a young boy. It was I think this was in Florida. It was a young boy and his crew continuously kept breaking into this woman's house to the point where she went and got CPI or some other service to take care of her alarm in her house. And y'all know it's so up to date nowadays. They'll take a picture and show you when somebody's in your house, and you get it on your phone. So she saw it on her phone and she went back to her house. The police was already called. Y'all know that. But when she got back to the house, instead of the young people running out the house and just leaving the house, one of the young men decided to fight her. And I could imagine she was a woman. He was a young man, but he wasn't that young. He was, I think, ended up being 17. He beat this woman up. He was beating her. So she pulled out her gun and she shot him. She took his life. Sad situation all the way around, but he didn't. He took everything from it. And remember, this came about because this was a continuous thing that was going on with her house. They continued to break in her house. So she felt like, what? And then too, he was fighting her. So she took his life. And then later on the news, let me tell you what they said. They said, how else? She took his life over some property? What? How else was he going to get his money to buy his school clothes? This is the logic now. They said this. They said this on the news, this on world news, not on your local, on the world news. This is what was said. And this is a real story. I am not making any part of it up. She said it. So we're in a place where people actually have a thought process that thinks just like this. How do we help them? Do we help them? Do we just be like, y'all all just jacked up right now? There's nothing we can do for you. I don't believe in that, y'all. I just said yesterday, I'm not the type of person that just let people go and be like, I can't do nothing for you. I'm not that person. I get they cuss me out 100+ times, but it's like, yeah, you really don't get it, do you? I'm trying to save you from some of them lonely, weary nights that you're going to have trying to figure out why you're here by yourself. Because it's a devastating thing to be intimately involved with a man and think that man is going to be there for you, and to the point where you open yourself up enough to have a baby with him. And you really think he's going to be there, y'all. I understand what you're saying. The women have changed, but I promise you, y'all, it's an emotional thing. We can't help but to feel. And if a man is with you, you can't help but to feel. And if you think that man is going to be there in one morning, he going to be there to the point that you avail yourself unprotected, probably. You really think he gonna be there. So you just believing in him. You believing in him. And then right when you get the message that the baby's on the way, he checks out. Now, y'all can play all kind of games you want, but it's a devastating thing. You can become hard, and that's exactly what our women have become, hard. And I'm not blaming the men for it because the woman was with you. I'm just telling you the emotion that is behind it. And if we can't account for those emotions, we're going to remain hard and we're going to make bad decisions. And that is what we're seeing. So how do we fix it? We've already called it out. How do we fix it? And I will tell you over and over again, women can be mean. I get it. We can be damn near angry. I get it. I'm agreeing with you all day, every day. I know. But what we have to do is some kind of way we have to say, listen, we did it. And so we can say, okay, I'm not going to do it anymore. This is what happened. Because when you give an account for something, y'all can almost tell someone else exactly what you did, what you were thinking, when it happened, how it felt, all of that. That's giving an account for it. That's saying, this is what happened. And you're owning up to every part of it. But when you pretend like you were just there and you really didn't participate or something of that nature, he got me pregnant, then you're not being honest. You're not being real. Even down to the conversations that could have been had prior to it. Baby, I'm there for you. You know what? Back in the day, they used to say stuff crazy like this. I want you to have my baby. How about they saying stuff like that? But let's take a moment. Mr. Awesome, you're so awesome. How you doing today? Thank you so much for your $5 super chat. It says a wise man once said, don't save her. She don't want to be saved. I believe we should start with the ones that want the solutions. They're out here. You are exactly. I like that though. I do. I love music, just in case y'all didn't figure it out. Me and Mr. Boss both love music, so you might be right about that. You're right. But with the influence of social media being so heavy, such a big influence, how do we pick out pick out who wants to be saved? How do you do that? Sometimes the message is so loud. Y'all know negativity speaks very loud and people love that. Listen, that video, if not gone viral, almost has gone viral. As of yesterday, it had 73,000 views. And y'all saw what I said. Was that shocking? Was it really shocking? Was it a surprise? No. But it was like, ooh, she said that. Ooh, the big bad ladies are going to get her. So there it was, So, we have that. So how do we, Mr. Awesome, since you brought that point, and I agree with you, how do we find the ones that want to have that solution? Because guess what? Hold that thought. Let me see what you says here. That's crazy point SB. Women act like they have nothing to do with okay. See, that's a whole nother. See there, we have several different women in this category. And I see what you're saying. You're right. You have some that have totally disconnected. You have some that are trying. You have some that obviously are taking responsibility for what they're doing and find it very difficult, but they found themselves in this situation and they don't know what to do. We're trying to figure out who we're talking to, because I think, and I know me and y'all are not going to believe it, I believe these women can turn their life around. I believe that they can get back in alignment with what they're supposed to be doing with their life and find that man that really loves them. And they can just still have a good family and a good life and be married. This is what I believe. I know y'all might be like, nah, scared about that ain't happening, but I don't agree with that. I think they can. So that's where I'm at. But it has to be a mindset change to do that. And that's where we are. Demetrius, hello. How are you? Sir Hill, how are you doing? Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. But we have to figure out, how do we pluck them out? I mean, I understand that you saying, well, what they have to want to come out. But y'all see, listen, I'm not part of the sisterhood and I got 100+ dislikes. We're talking about a young lady that is, quote, part of the sisterhood. Do you really think she's going to step out there on her own? Do you really think she's going to be like, y'all crazy? I'm going over there to see what Scared About's talking about. I ain't having no good time with y'all. You really think that's going to happen? No, see, the sisterhood is powerful because they're there for you per se. I don't know. I got to y'all. You got to tell me that because I don't believe the sisterhood is there for you. I believe they'll put you up to something. But y'all know how it is. Everybody, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. And then when you look around, they're gone. That's what I believe. But y'all got to help me out with that. I had to go to therapy. Real talk. Ooh, healing force. Hey, Fancy, how are you? Listen, I am willing and want to hear from you. Excuse me, y'all. I'm wanting to hear from you because you had a comment earlier today, and I want to talk more about it. I want to talk to the single women because we do need to help them all. It's not, I don't think that they should be out here by themselves trying to figure this out because it's not for them to figure out by themselves. But we do have to have accountability for it. Thank you. Thank you so much. But we have to have accountability for it. And that's the thing that I often hear from men that women struggle with. Y'all even say it's our kryptonite. And that's funny. But anyway, let's just talk. Thank you so much for your $5 super chat. It says, preach SB. Thank you. I wasn't preaching, but we're having conversation. I'm talking to my people because if you over here SB Nation, you probably understand me. But you know what? Y'all let me out there in the world, and them people out there in the world don't understand me all the time. Y'all be letting me out there with the wolves. Y'all see what happens when I'm out there with the So I'm just kidding. Listen, I have to be out there because I do want to make a difference. Sir Hell, thank you. Aaron, what are you talking about? SB Nation. Yeah, but it is what, Aaron? But hold on for a minute. Sir Hill, thank you so much for your $9.99 super chat. And there's no comment, but you get the money line.
Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. Healing Force Wellness says the first thing is learning how to co-parent. You're exactly right. And that's an amazing thing to do. But I wouldn't even consider you a single mother because you have someone that you can co-parent with. I'm speaking more to the ones that don't have that father, that man, that husband, that dad. He's not there. I'm not coming down on anybody. I don't know everybody's situation, but it's becoming very sad, guys, when we are saying that the face of our community is a single mom and or a Pookie and a Ray Ray. Now, if that's what y'all want to be known as, we can just let this thing fly and we can continue to stay in our little nice houses and just do what we want to do and have general conversations over YouTube and be like, okay, that works for me. Or we can do something about it. Because I'm not interested in having a single mom be the face of my community or Pookie and a Ray Ray when I know there are so many good men and women who have done everything they needed to do in life to be successful. Black people I'm talking about. Why can't y'all be represented? I made a mistake. I got back in alignment. Fancy, she got married. Now she's co-parent. She's doing it right. Why she can't be the face of the community? Why can Mr. Awesome not be the face of the community? Why it's got to be a Pookie and a Ray Ray? And the fact that they're having children and not taking care of them. Why do we have to be known as the group of individuals that are on the system, that are incentivized for being on the system? Why do we have to be that? Woo. La Feminine says it's not that they can't, they don't want to. Well, guess what?
Dearly beloved,
even if they don't want to, it's got to be enough of us who do. And what I mean by that is, La Feminine, you can be the face of the community. It doesn't have to be someone with a bad attitude that can't smile at a nice man when he's walking down the street. It doesn't have to be that way. I find the conversations to be somewhat dated. Half of all women over 30 don't have children. Aha, here we go. I like that. Birth rates overall are on decline. Huh, okay. I like that too, but I'm just telling you what happened yesterday. If that is the case, then guess what? Why can't these women that you're speaking of, and men just alike, because it's the same for the men, why can't we or you all be the face of the community? Because there still is 64% of single family homes in our community. 64%. It's not 50-50. It's not 40-60. It's 64%. So What do we have to do to correct the problem? What's happening? I didn't do that video to give anybody credit for anything. The video was, edited. So it was kind of taken out of context. You had to watch the whole video. And if you would have, then you would have saw exactly what was being said. But for the fact that they jumped on it, like it was like, oh my God, like I had just thrashed them, but I didn't, so what do we do? And I like Gia, I love the fact that you said that. What do we do? Your children are not mess. Okay. Just Jay, how are you? That's you talking. What do you mean, just your children are not mess? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I want you to go ahead and type in and let us know. I hope your children are not mess. But Hank, how are you? But anyway, 64% single moms, 78% newborns to single moms. Okay, Gia. Oh, that's from Scam Likely. Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all having a conversation. Forget me. But anyway, I appreciate y'all doing that. Listen, I'm going to drop the link because I don't want y'all to keep this information to yourselves. And Just Jay, you can definitely come up and if you like, or either in the chat, tell us what you mean by your children are not mess. This doesn't apply to everybody. And I don't think you think that it does. And I hope you're not wearing something that you shouldn't be wearing. Again, the conversation is coming from a video that was done and released yesterday on Instagram where I got 100+ crazy dislikes or comments that because I said something about a single mom. So I need to know where all the anger is coming from. Is it because you're a single mom, you're angry? That makes no sense to me. We make our choices and things happen. I'm not against you. And if that person would have listened to, if they would have had an opportunity to hear the whole video, then they would have known that. But again, those that are angry for some reason. Anger just don't pop up for no reason. And if it does, then we got another problem. Why are we as Black people, women, so angry? What are we angry for? I'm a Black woman. Why are you angry at me? I'm giving a testimony telling you what I went through as a single woman having a child. I made a mistake. I said it. I accounted for it myself first. So what problem would you have with me? But there still was an issue. So I definitely still want to talk to anyone that wants to talk about it. I'm open to it. I'm not here to keep anybody mouth closed. Y'all can say whatever it is you want to say, but we don't do disrespect. I don't disrespect people and I'm not gonna. But why does it even have to be that? Why do I need to say that? I'm saying that because I guess of the 100 dislike comments that I got the other day and the things that they were saying, using curse words, they were just over the top. And of course, I never use one. Oh, thank you, Cam. Cam gave us $1.99 super chat. It's the Sheba dog raises and lowers his index finger to get noticed. Wow. Okay. Gotcha. Thanks, Cam. But who do we have here? DP, how are you doing today, sir? You can't hear me? Hey, there you go. How you doing?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
I can now.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So, how can I say it?
I want you to.
Are you surprised by those 100 comments?
Surprised by? No, because you know what? I don't. A little bit, but no. I guess I'm gonna tell you why I'm surprised, because they took what they heard and ran with it. If they listened to the whole video, then they probably wouldn't have felt that way. But what do you expect? You know what I mean? So no, I wasn't really surprised. I was a little surprised that they went so far with the disrespect. You know what I mean? Considering I'm a Black woman and I was coming from a place where I told my story per se first. So why wouldn't you understand that I understood whatever circumstance you find yourself in? But what are we going to do now is what I was saying in that particular part of the video. So surprised? I don't know if I'm surprised. It was just so unladylike. Can I say that?
I mean, how do I say it? A lot of the men, we've been saying this is what it is. Like, this is what's out there. And then it's like hunting for the small percentage of population that's out in the bushes somewhere to find what it is we're looking for. I'm just saying, does that surprise you? Like, that part of it?
Oh no. Y'all been
Like,
telling me. No.
like I'm saying, like right now, your platform is running with 102 people watching. There's another platform somewhere with probably 500 telling them the opposite. Probably two or three of
Okay.
them telling
See,
them the
that's
opposite.
where,
Ain't no
yeah.
men over there, or if it is, they got capes on. They're I'll simp for the pro. That's not how it's been. That's how it's going on.
But let me say this. BC, what is it? BCDC 123. When I say take out of content, I may have said this is what I said basically was that I was ashamed when I made my mistake, but I owned it. I didn't think it was time to rejoice and by having a baby shower. If you go on to listen to the rest of it, is it's time to start with the hard work. It's going to be very hard on the other side. It's very difficult for a woman to have a child by herself and raise that child herself. They didn't hear any of that. They didn't
Sounds
hear,
about right.
huh?
That sounds about right.
Yeah, they didn't hear that. They just went and started creating all this negativity about the fact that I said single mother. You know, what
Well,
do you think to do? Have a baby by herself? What happens when the man leave? And I didn't even talk about a man. I just said, you say the man's not there. Just it was
they got
well, there's all these subliminal things that keep.
exactly.
There's this okay. If you watch Lifetime, and Lifetime is all racist. There's the little things that they say in little messages, or if you watch anything on the TV, what is it, that channel 1, or it could be something that can be a deletion. They always paint, or the news, CNN especially. There's always a way that they paint the woman as a single innocent mom. Oh, she could have been a setup girl. She was misled by her boyfriend, Claytron Jenkins from the O Block.
or assaulted.
It's the little ways that they say it. They paint the men to be some kind of horrible monster, and then the woman to be so innocent. And she was struggling, hard working to do everything she could. It's all those little messages that even go into the woman's mind, or the little stuff in the TV always talking about pretty much that you can always throw a man away. There's something wrong with him. This isn't all them Vivica Fox and Gabrielle Union movies. If he was cheating, beating, skeeting, whatever, throw him away. You can go upgrade. And Simp Jenkins is Boyce Watkins is right around the corner.
But listen though,
SUV.
DP, listen, it's a real thing. I just said this a moment ago. It's a real thing to trust your whole body and soul to a man. And you open yourself up and get pregnant by him. And you really think that he's going to be there for you. And then you wake up when you get that news that you're having a baby, he's no longer there. I get it. But what I'm saying is I was there too, meaning you slept with the man. I chose the man. I probably knew that he was not any good. You know what I'm saying? And we won't take account for that. But even in that, why does that not make, and I'm asking you like but why would that not make us?
I'm not raw dog running. I don't know how this works.
Why does that not make us just yield for a moment and say, man, this is getting ready to be hard. I'm by myself.
Because there's 5 other, for every one of you, there's 6 of them saying single mom, it's all good. And it's almost like welcome to the sisterhood type thing. They're not telling a real story. Just like they put LeBron, they put Kevin Durant and them up there. Single woman is a hero. They're saving the world and they're rescuing the community. Look what she produced, the NBA star. They're not showing the 15 of them that are over in the gutter somewhere. They're not showing these stories. They're not showing the burnt out woman, burnt out, stressed out, 38, hit the wall 17 times. Just done. They're not showing these stories.
I don't think I'm beginning to think don't nobody care about that though, because
they're not showing it.
What you did was key thing, accountability. You said yourself, I chose this man, even though I knew he was not the right guy. I want him inside me. And that's what they don't want to hear. That puts more accountability on them with the conceiving part than it does on the man. The son that we always tell them about, as women are the gatekeepers to sex, they have the last final word when it comes to sex. Despite they want to have us make sure we are prepared, with condoms and everything, but also too, they're the final gatekeepers to let us in the door. So if he doesn't have that Jimmy like he's supposed to, you're supposed to be reinforcing that he's supposed to still wear it. If you don't,
Exactly. But guess what, Mel? If you're in love with the guy, I'm not justifying it. I'm just telling y'all this is real. This is a real thing. I think sometimes we get caught up in their anger so much that we kind of forget what has hardened them. But I'm still going back to the beginning. They need to take accountability for it. And I'm not going to blame the man because they laid down with the man, but it's still some accountability that needs to be taking place. But my
yeah,
question
they
is,
don't want it.
do we just leave them? Do we leave them and just say we gonna move on, or do we say no? Hold on for a minute. Let's see what it
Who
says.
is we that you're referring to?
Hold on for a minute. Not your average lick says the agenda of men now is why get married, just have children to extend your legacy.
I don't find that to be true.
Huh?
Well, wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute, y'all. The question about why should I get married is asked almost every day. Let's not
cap.
Don't play those games.
Let's
Y'all
not
know.
cap.
Yeah.
No, but
Let's
just
not
have
cap.
children. I don't know a bunch of men that's saying I just want to put out a bunch of kids and not get married.
Exactly.
I don't. that's
You
not
mean the
my
second
thing.
half? You're questioning the second half. The
Oh,
first
the
half.
why get married? Yes, a lot of men are saying no to marriage, but
Yeah,
just
they are saying
no
no to
marriage
marriage,
but putting
but
out
just to
kids. I don't find that
procreate
to be
like
the
that.
majority of men.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're
I
not
would agree with
going
that.
around saying, yo, I don't want to get married. I'm going to just pump and dump and plant the seed. No, they're not doing that like that crazy. And if they are, it's not a big, large percentage as you think it is. Very, 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 very small percentage of dudes are doing that. But the large percentage, they're not even going as far as even want to be intimate with these females as they cash out of the dating market the way it is.
Okay, so listen. So are we right by saying, okay, so is this, when we say these females, this could be anybody. This is not necessarily somebody who has had years and years of what do they call them when your mom did it and your what, gosh, I just lost
Generation.
generational curses.
Generation, yeah.
This is not those particular women. This is any woman. Is that what I'm hearing?
The numbers are increasing, so that would mean that the newer generations. That means if it used to be 22%, now it's 68%. That means in that generation, somebody's breaking away, breaking free, which means there's outside influence and saying this is what you go do.
Okay.
Somebody's fumbling.
Yeah.
I definitely need to hear from some single women. I mean, I love to hear from you all, but I already know what y'all gonna say. Because I'm not here to blame anybody, because I realize that we need some help. Now if this 100 plus might be gone, y'all, we're not going to be able to save everybody, but like I said, there are some women in the midst of that are being influenced, that may not want to be there, or they may have already had those quiet nights when they're saying, how did I get here? Those are the people that we're speaking to. Those are the people I'm speaking to. Yes, sir.
Okay, when you're talking about free, because I've heard some sources say men who are married or men who are single with no wife go out here and go rescue the single moms, go and start helping raise the kid, and do you find that to be, meaning, let's just say they come up to me, hey, come save this community that doesn't really exist, or they're coming to the men saying, because it's always men's fault, it was us that did everything, but if they say us go rescue the community, aren't we enabling the bad behavior so it can actually get worse? Are we giving a message that 18, 19, 20-year-olds you can still go get pregnant by Raw Dog Ronnie and Skeeter Sam and the boys? Then it's okay, because 3 years later, this whole community is going to come and they're going to help take care of your kids. Won't that make, because it's already being enabled now.
I don't
that
think
be further enabling?
I don't think so, because you have women that, again, don't even think they have a problem. And if a woman has been impregnated and she has a child, why would you? That's not going to be the woman that you choose to be with. That's not going to be the woman that you're going to entertain. So like I said, this 100 plus, you're going to ignore. How you going to know how to ignore them, though? Is that the questions you're asking?
No, meaning, let's say we had some kind of community outreach where they're starting to go, or what they're saying, everybody go rescue the single moms. Everybody start free counseling, free this, free babysitting, free resources. Don't you think that'll make the problem worse?
Of course, anything free is gonna make that's what's happening now. But remember, I had a solution for that. Remember, I told you that
Remember,
any
yeah, the
young,
incentive you had with the marriages. If you
yeah, any young person, 16, 17,
yeah,
18 years old,
right
was
after fight the
they
welfare state.
they would have to be forced to be married. I still believe in that. You know what, too? I didn't know this and I haven't researched it, but it may be something we need to do. Someone commented on my solution here recently and said that there are 5 other countries that are actually doing it. Now, I didn't know that, y'all, and I don't know
Mm.
this to be true, but they commented on it. And just to
Yeah.
bring everybody up to date, what I actually said was that I think if a young person, 16, 17, 18, young man and woman, find themselves with a child, they should be forced to be married. And the federal government, instead of incentivizing the young single woman, should incentivize them as a married couple. And while they're in that program for 5 years, we should counsel them, teach them, do whatever we can to make sure that they're successful young men and women, daddies and mothers, career people, whatever it takes. And at that 5th year, we need to put them in a home and then still monitor them. But at this point, he's whatever he needs to be, she's whatever she needs to be to carry themselves throughout their life. And that was just the beginning of a thought that I had.
Mm.
Somebody said 8 countries. Wow, 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 wow. But
No,
that's
no,
what I
right.
believe. I
Yeah.
mean, because guess what? All we need is some examples of how things work, and that would change the mindset of others. That would be the goal. And I just think that that would be good because I hear lots of times that men want to have their kids and they want to be involved in the life of the kids. But if this left up to the young woman, then her mother's probably controlling it and it's probably not being handled correctly or what have you. But if the federal government wants to incentivize something, then we should outline a program that young people should be able to follow to get them to a different stage of their lives. Now, there are a lot of things that can happen. He said black men would call it slavery. What would be slavery?
Mm.
Okay.
Huh?
I think the part that'll be slavery is sticking with someone that may have like a that idea the saving basically what scam is talking about what Dr. Panderson what he
Oh,
talking about
how is
if you
it saving when it's your child?
well the thing is it's not necessarily it's not necessarily the child part, right? It's the man that who doesn't have a child saving someone who does, right?
Oh, oh no, no, I didn't.
I think that's what they would I think that's what he
Oh,
would
I got you.
consider slavery.
Oh, you talking
Um,
about that's an older comment. I see what you're saying.
yeah, because that just doesn't bode well in most men's head. I mean,
Yeah.
like you get the rare occurrences like Russell Wilson um who did what he did, took Sierra and her child and made it into what he made it into. But I think that may speak more to Sierra than it does Russell Wilson. I think people may have misjudged Sierra.
Well, let me
Um,
say this. I just think, and this goes to DP too. Um, I always say this, and I haven't said it this way before, but I'm gonna say it this way now. I think relationships are a whole lot more organic than you're making it.
yeah,
Mhm.
that's
And I
true.
think, and because humanity plays a huge role in the person that you pick to be in love with for the rest of your life. And I know you're saying that a person with a child would be not on the top of your list at all, but it could happen. That's all I'm saying. Now, do I
Right,
I
yeah,
want you
it's
to
disagree
go
with
back
that.
and find one? Do I want you to go back and find one that is necessarily is this way and all of that? No, I don't. But I'm
No, I
just
don't
saying.
disagree.
Okay, so I was just saying it's a lot more organic than we make it. We're trying to make it so calculated that the humanity aspect doesn't play a part. And I'm trying to tell you guys, I've been married for 27 years this year, and humanity plays a huge part in me and my husband being together 27 years later. So you
Well, I
know,
was saying with the Russell, he chose his free will to deal with a woman with a package, and
That's
he
his
tried to do
choice.
that. So you got
but
to that.
That's
that's
his
the point I'm
decision.
making. He could have had anybody he wanted, but I'm
Yeah,
saying, but my
exactly.
point is, we'll miss a good man or a good woman if we all the way sitting up here saying, "Oh, he got to be 6 feet, 6 figures." You know, that's just
But still, that's the reality. He still chose to deal with her, and she came with a package. He still wanted her, and decided to take a package, despite he could have went for women that don't have a package, but He wanted her.
But that's
what he
our
wanted.
point.
You gotta
That's the
separate.
point we're making. That's
And
the
that,
point we're making. But if he was so calculated, though, if he was truly calculated, he wouldn't even looked her way. You get what I'm saying? He would be like, nah, you know. But let me read this super chat. Freeman's journal. Hello, how are you today, sir? He says when Big Mama and them have to raise little nug nug without Uncle Sam's money, they'll make sure these girls stop getting pregnant. You're right. And guess what? When they lose the control over it too, because remember what I said, if he's 16, 17, 18 years old, and it could go further, if we making them get married, then there's somebody else that is monitoring the situation throughout those first 5 years. So big mom and them wouldn't have any control over it. So it would look differently altogether. And I do think that it may be successful. Then you get into, you can't make nobody get married. I get that. But guess what else we doing, y'all? We making people, not making. Young people are still having babies left and right, and we're still taking care of them. So why don't we give them more? Why can't we give them more than just that? Why can't we give them the tools that they need to be successful and to see the world a little different than what they've seen in Big Mama or whomever? You know, then maybe they can make better choices and we can kind of, you know, elevate ourselves as a culture.
Boss, I want to ask a question. It might be a little controversial.
Okay.
A little bit. What happened with the Roe versus Wade get overturned, and this happened? Would this prevent more single mothers happening? We'll have lesser single mothers, especially in our community, or it won't be. It will still be the same way.
Well, I think it'd still be the same way, but I still think when people want to do something, they're gonna find a way to do it.
Yeah.
So, and if they leave it up to the individual counties and states or what have you, they're gonna travel to different places to get it done. It's still gonna get done if that's what they want to do. But we're trying not to even have it get to that point. We're trying to work more on the prevention side.
Yeah.
You know, with the mentality, and there is more out there for you, and it's hard, and you know, that side versus getting in it and now trying to fix it while we're in the midst of it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw a question that Corey had asked, and I thought was interesting. The question was, why do single dads get more respect? And it's very simple. It's for a dad to even get his child is very unlikely. So for it to happen, that means he's very deserving of it, or he fought nail and teeth for it. And it's funny because I just posted a video, like maybe an hour before this whole live, about how my dad, you know, got divorced from my mom, and how my mom didn't put up, she didn't give him so much hell for me to stay with him. And because I've stayed with him, I've become the man that I've become because of that, right?
He
But
offered the car, the house. I watched the video.
right, and again, like if you watch that video, nothing has changed about the laws and how you know children are distributed to a parent or two parents. So single dads, if they become single dads and the child stays with them, every man or everybody knows that's not how the system works. It doesn't work in your favor. So how did it happen? And the fact that it did happen means that you really wanted that. You're showing so much interest into something because it's very unique and rare. So it's a different look.
Listen, I think a single dad is awesome. If I had a son, which I don't, y'all, if I had a son, I would encourage the relationship between my son and his dad to for him. If we were to break up, go with your dad, because especially at a certain point in their life, it's nothing that we can do as mothers. I don't think so. I think we can only do the wrong things. We can tell them the wrong things. Again, I do believe now in this emotional behavior, because I do see men now. There were some men the other day. Y'all don't heard all my story. Y'all know, every one of y'all that are here now know that I always say my husband and I got married within 6 months. I met him in a nightclub. We didn't talk for a year. You know, the other day, the young man came up and he said, "You lying?" I said, "Huh?" About what? He told me I was lying. I was like, lying about how I met my husband? Because, you know, and he was like, I got to tell you this part. He says, you know, no man would want to get married because he felt convicted. Did y'all know that men think that way about you all? Did y'all know that other men think that way? Is that
Yeah.
what you said?
Yeah.
So we
Like,
need help on both
yeah.
sides. We need help on both sides. But tell me how that was possible that happened. He said to me that no man would want to be married because he felt convicted by wanting to have sex with his girlfriend.
Hmm.
Yeah. See, my husband and I said we got married pretty quickly because we were living together, having sex, and we didn't want to be out of line with Christ. So we got
Hmm.
married. And the young man said, that's a lie. No man would want to do that. You pressured him to marry you. So I thought it was a joke. But I just said I wanted to share that with you all because there are men out there who think that way. He was a great example of it. And I just wanted to share that with y'all because I see that I'm around men all day, every day, that y'all don't come off to me to be that way. So
I don't think withholding of sex. I don't know. I missed the first part of what you had said, but if you're talking about withholding sex to incentivize marriage, I don't think that would be successful.
Well, that's
But I
how
think
she was
I might
saying.
have missed a chunk of what you said.
Yeah.
Did I miss
So
hold
what
on
something?
for
she
a minute. Let me say this super chat. Mr. Logic, how are you? Thank you for being here. And he gives us a $4.99 super chat. He says, cheeky all cap.
I don't even
What?
be
Yeah,
doing
I'm be
nothing.
capping. I'm just kidding. I'm
I
kidding.
don't do nothing, and it's so crazy because Logic will just come and roast me because he's
No,
from
but
Atlanta.
Anyway,
can
I'm
I?
like,
I
Mr.
want to
Logic.
break that down.
Yeah,
Oh,
Cheeky
you
doesn't
want
even
to tell him
troll.
what I said, or you want to tell him something different, Aaron?
No,
And Aaron,
I
I
want to.
forgot to speak to you. Hello, sir. How are you doing
Yes,
today?
how you doing, SB? You know we family, so if I just see you, we glow up, so it's all
Okay.
good. But I want to break down that dynamic really quickly. I think the issue that primarily comes with single mothers is that they think it's not a problem with them being a single mother. Just because I got a child shouldn't mean nothing. I take care of my own child. It's the mindset. The women that separate themselves goes, look, I know I made a mistake. I know I come with this. I want to overcompensate you for the situation and be much better of a person for that understanding, as opposed to the mentality that my kid is a blessing, and if you don't respect my child, then forget you. See, that is the issue because I'm gonna be honest with you, people don't matter as much as they think they do. When Cheeky, he's somebody's child, but when he walks down the street, those people that don't know him don't care about him like that.
Not
So
at
your
all.
Right.
child is only important to you. So when you
Right.
said earlier, oh yeah, you shouldn't even have a baby shower, whatever the case is, they were like, why should I be ashamed? I should be celebrating. Yeah, because that baby important to you. When that child got to go off in the world and deal with people, they don't care. And that's the thing that people struggle with. They think because it's important to them that the rest of the world sees what they see, and they don't. So I think your ability to understand that is what always separates you from other women. You have an understanding like, yeah, I understand this situation from both the guys, the women, and you go accountability. That's what separated you from the other women. These other women are just delusional. Let's just be honest. If they don't think their child is a problem to somebody that's not related to their child, something's wrong with them.
So
Let's be
listen,
honest.
just Jay say they
That's true, Aaron.
supposed to live in shame. Just Jay, hold that thought because that is something we need to address. But before we do that, we got a Healing Force Wellness gives us a $10 super check because she want the money line song.
Money line, I'ma
I know where you at,
run it
girl.
every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline.
Okay, so just Jay, going back to your comment about the shame. Let's just be real. You just we got another one. Mr. Logic. Mr. Logic says, thank you, Mr. Logic, for your $4.99 super chat. He says, Aaron O all cap, SB Nation. Woo! I don't know why he said that, but
He's
anyway,
coming for me next.
he's a hater right now. Logic, I don't know why you hating right now, but it's okay. We love you. We do. With your funky, what's it called, Aaron? Funky what? Funky
Funky
Friday?
Funky
Fridays,
Fridays, yeah,
only
Friday.
once a month. SB, that's crazy.
That's Funky Friday, but it's Good Friday right now. So thank you. But anyway, let's go back to Just Jay.
Technically, it's Jason's holiday.
Look at you. Mel, we can kind of Mel, listen, we're not talking about no movies today. I'll
All I
cover
can
you.
say is don't go to Crystal Lake, y'all. Today.
Let's go back to Just Jay's comment, and I need to be transparent with her because I have said this a lot, and I want her to know this. Just Jay, I had my first child, and I was supposed to be married with my fiance. He told all the great stories. I went for it. I was supposed to be married before I gave birth to that child. I gave birth to the child. The man went off to the military, and I did not see him till much later on. Now, listen, all in all, I was glad that he left later on. But when he left, I was not, my intentions was to go be with, but that never happened. So I was wrong, but I had to account for that. Now I felt ashamed because I did a wrong thing. I was out of alignment with what I was supposed to be doing. And I knew that. I knew I was not supposed to be having a baby and not yet be married. I knew that. Point blank, into the conversation. I knew I was wrong. Okay, that was shameful for me because I was out of alignment. I was young, teenager, wrong all day, every day. Had a good support system, too good of a support system. Let's just keep it all the way real. Too good. Mama wanted to take the baby. Too good. All right. So that brings us to this day. Do you think for one day after the fact that I accounted for it and put my life back together after I had that broken heart about that man that I was ashamed? Absolutely not. I knew from that point on what I was not going to ever do again. So no, it's not a life of living in shame. Not, it's just the opposite. It's freeing because now I know what I did wrong. I knew how I got there. I will never, ever have to do that again. So it's not shame. Accountability is freeing because nobody else can jack you up against the wall and say what you did or did not do ever again because you got it. I became an adult very quickly. And that's what accountability is. It's just being an adult, being accountable for what you did. It is so freeing. It's a breath of fresh air. I don't know why we run from it. But as long as we're running from it, we're going to have sore spots. And as soon as somebody says something that you sore about, you're going to lash out. But I'm telling you, if it's real, let it be real. But give an account for what you do. Be accountable for what you do. And nobody else can pin you to the wall about it anymore. So no, it's not shame. I was never once again shamed about what I did after I took accountability for it. So I'm good. But Mr. Logic, you're going to continue with these $4.99 super chat. I bless your heart. Thank you so much. Scam like all cap.
I'm all cap.
Can I say something that might be a little profound? Maybe. I don't know. You know what I thought about is that in the United States, we have life, liberty, and they altered it to the pursuit of happiness. And what we have learned is that women have an overwhelmingly desire to be happy, and men have an overwhelming desire for peace. Not the same. You see, I think that's very distinctive because it's so important for women to be happy. Like I love Just Jay, but the way that I'm thinking is like, don't you deserve to be sad too? Don't you need to be sad for a little bit, go through some frustration and things like that? But just happiness is what women want. Just, I deserve to be happy. And men want peace because they know happiness
comes and goes, man.
It's just an interesting view to me that I notice men don't really, that's not their focus point. It's always just peace. If I can get some peace, I can work with it. For women, even if they have a sanctuary home, if they ain't happy in that home, forget it. I need happiness. It's such an interesting thing to me that I just thought of. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I got something else I was gonna say. I don't see the shame on the women for becoming single parents. I see the shame that they're putting on the men for saying that they don't date single moms.
No, the shame is the shame you have for the mistake. For me, now the shame was the shame that I had for what I did for myself. I altered my life.
You're talking back then because you're saying back then it was shameful. Nowadays it's celebrated. That's
so
right?
You think that that's the case when the woman finds out she's pregnant and finds out the man's not going to be there? You don't think for one moment that there's any part of any, you think there's rejoice from that time? You really believe that? You think
exactly. I'm saying to what you see, what they show on the outside is a celebration. What happens on the inside is a different story. But as they promote it on the outside, social media and everything, those other women, 14, 16, 18, 20, are only seeing the celebration. They're invited to the party, not the funeral. They only see the good.
Well, I'm saying initially, the initial blow is probably not one of happiness, but women adjust, we adapt, we figure out that it's something we got to do. So then we make the most out of it. Now I can agree with that, but I can almost tell you, and this is probably not everybody's situation. Again, I'm asking the single mothers, when you initially get that hard blow that you getting ready to do this by yourself, what are your feelings? What are your feelings? I would like to know. What are your feelings? It may not be, if you're an older woman, it ain't gonna be shame. If you're a younger woman, it may be different as as your age changes. But I would think that's quite devastating to know you got to bring a person into this world alone. You got to take care of this child alone, and you're all by yourself. Are you feeling that way anyway? Whether it's depression, oh, I wasn't gonna go that far, but listen, Fifi says depression. That's deep, y'all. That's mind altering.
But one thing we have to stop doing is bringing up Sierra. She's rich. It's not the same. No, I know it sounds crazy, right? But
and she's skinny too.
She didn't fall. No, I don't. She didn't fall into a space where she was like, I don't know how I'm gonna pay for this baby. I don't know where I'm gonna live. Like a lot of the things that come into place for most people, that's not something she experienced. She look, she had a baby, regardless of what you think about the man. He is what you would consider a high value man based upon the metrics, not about what we individually want to say it to being. And so it's not so mind-boggling. Like the space that they're in is just so different and unique. It just doesn't pertain to the rest of normal society unless we all YouTube rich, like most people like to say that they are.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing about Sierra is that because it went on social media, viral and everything, the manifesting a husband, manifesting this. There's there's a group of women, not all, that are saying, oh, it worked for Sierra. So therefore, I don't got to go to the gym. I ain't got to learn how to cook. I can just manifest and somebody's going to come save me.
Oh, no.
See, that's what I want to add to what Aaron's saying also too.
I don't know about that, DP.
That's the way they're pushing.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing online.
That's
but see, this the hyperness that they don't realize. Sierra, she's still in shape, still attractive, and she still know how to run in certain circles that most females ain't going to be able to get to. She know how to still get them celebrity rich guy circles and stuff like that. Despite she has a kid, she's still attractive and high enough that majority of guys like Russell Wilson with that amount of money, they still would wife her up. She still has better options than most average females out there.
Yeah, well, most of the men ain't Russell Wilson. Let's be real. You're talking about Dusto Smith, average guy, and some higher value and high value men.
But that's the whole point, though.
Most
yeah,
ain't Sierra.
That's the whole point. She know how to run in those circles, where she could get to the Russell Wilson type, as in.
You know what? Y'all shouldn't even be talking. Those they have rich people problems. Actually, they don't have
exactly.
any. But we have to add question. What Chorus Blossom says: does shame help PPD in the black community?
PPD loans,
post-traumatic.
No, the PPP loans. I think she told.
That's not PPP loans. I don't know what Chorus Blossoms. You're gonna have to help us with the PPD. What is that? We don't want to just put something on it. We want you to tell us.
And Dusties. I don't know.
Well, see, yeah, well, y'all touched on something that I think it's like y'all overlook why Sierra and Russell get brought up. It's the expectation, right? Like there is to some degree an expectation for men to just accept women that have children because they're still quote unquote the same value as before. At least that's what's in their mind.
No, Cheeky, that's not it. I'm gonna tell you what this is, because even though I might agree with your perspective, most people don't think they have a value on them. They never use the term value.
Right, they don't because
so it's not. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, no, that's true enough. So
some people.
So here's what I would say that I think makes a big difference between men and women a lot of the times. And I touched on it before too in a video, is ego, right? And awareness. There's a lack of awareness in people today, but if we want to be specific, I think it is to women. And it shows through their actions and how they view themselves. If you ask any woman what they rank themselves, it's automatically a 10. It's not even a hesitation. There's no thought. There's no thought behind it. There's no, I could work on this down a third, but I've seen men get asked, "Hey, what do you rank yourself?" Matter of fact, Kevin Samuels had a viral clip. What do you rank yourself? And the guy was honest. I think I'm a 5. I don't think that like I know what I look like. I know what's going on. There's an awareness, and I think there's a forced awareness because society don't let men not know where you at.
But listen,
In
I
every
don't know
turn of
any
the
women
way.
that think they attend. I'm
There's
gonna be
emotion.
honest.
but
I know it's
again though,
anecdotal, but I
y'all,
don't know any women that really think they attend. Like at least the women around me, they real honest. They gonna tell the truth because they know how I come. But
That's because
Plus,
they around
most
you.
of the women
hold
being around
on for a
overvalue
minute.
themselves, thinking
Listen,
they
Mr.
really
Boss,
not.
Mr. Boss was all that, but I never rated him. So where's this rate? I don't know. I'm not gonna talk about it. This
It-
rating
No,
thing is
that's the whole thing, boss. Like most women overvalue themselves. Like he
but
was saying, they
it's
all
not
think they're
but
10,
who
and they
cares
really
what they do? Hold on for a minute, y'all. Excuse me. Who
not.
cares how they value themselves? It's if you like them. It's if you like them. They could do whatever they want to. They could be off the scales. It's if you are attracted to them, if you want to talk to them or not, right?
No, they ain't
What
got
they
to be
think
doing when you want to
liking
talk to
them
them.
is that is the confliction.
That
What,
is,
what do you mean if you like them? They say things
I'm saying
like,
if a man likes a woman, he can go ask her, is he gonna ask her, okay, what are you, a 5? Is he gonna like her because she say he's a 5, she's a 5, or he gonna like her because he likes the way she looks?
He's gonna like her because he liked the way they look till she opened her
Exactly.
mouth. See, it's more to
no.
it than that.
What do you
See,
mean?
Look at that, boss.
That
SB,
was just an
And you
example.
don't have to like a
Listen,
woman either too
as
that way. Like this is what the women are expressing themselves out in the open.
no, you
99
misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm just talking about the external appearance. I'm not talking about anything more. She could have
but
very much
even that. Even
crazy.
external appearance.
No, even okay with the external appearance. If you see a woman and you like the way she looks, right? Are you gonna speak to her regardless if she thinks she's a 10 or not? Or are you gonna just talk to her because you like the way she looks?
Yeah, I want to talk to her.
Okay, that's all I'm talking about.
I'm talking about for females that I'm not talking to also too. And yeah, I don't care, but this is what they're expressing. Sometimes they say,
You
I went
misunderstanding
through
what
a situation like this at my job years ago when I was younger. Lady old, and I was just making conversation as a coworker, like how you doing, how long you when I asked the question how long you worked here, she took it as I was trying to make a move on her. I was like, huh? She was like, she old enough to be your mama. I was like, I asked you how long you worked here.
listen,
That's a veiny female thinking.
good man said
She
security
stages
listen,
already. Like,
I
I
gotta tell
think
y'all this. I am not dead wrong. Listen, I'm telling you, I like the way my husband looked. I liked
but
everything about him. I did judge him on that, but did I assign a number to this man? No.
but you don't have
security
to use
boss, you
number
don't have to
assignments.
right. Like I
If you
think
have your own calculation, it's fine. But if
yeah.
I was going to posit
That's the
something,
point I'm trying to make. But when I hear you all speak about it, you just said every woman thinks she's a 10. I'm saying,
but
who
that
cares what she thinks? I just
but
said,
no. Security boss.
Yeah.
The problem is
tell me
the,
the problem.
the problem isn't everyone thinking that they're or necessarily everyone thinks they're 10. The problem is the mentality that comes with the mindset. Right?
I
If you think you all of that in a bag of chips, and then someone who does like you is trying to approach you, but then you go, you're unworthy of me, and then that person is going, okay, sure. And you do this for a certain amount of years over and over and over, and then you try to figure out how you got in this position. You overrated yourself.
I agree with you, but remember the attraction is the first thing before you even get to know how a woman moves, you're looking at her to see if she's visually attracted to you, right? But my question to you all, are you looking at her, men, and saying, she a 5, she a 6, she a 7? Are you all saying,
Yeah, we do in our minds. We don't say it out loud, but
we do in
say
a
it in
group
our mind.
setting. In a
Yes,
group
in a
setting,
group
we
setting,
do.
we do.
So
We were
like
doing this
me
since
and you
elementary
hanging
school.
out.
Yeah,
Since
we do.
elementary school.
So,
Since
but
elementary school, girls have been getting rated. I'm
The
sorry.
same way
If you
okay,
didn't
the
know,
females rate us, but they use words like he said to you.
women don't do that. Women
Yes,
don't
they
do
do.
that.
yes,
Women,
they do.
no,
Yes,
we
they do.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
Yes,
they
they
do.
do.
They don't
Come
use
on, man.
numbers.
Security
They
boss.
use
You ain't been to
words.
elementary
use
school.
numbers.
Security boss.
Men use
Security,
use numbers.
security boss. You
Women
ever
use
been to
words.
elementary school and then y'all coming to come together as a group and go, I want to date him. He can be my boyfriend. What does that
Exactly. He's
mean?
fine. He's
He can be
sexy.
my
He's cute.
boyfriend is
Right.
He's
basically
handsome.
saying he's the 10 for he's a 10.
Oh, no,
He's
no,
what
no.
I need.
No, that don't mean he no 10. That means
no.
I like
But,
him and I
but
like
wait,
what I
hold
see.
on.
It
This
does
is
not mean
wait.
he's 10.
No.
Hold on.
It
This
does
is what we're
not mean
confusing.
he's a 10. Trust me.
This is what we're confusing. Our
Okay.
grading scales. All we're doing is conflating how we grade each other. It's still a judgment. See, the
Oh,
way
yeah,
Right.
I
all
agree.
it is a judgment, and so women will do different judgments. Like he's tall. Like that may mean a lot of things for her. Just her acknowledging he's tall meant a whole bunch of different things, but she only said out loud he's tall. So I'm just saying, like we just have a different judging scale, but
Right.
we go through our process. And when somebody's trying to create something to deliver to an audience, they have to put it in a tangible way. And so whenever you describe something, she's a 1, she's a 2, she's a 3. I'm delivering it to an audience. I have to be able to take it out of my mind and deliver it to you. So all we're doing is talking about our different judging scales. But we judge. And so when people say it's immature to rate, trust me, it is not. It is common.
Mhm.
Well, I
All
think,
right.
well, listen, this is what I think. Now, we all do judge because you have to have an attraction. But I think we don't understand what you're doing. So for you to explain it that way, you're explaining it to me as a woman. I understand it more. But when you say that, oh, thinks she's a 10, and who, I mean, that's my point I'm trying to make. Who cares what she thinks? Do you like her? That's the point I'm trying to make.
But see, here,
Think she's a 10 all day, but if you don't like her, she's a -2 to you, right?
yeah, but I
No,
think
No.
not
no.
necessarily.
But
No.
this,
She could be. She could be.
women,
G. Trust
Okay,
me,
the
she
thing is,
could.
she could be
the
a
thing is
toxic
this.
female, but she looks like a beautiful Kelly Rowland. Keep it a buck. She's just a
She's
toxic
still a
female that's
10. She's just
a
a
10 in the
toxic
face.
10.
Oh,
Really.
okay. So
She's
here
an
we go.
attractive, toxic
So
woman.
men are disagreeing on this. But the reason why I said this because I know someone that, and these are men. I know someone who a brother was dating a girl, and the brother thought the woman was a 10. But when the brother explained what he thought about her, I said, well, what you think about her? And this is the first time I ever heard anybody say this. This is so true. He said she a -2, and I almost fell out the car. I have never heard anybody rate a person like that. He said she's a -2.
Dearly beloved.
So I just
Well,
thought that
but
was
he
outrageous.
could have said -3, -5. It all meant the same. For him, it just meant like I am disgusted. That's all it really
Exactly.
meant.
That's the
Yeah.
point I'm trying to. That's what I'm saying. So when he just said that this woman thinks she's a 10, it doesn't matter because this woman probably thought she was a 10, but someone out there thought she was a -2. So it all
Yeah.
depends on what you
No,
all want and what
I get it, but the problem is men are more aligned than women are aligned. And not saying sisterhood or brotherhood. When we say 10s and 8s and 9s and all this stuff, men more likely, if we were blindfolded to make judgments on women, we would come very close. The women are all over the place.
I
You
agree.
got to look deeper. You got to go here, there. See,
I
they gonna shame the men. They gonna shame the men because we're
I agree.
visual, and
I
we
agree.
want y'all
So
for.
listen,
Go ahead.
AL, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, SB, you never heard a man saying a woman is a dime. Yes, I've heard. That's what I'm saying. Y'all the one who decides for a woman to sit there and say, I know I'm a 10 or whatever. It all depends on if you all think she's a 10. That's the point I was trying to make from the beginning.
No,
I get your point.
but nobody
Go ahead, Chicken.
nobody is necessarily disagreeing with that idea. It's more so the mentality that comes with ego, right? That's the problem. The problem is the ego that gets in the way. Like if a woman, for example, security boss, I'm pretty sure you know you're attractive, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
So
Yeah.
with you knowing that you're attractive, you behave or you treat people with a common respect and
Right.
decency and courtesy. You don't toot your nose up. You still have a conversation, even if you look at one of these dudes on the panel, be like, "You're a -2." But a lot
She
of
ain't
these.
talking about me. You know what I'm saying?
You're right,
Go
Aaron. You know
ahead.
what I'm saying? My guy out here
I'm just
killing the
playing. I'm
game.
playing.
I'll be
But
the
what I'm
ugly
saying
dude.
is
I'll be the ugly
the
dude.
issue that most men have when women rank themselves or rate themselves um a 10 out of 10 is because the mentality that comes with that mindset. Nobody cares that you rated yourself 10 out of 10,
Exactly.
but I do care that you're treating me like a coin, like you're some demigod, right?
I got you. I agree.
Matter of fact, we had a whole 2 weeks ago, we had a whole debacle about a woman who called herself a god. Why? Not because she's ugly, but because her ego. Women's ego is astronomical, and men have been dealing with it for a long time in silence. All right, and that's why I made the point that I've made, that I think women's ego is a little bit more fragile. I don't know if it's bigger. The reason why I made my and I've made my argument before, but the only time men's egos typically come up is during women, which includes them, and money. If you take away money, it's just women.
Competition.
You know
It-
what? You
it's,
kind of
it's,
right about that.
it's
But I
like,
think you know what, Chica, you owe me because you tried to use me in your video. I saw your video.
pay them
I
tax,
use
man.
what I said.
You
I use what
use
I
me,
said.
brother. You use
I
me. But let me
SB,
go
you gotta
back.
tax him. You gotta tax him.
Copyright strike.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. He owes me. So I'm gonna go back. Let's go back a little bit because who was that? Someone made a comment that said security boss, you started in the wrong place. Please tell me where's the right place. I
SB,
could
you
be
know,
wrong.
I want to say something.
Yes, sir.
It's just like the Snow White and the Evil Queen. Both lovely. I mean, both attractive looking women, but
Mhm.
the Evil Queen has an ego so high that she feel like she should be worshipped. That's
Mhm.
why she always look at that mirror and says, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all?" And that mirror always said, "No, it's Snow White," and it would mess her up. Like, but I'm the fairest. I'm the fairest. Yeah, you may be attractive, but you still got a toxic ego so high that you know what you want to be worshipped, and no one ain't worshiping like that because you got a funky attitude. Snow White is beautiful, but she's more humble, more feminine, submissive, humbleness. People want to be around her. Nobody
Look,
want to be around you like that.
competition is
Hold on for a
causing.
minute. I saw this
Yeah.
comment again. Let me get it down. I can't. It keep moving. Let's see who was it. Who it keeps going. What was it? Go up one more. Right there. I think. Go down. No, the next one. Oh yeah, that was me. The last good man in Jersey says that was me. People need to rate themselves fairly because they judge everyone based on how they view themselves. I don't know about that. Is that true, y'all? What y'all think about that?
Let me read that again so I can clear my mind. Let me see.
Huh?
He
People need
says
to
that
rate
was me.
themselves
People
fairly.
need to rate themselves fairly because they judge everyone based on how they view themselves.
I don't think they judge everyone because
No.
simps
Yeah.
go out here and worship. They put the woman above them. Then narcissists put the woman below them. So they're two separate. How they look at themselves and how they look at other people is different. But I think the issue is this: when it comes market competition, it's not going to change. It is what it is. Men like pretty women. First thing they see the woman, they use their eyeballs. It's not going to change. So one woman's 376 pounds. She has 4 kids. A man says, you know what? I'm sorry, but you're not my type. A lot of them have a problem with that. Why come you can't, and you can't just force that down? How come you won't take this? There's something wrong with them. You, just like men that make $26,000 a year, got a problem with the dudes making 160, 360. Because they want it to be some kind of socialist equal playing field.
Did you see my W two?
Huh?
This is 27. I'm 27. I feel like you attacking me right now.
Say
Yeah,
what?
You must have seen my W two.
yeah, and I feel like he fat shaming too. I feel like he fat shaming. I don't know what he's
You know
thinking
what I'm
about.
saying?
Yo, you
This is
doxing
what
them, man.
These girls gonna be.
I'm
These
gonna be the
women gonna
ugly
be
dude on the
submissive to
panel
me
for
with
the
my
day.
27,000. They gonna be submissive.
But here's the thing: I'm the ugly guy on the panel for the day.
Listen, and we're not tolerating it either. That's right. We're not tolerating it either. Isn't that right?
I'm the ugly guy for the day. I go and I step to a woman or I shoot my shot, and she's just like, no. I can't go back and try to force my ugly self onto her. If she said no and that's not what she wants, it's just not what she wants.
Let's
But
go.
a lot of people have a problem dealing with that and accepting it.
But to be honest, though, let's be fair. They can be swayed. Like like if a women like, I know they got a lot of these YouTube videos. Some of them scams, right? But a lot of the times, right, men do things to finesse women. Like if you have a car, a woman can look at a car and go, let me make an assumption. Like they wouldn't have dealt with you if you was in a Honda. Like there's just things that you can finesse the situation. So this is why you try to go back and switch what you were delivering. Now you was ugly. Okay, maybe you try something else. Maybe you bring another element in to alter her decision making. People do that all the time because women are wavering on their decisions off her if you can finesse them. Let's be
See,
honest.
this is
So
what
listen,
made me.
hold on for a minute, Mel. This is a good question. And Freelance HD had this question. And you know what? This is a question I often ask also. It says, SB, he or she, I'm sorry if I'm getting it wrong, forgive me. It says, is there a particular reason that with your subject matter and the fact you've stated you want to hear from women, they haven't joined the panel? First question. Because we have deviated from our original subject. You're exactly right. Now, first question. Women will not cam up on a regular basis. They'll be in the comments, they'll have their comments, they'll chat away. I appreciate them for doing that. But as far as them camming up, for whatever reason, women will not cam up. I want the women to cam up. Now we have to ask the women why they don't cam up. I don't know. But to deviate off the conversation, well, what happens is we start going into different aspects of women being negative or single motherhood and things of that nature. And then we just take it different places because no one is back. Because I really do only want to hear from a single mom. We got jobs. What does that mean? Oh, what you saying? Gia say women got jobs. But I don't want to hear from men telling me about what single women are thinking and feeling. So we allowing this to go a different direction because I think women need to speak for themselves in this aspect. I'm the only one that's up here speaking I'm not a single mom, but you know what I'm saying? I had that experience. So I gave my experiences. I wanted Just Jay, but I know she, sometimes you do Just Jay, but maybe she's not feeling like it today. Brittany B, I don't think has any kids. So, Fancy's here, and Fancy, I talked to Fancy. I did ask you to come up, and Fifi's here, but for whatever reason, I'm not going to force them. They have to feel comfortable enough to actually do this. But it's been said and often we experience women do not cam up. So I hope that
I don't work. I got a
Came up,
PPP loan. So
yeah, I mean, they can still come up, right, boss? Like, they
Nah,
have,
they're
have to
dusting me
camera.
off in the chat like normal. So I don't know.
they definitely can come up here. I mean, I have I actually think I have a very good panel. We don't usually get into any dog fights or anything crazy at all. We kind of deviated. Well, what happens is I start talking to the men start teaching me things that I don't know. We start going back and forth, and we kind of end up in a different place because, again, I don't really want the men to speak on being a single mom. I don't think that's fair. So freelance, that's kind of right. That was pretty much why. But if you are a young lady, I would love for you to cam up and add to it, or whatever you want to add to the topic is fine. But I've added all I could do to it. I'm a broke single mother. I have nothing to offer. Oh, Just Jay, stop saying stuff like no, don't say things like that. I want to hear from the single moms about the subject because, again, yesterday, 100+ people went in on me.
Where did this happen? What happened?
It was on Instagram.
No
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, they let me have it. They was knocking me out, but I got back up. So
This is news to me. This is why
you gotta check it out. Okay, so you want to read it? You want to do the video? Well, it's still no women. No women are camming up. So, they feel like, and the women that are over here, I don't even
they
think
don't talk crazy like that.
Yeah.
Look, man,
This is
as
peaceful
much as
people on the panel.
the women over here will, they I know every once in a while I read the comments, right? They talk a lot of trash, but they not too reckless. Like, which so like they not as bad as I think some people will make it seem, right? There's a couple of them. It's just like, okay, y'all getting out of hand, but most of the women that I see in these chats don't really be.
Someone just said that you cam up. These men will hunt you down.
Tricky, they dust me off every.
But see,
it depends what shows you on. This if it's like something like a ratchet show constantly and everything, you're gonna see a lot of ratchet people in there.
After seeing
that type of show. So yeah, that's why you ain't gonna see a lot of ratchet women like that in the chats like that. Maybe
after seeing
they don't come very ratchet like that the way you thinking and stuff like that.
Yeah, like after seeing this past weekend when Kevin Sanders passed, I saw a live stream. That let me know what kind of women. it ain't the same. As much I'm not gonna get these women. I'm not gonna get these women in the chat crap because they're really not that bad in comparison.
These women that have the nerve enough to laugh at his death the way it is, they're not gonna come on panels because they stuck in their views and they don't want to be challenged. It's like they in extremist mode. They're pair bonded. Well, I'm
Mel,
happy they want to challenge me.
ain't nobody up here
Not
trying
me in
to
general, but I'm thinking like they
So
are.
listen,
They thinking if they want to challenge me, come on my platform so I can have all the leverage and stuff. That's how they thinking.
ain't
this
no
is what
bullies
we're
on
gonna do.
this
Make
panel
sure
right
when you're
now.
coming into the live, you're giving us a thumbs up. And if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, make sure you're doing that also. But we're gonna play the video again for those who haven't seen the video. And then I still want to kind of get your opinion on it. But I still want to hear from the young ladies. The single moms would be awesome. But listen, we don't go where they knock out women. I don't. I mean, I wouldn't even go there myself. So. But I get it. And I do hear that often from women that men are real tough and they argue, but I didn't know they'll hunt you down. So that's a different type of man right there, different type of energy. We don't have that. We have good conversations because guess what? We are still trying to learn from each other. I am anyway. So I don't know why it can't just be that we're trying to learn from each other and not no hateful craziness going on. So here's the video.
It's got 73.9 thousand views. And it is a clip of our guest tonight, Security Boss. So she pissed off a lot of people. She pissed off a lot of people. And when I'm looking at the demographics, those people were women, Black women, young Black women.
Now, listen, you shouldn't be rejoicing in being a single mom right now. At this age in your life, we don't need to have a baby shower. This is not something, and you said the dad's not here. No, this is not acute. This is going to be hard. Have you thought about the other side? Because we're not planting the seed of the consequences that are there to come. It's always joyous. When we mess up, it's just joy, joy, joy. When I messed up, it was shame. And to the point I wouldn't do it again. But now it's like you just said, girl, it'll be all right. But we're not there with that woman when it's not all right. Because it's not all right. There are times when those women get by themselves, when it's real quiet, and it's just them and God in the room, and they're breaking down, and they're wishing they had a different situation.
All right. So basically that was it. And women that didn't agree with that went in on me. They said I was bitter. They said I was projecting my shame on them and all those things. So again, to women, I still want you all, I want to hear your opinion about it. Because like you said, now that was 73,000 saw the video, but about 100 negative comments came out of it. Now look, I'm not going to lie to y'all. There was a lot of people that understood exactly what I was saying. And they was like, go ahead, Scared Boss. I believe this lady and stuff like that. So there was some good ones, but I just want to know why we had over 100 dislikes. What was in that video that was such a bad thing to say? What would y'all say?
Boss, I always got an old saying I say all the time. It's not how it's said or who says it. It's the fact that it was said. They already know when of us men we say that they already know. We already know the outcome of us men say it, and they heard a woman say it, and you say it with a calm, lovely way. That's how I took it. You said it in a calm, lovely way, and you was still attacked. So the fact that it was just said the truth. You said the truth, the reality truth, and nobody can't take it. The fact is like, yo, why are we celebrating you being irresponsible in a way? Yeah, despite whatever your situation happened, but there's nothing really celebrate about because you're about to struggle hard like crazy and stuff. And you're a woman that you try to tell them, I've experienced that myself. And then they assume that you was a single bitter mother, which, that's how crazy stupid they was. So yeah, this is what's going on right now. My best friend, her mother and stuff. She's a woman that came of age to the 80s and stuff like that. And she's in her 60s now, and I think like late 50s, early 60s. Still thinking she's this hip hop type mom, grandmother now and everything. And she always, we be having debates on benefit debates on Facebook, and she always throwing back in my face. Why are you judging all the time? Why are you judging all the time? Yet she was a single mother herself, like multiple times, so I'm like, this is the mind frame you're thinking of your age, and she listened to Cardi B and all that stuff, and I'm like, you're a woman of an old generation that supposed to be given some wisdom, and you're still thinking like a liberal new age modern woman type. Like, come, that's what the age we living in now. That's why you get pushback.
You know what? That's what I said to them. I said, they said something, a couple of them said, well, why do you care? And I told them, I said, because I'm a woman who has been through this, and I really want the dysfunction to stop. I really want you all to be able, I forgot all the words that I said, but it's there. If you go, I'm sure the comments there, and I'm sure you'll find it. But that was what I said to him. I've been through it, so I know what's real. I'm not judging you. I'm telling you exactly what happens. And they were still going it. And when I said that, they got harder at it. Who's to say it's dysfunction? I'm like, what? Okay. But listen, we got $20 super chat. So Mr. Steele, thank you so much. He says, you got verbally attacked. How many times have I seen authentic and transparent content creators get attacked by a genetically modified female? Oh, wow. When you are, excuse me, y'all. When you are telling the truth, when you are telling the hard truth, these GMFs will get angry. You're right. And they did. They really did. And guess what, though? We actually invited them to the show. Invited them. And guess what they said? We'll pass the after show, because the after show was live. They was like, we'll pass. We'll pass. No, not my cup of tea. Very nice. So,
They ain't got no power like that. Yeah, they got
it's
power.
like if I believe, you know what? It's like if I believe that much of what I was saying, I would definitely stand up for it. I would be right in my face, be like, lady, what are you talking about? So anyway, Mr. Steele, you get a $20 super chat, and we get the money line song.
Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline.
Not your average lick says, the thing is most will not heed. Hold on, I just lost it. Will not heed to a suggestion if a rapport or kindness is not built. Not your own average lick. You don't think I'm kind? I am so kind. There was no rapport. You're right. I think men just want to say stuff instead of actually wanting to think about how to actually influence change. Well, you know what? I just think the men are acting as a response to what's going on. Now, mind you, I'm a woman, and I had 100+ comments that were off the charts, and I'm a woman. Can you imagine what they would say to a man if he says anything out of order? And I just talked about a baby shower. So a lot of times I think men are just responding, and yeah, I think they should stop responding. I agree with that if that's what you're saying, but I think that's just what it is. It's just a response because, this is me. I'm 100+. Who can do this every day? I probably could. It would, because it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't change who I am or what I'm saying, because I'm not being mean to them in any way. I'm not knocking them in any way. I'm just saying, girl, I know exactly what's going on in your head, and I feel you. So, if they're knocking that to a man that's done nothing for them, and just a man that's just talking to them, they're going to come right back at them real hard, and the man's going to win. The man is always going to win. So he's going to up one. And then before long, they're going to be calling each other's names, and then he going to up another one, and you know how that ends. So you don't want to go that route, because you get nothing done when you start name calling. But they did call me several names. I do want to let y'all know that.
I'm sure, but
Yep.
the thing that just the problem with that comment or anything in general, it's like women have the right to have their opinions, express their opinions, change their mind, and do all of those things, but men can't. Because even when the space is created for men, right, like the manosphere, women find their ways into it. It's like men literally created a space for men and allowed women to come. Like, sure, if you want to come, by all means. And even when that happens, it's still not enough. It's like, no, you can't even talk about it in the spaces where you created for your own selves. So it's like at no point are women allowed to be critiqued at any point at all. And it's like when you do it, again, this is why there's something in the mind. And again, I don't think it's all women, but I think it's a very large majority. Women's mind and ego is so big and fragile to the sense of, I'm too important to receive criticism. I'm better. I'm too much better than you to receive any type of criticism about me because look at you. But when it comes to men, it's almost like you have to go through life knowing you're not good enough. You're not good enough to get her. And if you do get her, you better stay good enough because there's another guy that's better than you. Also, you're not good enough at anything. It's almost like men aren't good enough at anything, and they can't express their opinions on anything because when they do, they're villainized for it. And so when men create a space for it, even still, you can't do anything because women will come over just to tell you you're wrong for having their own space.
Yeah. But you know what? I got a comment to that, but there was a comment there and it went by quickly and I apologize, but I want whomever said something about why did I say, and I don't know if you were talking about me or someone else, but why did I say is when men speak out of order? If I said that, I didn't mean to say it that way, but if I did say that, I was saying women would think that men are speaking out of order and then they would actually come harder towards them. But I don't want to misread your comment. I want you to tell me who you are or put it out there again. But Chiki, to tell you about what your comment that you just made, I don't know if the women are thinking that they're better. I mean, that could be experience, and it could be the case in some cases, but women think they're better than the men. This is how it is. We're just better than you all.
Yes. As a matter of fact, it is totally okay for a woman to say she's smarter than a man. As a matter of fact, you better not even respond. I've had like women say this stuff like this, right? Like, yeah, women are smarter than men. If I say it, on now. You know what comes after that. Toxic masculinity,
misogyny,
you hate women.
Wait a minute.
I'm telling you.
So a woman will come up to you and say that women are smarter than men, or would they talk about you particularly?
But these extreme feminists, yes.
No, it's not even. It's not extreme.
Women are smarter than men.
This is part of it. It's like I seen a video of an Arab man that this feminist came and wanted to shake his hand. He said, "I can't do that. It's part of his religion." She bashed him like crazy and shamed him of that. Told me he toxic masculinity or that mess. But yet, that's part of his religion. He has to follow his religion. That overrides your political beliefs or what you feel like. And she bashed him like crazy, proving his point. Like, just like Aaron says, like, you got females that's go extreme like that.
But it's not. I don't want to associate that to the extreme. When it's really not the extreme. It's just the everyday. When women talk about men, they always go, "Why do you think we live longer than y'all?" They attribute it to intelligence. They attribute it to y'all just do stupid stuff, and y'all just stupid. And it's like, well, okay, if that's the narrative we want to go with, I don't get offended by a lot of these things.
Bro,
I only try to expose it in the sense of, look, there's a reason why men say this because I think there is a balance. I'm not the one that goes, men are perfect. I'm not that guy. I'm the one that tells men, no, y'all got to stop having sex with these women. I'm the one that says these. I'm the one that goes, y'all need to stop doing this. Y'all need to stop doing that. But whenever I go slightly more on the women, it's all hell break loose. Then all of a sudden I'm a red pill and I'm an incel, which is technically not true, but somewhat true because I'm celibate, but not involuntarily. Well, all I'm saying is,
I'm
not a liar.
With his caps right now. But listen,
you're gonna lose my point. Kiki, you're gonna make me lose my point. This is how crazy
don't
this
do
is.
it.
Let's just be honest. Okay, but maybe I'll get canceled. SB, I gotta say it.
Okay.
Most women are bullies. What does that mean? In 2022, that means this. If we watching a TV show, right, and they do something that make men look like a wimp, we say, turn it off. We watching a TV show with women, and they do something that make women look bad, they say, we going to cancel that show. We going to call up the stage. Women like to cancel things. Instead of just not watching it, instead of just ignoring it like men do, well, we ain't watching that crap. They want to cancel things. Men don't cancel nothing. We are not the cancel police. We don't cancel nothing.
I feel like I'm the only woman here right now. But listen, no, I agree with y'all with some things, but a couple things I'm gonna have to disagree with the statement because I'm saying I know that that's not the truth as far as women being totally smarter than you are. That is not a true statement. All right, but y'all already know that. I do agree with women are bullies because I have witnessed myself. Women think they can say whatever they want and it be okay. I have seen it, and I'm like, ooh, myself. I'm like, what? I even heard women say, I've heard men say, well, let me talk. And they say, no, I'm not going to let you talk because you're not saying what I want to hear. And I'm thinking, ooh, now that's a different one. So I agree with y'all somewhat, but I think that there are some very smart women and some very smart men also. So to say the ratio of who's smarter, I'm not going to give anybody that. I think
No, but that's not the point. That's not the point. They're okay with okay, listen. It's
I get
not
what
about
you're saying.
whether okay.
I get it. I know because I'm saying I'm agreeing with you on the second part, but they're bullies, and that's a way to bully. Because if I bully you and make you feel bad about yourself, then I'm doing what you said. I'm agreeing with you on that part. But I'm just saying to you all, if in any way that it got into your head that could be the case, don't worry about that because there's a lot of smart men and women in the world. So I don't even know why they would say that. That's the point. That's a silly comment, I think. But I have seen women. It's a woman even bullied my husband, and we had to talk him off the ledge because
He ready to hit the nuke. He want to hit the nuke button so bad.
We had to talk about the ledge. I'm like, wait a minute now. Remember, your whole business is behind this one. So you got to hold on, back up. Don't go in that elevator because, women can be.
Have you ever heard those situations when females, when they have debates with dudes and everything, the dude might be coming at her with facts and very non-emotional about it. She gets so emotional to the point that she actually threatened him. So you're getting me frustrated. I'm gonna smack you. And stuff like that. These females are like, yeah.
Or even they'll call them some other kind of name. But we had men, y'all gotta be ready for that.
Also.
Y'all do got to be ready for that because I do agree with that. I have seen some really and especially with the work that we do, women will say things that are very triggering. And you got to make sure your head in the right place on the right day. Because I'm serious. I have had to talk Mr. Boss off a ledge one day. It was real true. So and I don't know what she thought. I don't know if she thought she could beat him. I don't know. It was just like.
Remember the situation with the bus driver? I had to uppercut that chick for
He going to jail now.
We're not trying to lose. We're not trying to lose. But that's those. Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think that those situations are pretty isolated? Or do you think that could be like, y'all don't think that's the majority? No, y'all don't. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to ask.
I think that it's known, right? Women are known for having swords as tongues. That's not, and again, that's from the test of time. That's why at some point, what's his name? Sean Connery. Mm-hmm. He said sometimes you gotta smackety that because there's been a time frame where that level of accountability was allowed.
So wait a minute.
I agree with it.
Hold on. Black Gia says the Black community is so confusing. Only 30% of Black men ever get married. So how are we demonizing single motherhood?
I'll answer that.
If Black men have honest intentions, they would be focusing on promoting marriage. Ooh, Gia. Now Black men, you said though, didn't you?
She ain't putting no facts or nothing.
Security Boss is all about marriage. I don't know if you've been here the whole time, but remember, I got a whole solution about Black men being married if we making babies. A whole solution. Now, Willie,
but that wasn't her statement. We know you got the solution.
I'm taking it away from that statement.
I'm gonna let it slide then, just for you. I'm gonna let it slide.
Yeah. She says 30%.
I was gonna go in.
Because listen, Gia, I understand you got a job, dear. But is it possible that you could take a break and cam up?
Exactly. She working and still typing.
No, don't jump on her like you finna do.
Don't discourage.
See, this another reason why.
I didn't do that. I was inviting her up. She said some of us got to work, though. I do recall that she said she didn't say she was at work, but she said that women work. So I'm assuming that's what she means. But I would love to hear from her because she has some real good points, and I think men should answer these questions for her. Because she actually thinks that we're bashing single motherhood, and we're not. I'm the problem.
Be a bash to them.
Brittany? What am I let slide? I can't help listen.
Brittany gonna have to cam up. You're not gonna come to
Brittany,
SB
Brittany,
around me and not
if
guarantee.
there's some things that I've seen myself, then I see it. There was a bully. My husband had to face a bully one day. That's true. I got bullied 100 plus one times yesterday. This is all real. I didn't make these things up. What am I letting slide? I gave my own testimony. If I'm
She was
giving
talking
my
about
own
Jill. She was talking about Jill
Yo,
because
did you
Aaron
see
was
the
finna go
comment?
nuts.
I
Did you see
didn't
the
tell.
comment
No, what comment?
that Gabrielle Guinea just put up?
I think it's only around 20% that get married. They are preying on young, inexperienced girls.
What?
Mel, don't you say a word. Mel, actually, you mute
Yeah,
yourself. Mute yourself.
yeah, I'm gonna let it slide.
Mute yourself right now.
Thank
Think
you.
of a good movie. Good movie. Think of a good movie. Okay. They are preying on. Okay, let's read it slow. I think it's only around 20% that get married. First, we need to hear who she's talking about. Is she's talking about black men?
Yeah, because she's
Okay.
going based off of what's her name's
The other person.
post.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gia said 30. She says 20. They are preying on young, inexperienced girls. Okay. So do we have anybody with a computer? Chiki, you got your computer in front of you that you can
I
do some
do.
stats for us? Can you
Yeah.
pull it up? Go back to about 2015.
Yeah.
And then
Black
also,
men is
yeah,
33. Black
yeah,
women
do
is
that,
26.
and then type in,
Black
young
Extract.
boy gets taken advantage of and gets put on child
That
support
is not
later.
that. Yeah, because
And
we
put that in.
that's not in there. But we want to get some stats because we want to understand exactly what you're saying. And two, guess what? There could be somebody that out there that is being taken advantage of, but we want to know about that too. We don't want just to say.
What you want? What you want to look up?
Mel, are you still on mute?
Yeah, huh?
Are you still on mute?
No, you heard me. You just respond.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You ain't hearing me. Mel, I
I'm
need
not
you.
gonna attack her. I'm not gonna attack. I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna say nothing. I promise.
Mel, I don't. Mel,
I promise, Auntie Boss. I promise.
Mel, this is SB. Understanding that your promises are not. I need
When I ever broke my promise.
not.
I ain't
Yeah,
never made a promise either, too. So
yeah. Mute.
you know that. So
Watch this, y'all. Watch.
to
Okay.
you, I'm
So,
not gonna say nothing to her. You want me
okay.
to do some research? I'll do it for you. I won't say nothing. I'll let the other brother say it. This time,
Cheeky got it. Cheeky got it. Go ahead, Cheeky. Did you hear? Did you pull out something?
I'm seeing things on black
Okay.
demographics.com. Then I see something on datingnews.com. I don't know how credible all of these things are.
Well, let's give us what you got. Marriage couples in the black community. That would be between the ages of 18, I'm sure, 18 and 45 or something like that.
The median age for a first marriage is the highest ever. For men, let's see. This is the highest.
See Through You says, I think she is talking about this whole thing by KS that young girls should be getting married in their early 20s, but telling men they shouldn't be getting married until after 35.
I disagree with that.
They're not the same.
Okay, but
And
wait a
they're
minute.
not
Let
the
me
same.
hold on though. Hold on. Let me I don't know if she See Through You. Thank you for that. I don't know if that's what she's talking about, but let me just shed some light on that. I myself got married at 25 and my husband was in his 30s, about to be 30. He was 30 years old. So I don't think there's a problem with a woman getting young if that's what she wants to do and she's ready and mature enough to do it. So I don't know if that's what she's talking about or not. And I didn't feel like I was being taken advantage of. And I also was his second wife. But again, I'm not sure if that's what she's talking about. Then Chorus Blossom says, young women just went away. 1 second.
Go back.
Young women should try to be married as young as 17 or 19 is ideal. Could be. It all depends on the circumstances. I think in some some places, in arranged marriages, they are married at this age. But again, I have an arranged situation where if a young lady would find herself pregnant, that she would be married at 17 through 19. I agree with that too, Chorus Blossom. Especially if you're a mother, why not learn both at the same time? I mean, I don't see a problem with that. I mean, yeah, y'all acting like we can't get it. We can get it. There was a time when young people were 14, 15, not saying that we need to go back there. I'm not saying that in any way, but when we gotta fix it. We can't continue to make the same mistakes over and over and over again. And the only way to correct it is to get it together, to grow up. But Brittany B, what did I miss? First of all, the word pray says that she believes men are predators. Y'all got to listen.
No, we don't. All right. Or just, you know what? We are predators.
No, that's what
Listen,
Brittany's actually saying. What she's trying to say.
listen, Mel, you on mute, and
Okay.
DP, you're not responding to everything that is being said. So this is what I'm talking about right here. You see how you see it? You see how it's what it's making you do, the response?
Men are
Do
predators.
that. You see, you did it again. You know who you are, right?
All right.
Okay. So this is what I'm talking about right here. This is what happens. This is why we keep doing this, because somebody says something and you feel the need, and I'm telling you, you're not that, so you don't have a need to do anything.
No, it's
That
not
was a
that.
comment that was made.
When they go that far to try to prove a point, where they're going all the way to calling these are people that you really can't have much of a conversation with.
Exactly. So you don't.
The lowest extremes that don't even exist.
But you don't have the conversation. She made a comment in the comment section. I read the comment, and then there was nothing else to say.
Oh, okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why I was just saying we're predators. That's it. If that's what you think.
No, listen. EJ says no security boss. Let them counter the comment. No, we don't, because this woman
Because it don't go right. Like she's not having she's in the comment section. So how productive can it be? It just doesn't make sense logically. That's why I don't.
This is what's going on. This is why the sexes are continuously fighting right here. This is why we always got to one up each other. But guess what? You don't have to wear it. It was a comment made. That was it. All I wanted to know is for Cheeky to pull the stats on being married in our culture. And if he can, we will tell what they are as what he's pulled. If we can't, we'll move on. And Brittany, thank you so much for that. But there's no response for us. Brittany is a woman that's in the chat. The chat can talk to the chat. But if the chat wants to have some communication with somebody on the platform, then they'll come up and we can have a good conversation. But we're not going to try to defeat the chat or keep them from saying whatever it is they want to say, because we got a bot over here and moderators. If it gets out of line, then it'll be taken care of. So it's really no need to do that. Just stick with the conversation, and you don't have to argue every point. That's my point. That's the point I'm trying to make right now. We're gonna stop these arguments because there's no need. Yes, sir.
One of the stats, I'm not really seeing anything on like specific demographics as far as like race, but I am seeing it in regards to generation. So it says millennials are waiting longer to get married. Gallup daily tracking data estimates that only 27% of millennials are married and 59% are single. This is a sharp contrast from the 36% of Gen Xers, 48% of baby boomers, and 65% of silent generation members who married by the time they had reached the age millennials are now.
Okay, so what you just said was you said 27%. One of the young ladies said 20 and the other one said 30. So they right in the middle was 27%. So you can agree that the millenniums are
married.
27%.
But I want to dispute one thing though. Although the percentage about black men not marrying is low, you don't have to marry a black man. See, that's the thing. If marriage is your priority, if you want to look up a different group that get married at the highest rates, if marriage is what you want, don't have to put your failures or your inability to do things on black men. If marriage is what you prioritize, there are more than just black men. And if you absolutely must have a black man, then you must make sure you're part of the percentage that want to get married in that small 30%. You need to be a part of that 30%. Like it's all reasonable.
And that was something I was going to touch on too, because the next stat is half of Gen Z and millennials agree intermarriage is good for society. A recent poll asked Americans, is interracial marriage a good thing or a bad thing for society? And the answer reflect the generational shift of the United States regarding race and inclusion. As would be expected, the younger generation expresses more tolerant and forward-thinking views than the older generation. The majority of Gen Zers and millennials, 53%, agree that interracial marriage is good for society, and another 42 says it doesn't make any difference. Meanwhile, only 41% of the Gen Xers, 30% of the baby boomers, and 20% of adults in silent generation respond that interracial marriage is good for society. So it's again, we're moving to this point where this whole idea of black love is going to be non-existent simply because everybody sees what's going on. There's no real need for quote unquote black love when there's just regular love. Let me go find somebody that loves me and then move on with my life because trying to stick within my community sounds ridiculous because it doesn't exist, one. And then two, there's a gender war that is very apparent, right? This whole Kevin Samuel's death for me let me know how bad it was. I knew it existed, but I didn't realize it was that bad until I saw people celebrating. I was like, I've never seen this before in my life. It's
Well,
almost like
wait,
it's
don't
almost
you?
like Hitler died.
Listen,
You didn't
listen,
believe it was a
I
video?
think. Let me just say this. I think a lot of that may be only in the YouTube spaces, though. I
When
don't.
it went from
Disagree.
YouTube to Twitter to
Mhm.
TikTok, I'm not even on TikTok.
SB, it's a young people thing. Like I'm
Okay,
talking like
I'll
ages.
get that. Social
And
media.
it's real.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I'll.
what I would say, SB, I would say this year, but they said for the black marital status rate, black people in general, 30% of us is married, 50% of us not married, 12% is divorced, 3% is separated, 6% is widowed. For black men, it's 33%, 3% separated, 10% divorced, 3% widowed, 52% is never married. Black women, 27% married, 4% separated, 13% divorced, 8% widowed, 48% never married. All
So
US, 48%.
can
Two.
I ask a quick question to the panel real
That
quick?
was on blackdemographics.com.
Or what you got, Aaron?
I'm interested in knowing where you guys are at geographically.
He trying to DOS us, yo. Don't do it.
No,
He's trying to
no.
DOS us, bro. Don't
I'm
do it.
not trying to dodge. You don't have to
Cause
give me
So
the
I think.
specific
I
JB
think.
city.
JB gonna
You
find me
can give me
like
the
that,
state.
and I don't
You
want.
can
I'm
give me
about to
the
switch my
state. I
do a
don't need the
reverse
specific
camera, so
city.
my window on that side, and you don't even want to know where
I
I'm
You
think.
crazy. But
Nail
my
is on
okay.
the Nail is on the
Continue
East
going.
Coast. Cheeky and myself are south. DP, are
Florida.
you in tech? Oh, he's south
Central
too.
Florida.
And
I
Sway,
got
I'm
you.
not sure where you are. Sway, where you are? Where are you? Excuse me.
I am in Taiwan.
Gotcha.
So
Okay. So
Sway is out
so
of the
the
country.
no, he's lying. But the point that I was making is this: if you look at the demographics of San Francisco, black people make up about 5%. So I think I am probably the best for actually saying the differences of actually other people, since I'm not surrounded by an extreme amount of black people. Right, the population of black people is very low for me. So I have way more experience with white, Asian, Indian, and things like that. Right, and I can tell you these parents have similar issues as far as they'll ask me things. Why don't young people want to get married anymore? Like, what's going on? Like, they'll ask these things, and it's a common thing. Asian people, even though they marry at the highest rates, their younger people are still having struggle time getting married. It's not just necessarily just a black thing, but because their culture is much stronger, they will eventually get married. Where as far as black people, they probably gonna die, roll over the grave, die again before they get married. So that's the thing. That's the differences amongst that I've noticed.
That is true.
I
Blacks got hit
reinforce that
after Hurricane
because
Katrina.
Wait a minute, y'all.
But
Who is that?
other races, oh,
Oh, deep.
I'll make it quick.
Okay,
Other
go ahead.
races got hit with the storm,
So
but blacks got hit like it was Hurricane Katrina. When it came with feminism and all these issues, it's just they got hit worse. But it still exists in other cultures, like Americanized cultures.
So Sway, was that you speaking?
yeah,
Yeah,
I was just wanted to say I reinforce what Aaron said because I didn't give my demographic, but I live in a similar situation that I live in a college town that it's
You a white
primarily
man. You need to
it's
stop it,
primarily
white man.
white town, old white people come here to retire type of thing. It's not really, and then the schools is Asians, Indians, white people are the main demographics. And even the black kids that go there, they're privileged in some way. Like even my best friend who went there, the only reason he got in, he's smart, but the only reason he got in was because his dad was an alumni there who won like them a football ACC championship, and he had connections. He was on the waiting list. And then a girl I was talking to, her mom is a doctor, and she comes from money. And then it's like I know I've gone to frats. Like there might be a small majority who come from poor, but they're smart as fuck. They're like, because it's one of the top public schools. So like most of the people who go to the school are privileged in some way, and they all don't want to get married. Most of them. But like Aaron said, you know, the cultural differences, they'll be like kind of pressured or reinforced into doing it. Our culture doesn't really reinforce marriage. So, you know, like Aaron said, the black people will either roll over in their grave or, you know,
because we got nothing to swindle us with. Like Indian people, you ain't getting no money. They gonna disinherit you. You ain't getting nothing. So the men, so the actual men, that Indian men that want to actually marry out, their parents would not go for it. So they know they're not getting the inheritance. They know that's not gonna happen. So they acquiesce and they will marry an Indian woman. I'm telling you, this stuff is really happening. They sleep with women outside their background, but when it comes to getting married, they're like, yeah, my parents ain't gonna go for this, and I need that money. They actually have something to sway, right? They're not gonna actually tell us we're not gonna pay for your wedding, because they're not gonna pay for our wedding in the first place. They're not gonna actually tell us we're not getting a house, because they ain't got no house to give us in the first. They have nothing to sway us with, because most of us are the first ones that's actually building anything from scratch. And so we would have to create the new culture, in my opinion. So that's the main reason why it happens a lot.
And that's what Boss was saying earlier about having incentive to want to be married in our community. Those communities actually put incentives, and if you don't want to get married the way the other generations see fit, you're not getting these benefits and stuff. Us black people, we don't really set benefits for our own people like that, and the reason why our rates is not as high, also too, the way it is, prior to, yes, feminism came in, but we don't set other incentives also too in our community where we're supposed to for more higher rates of marriage in our community.
So let me read this comment, y'all. Sorry about that. Just Jay says, I've been asking this question on YouTube since yesterday. Why do black men in these spaces discourage other black men from getting married?
I can answer that.
Hold on before you answer. I want you to just to think about what you get ready to say for just a second, because I want to say something before you say it. Think about it.
I'm good.
Oh, no, not that. I want to say something. This is what I would like to happen. I have ladies here that I know are lovely ladies, and I know that most of them, if not all of them, some of them I knew, but I appreciate you being here. But I want this to be a space where women and men both can come and share their ideas, because we definitely have a war going on, and it's time out for it. Yeah. If you have something to offer the young men on the way a woman thinks and the way a woman operates, I need for you all to offer that to them, because they don't know everything. Men, if you have something to offer the women on the way you all think and move, I need you all to take the time and the patience to offer that to them so they can understand you better. I said this all the time from the very beginning when I met my husband. Now, this is me getting married to him. I had to read books on how to learn who he was, the type of man he was. It's only about 10 different men in that book. So that tells me it's only about 10 different personalities amongst you all. Now, I can go get my book, but that would be kind of corny, wouldn't it? But anyway, I need you all to explain to the ladies why you move this way, why you think that way. And I don't need it to be a point that's regurgitated. I need it to be your point. I don't need your point, your experience, your happening, your stance, you. I don't want it to be about anybody else but you, because if you're saying something, that means that you have to feel that way. And women, I want you to be the same way. I don't want you experiencing something someone else did. I want you to experience your own. I want you to share your experiences if you can. But I want to be done with that, and I want you all, DP, go ahead and answer Just Jay's question.
Why do black men in spaces discourage other black men from getting married? I've never discouraged anyone from getting married. My parents are still married, 46 years. My sister, 20. I'd like to be married. My brother just got remarried. I advocate for marriage. This has to be the right marriage, or there are consequences if you pick the wrong person. You never hear me on a panel say no marriage. But why other men say it? Because a lot of men have went through trauma and got burned. Then the other spaces, and it's not just black men, because there's other content creators, they're white, they're Asian, there's all other races talking against marriage with the MGTOW and the other. I don't promote anything of MGTOW, SYSBM. Well, a part of that, but the general message from never get married, you'll never hear me promote it. That's not me.
Power of a praying wife. I'm just telling you, put in. Okay, so I got a question. Maybe we asked the wrong person. Is there anyone here on the panel, man, that thinks that will talk or speak against being married?
Yeah,
No, I'm not speaking against. I'm for marriage also too, but I also say do it the
Wait a
right
minute.
way also too. Do not. I wouldn't talk someone into getting married depending on the situation, but I'm not gonna talk someone getting out of a marriage either too. Like I'm for marriage, but you got to be very, very. You still got to be calculated in some ways and stuff like that. You know, a lot
Okay.
of people do jump into marriage and it backfires very harshly and everything. So I'll say be very cautious of your moves and stuff when you get married. But I'm not promoting out of wedlock babies either too. I say you better marry that girl. Y'all need to get married. I'm tired of seeing out of wedlock births. Period. And that's on both parties and stuff.
Okay, Cheeky,
And
what
also
about you?
too, if you're dating a
um,
particular woman for like more than 2 years, you should put a ring on that. That's my point of view because you're just wasting her time unless she wants to be in a non-marriage long-term relationship. But other than that, don't waste her time like that. If you got a good woman like that and you've been together for 2 years, you need to put a ring on that.
What do you say, Cheeky?
I don't recommend men that don't view marriage as a covenant or some type of
Mm,
necessary design um, to get married, because the point of it outside of that is no good and there's no real reason for it. Um, so I wouldn't recommend any man that doesn't have a that doesn't share that viewpoint of marriage in that way to get married simply because of what some stats would say. So here's one that I thought is very interesting, and I'm going to make it specific to black, but because most of the people that watch the stream are black, but I think this goes across the board. But very interestingly enough, it says here black women were the only group that had a higher divorce rate than marriage rate, with nearly 31 divorces per 1,000 married women age 15 and older, and only 17.3 marriages per 1,000 unmarried women. How can you have a higher divorce rate than a marriage rate? Which either means, I don't know what that means. Like you're divorcing more than you're married, which means either the old people are divorcing, or y'all are, or black women are going to other races and divorcing. Because I don't know how that happens,
it's
right?
both.
So
It's
so
both.
okay, so it's both. So if it's both, if I'm looking at this from a logical standpoint, right? And here's another stat. Um, the number one, or yeah, the number one reason for divorce is infidelity, too much arguing, domestic violence, and financial problems. To be honest, most men, I preach and agree with the penis discipline. I think that's something that men should have, but I know that most men aren't monogamous by nature. So getting married in today's society and time would imply, the implication of that is monogamy. If you know you can't be monogamous, don't do it. It just doesn't make sense to do it, because then all you're going to do is cause yourself more headache because you're not faithful. Um, and another thing too is, if we want to touch on finances, which is a big deal, um, the system is not meant for the benefit of men in regards to a marriage separating. So let's say, like, financially I am stable, right? Because the idea that black men being financially stable is not high in people's thoughts. But let's say that I am, right? Let's say I'm financially stable. Um, and I marry somebody who is, maybe financially stable as well. I'm not gonna call it broke, because women can make their own money, and I do believe that. But she decides she wants to split, and we have children, and we have a joint account without a prenuptial agreement, because you can't bring up prenup with women and not have them feel a type of way. So you don't stand on your square as a man, and you kind of give in because you really do love this girl, and you fell in the trap of feeling dumb on your part, but that's not me. Um,
That's
and
it.
you get divorced, and now what? So now I've hit on, women are, no, specifically black women are divorcing more than they're getting married. Um, the incentives financially aren't there. the incentives, as far as a numbers game, I'm literally taking a gamble of a 66% chance of you divorcing me and you being the initiator, not me. So that's just from a logical level, that makes sense. The fourth is if I have children, and you decide you don't want to be here anymore, then that means that I have to take the risk of not no longer being involved with those children based off of your own accord and at your own will and mercy. And I'd rather not put my faith in somebody's an emotional creature. I'm not saying women aren't human, but women are emotional. So I wouldn't want to put my faith into something that is emotional in that way because we already see how that's played out. And then the last thing is this system is not really meant for it. So if you don't have the mindset that marriage is this
Forever.
this unique thing that is ordained by God and is built under the premise that this can never be broken because we have an agreement under God. If you and that woman don't share that same viewpoint, you should not get married because there's no incentive for it today. Now you have people like Anton that try to big bank it. Oh, we'll talk about the tax breaks, but what about when she break me?
No, okay, listen. I can't hardly argue with you because you put me in the forefront, meaning the marriage that it is built on those godly principles. So I can't really argue with you. But when you go into the actual marriage and you're talking about average people being married, it's a loss on both sides. So what you're saying is you're not even advising marriage for either party because I would advise a man to fight for his kids. I would say a woman loses financially also if they're both are average earners. There's no benefit for neither one of them to dissolve that marriage. It's not a benefit in it at all. But you led and ended with if it's been built on the principles that marriage doesn't end, then I'm there with you all day long because that's what I think it should be about.
Right. And again, that's the hope that these two individuals stay with that mindset, right? Because people change and evolve and how they perceive the world changes and evolves. So, they could initially start off that way, right? They could both like, man, we're doing this God. But I swear, Christians also account for that demographic
Right.
of divorcees.
Mm-hmm.
Spiritual people also account for that. So
Right.
all these people that say that believe in that, you have to put faith in the words that you're saying, in the actions that I may have seen before that could change. All of it is too much of a gamble for both sides, but more so for men because the gamble for men is a little bit more tangible. I think that the repercussions of divorce hit women emotionally harder, maybe, and that's a strong maybe because sometimes I see these men breaking down, and you know how men are. We can't even cry. So if a man is breaking down and we can't cry, I don't know. I'm just saying he seemed hurt
It's,
too.
it's just it's a devastating loss for both parties. But I do know. Well, I'm not gonna talk about it because marriage is for life for me, and that's just how it's gonna be. And if me and my husband separate, he gonna a divorce. He's gonna take care of me for life, no matter what, because I'm his wife.
Quick question, real quick,
Dearly
security
beloved.
boss. Would you bring up T Shaw's comment real quick? It
Um,
says stop looking at statistics.
hold on. Let's see. Can we find it?
He did bring up that
Here.
they might have a point. Teacher
Yeah,
might have a point.
you went past it.
Yeah. I think that's one of the problems. We look at statistics and pay attention to the high negative parts about it instead of focus on the small percentage of parts of successes.
Stop
That
looking at.
that's what you're in, boss. You're part of that small successes.
Have the mindset that your marriage won't be a part of those stats by choosing to do the work. You are exactly right to make your marriage work. You're exactly right. But Cheeky has a part in it too because we're still here in the world, and sometimes people are overcome with worldly thoughts per
All
se.
right, so you're asking men. Well, let me speak for myself. You're asking a logical man who is who thinks and compartmentalizes simply because that's in his nature to not take this approach into something like this when it could cost me literally my life. You're telling me to not think about stats when I am giving facts. I didn't, you, Somebody said in the comment, make sure that your argument is what was the word? Constructive. I am building up a case based off of risk, based off of money, based off of potential feelings. I have to have faith in you're basically God to me. I
Your
have to have faith
children,
in you, my children. I have to have faith in another individual that they are going
a
to stick with
house.
what they said,
No.
and
No,
trust and
Oh,
believe that the stats that you're not the average human being. And that's
that's
another common flaw that
but
most
Cheeky,
people think.
that's why I was
Most, oh, hold
saying.
on, let me get
All
this
right,
off.
go ahead, brother. Go
Most
ahead.
people think that they're really above the stats and then become a statistic. It's the most terrible thing. It's the most terrible sense of irony I've ever seen in my life.
No,
no,
that's
no,
what I
you
was.
actually are, because you yourself are a standard. And the fact that you would even subject yourself to that single-minded thinking going into a marriage
Hmm.
says that you yourself are not ready to be married. Because what you just said is, I'm going to
Hmm.
protect me. And that's the major flaw when you get married, because it's exactly to what Keisha says, and it's exactly what you're doing every day. That's why you are the standard. You're setting a standard. You have already set a standard for men, and you know what it is. And I'm not gonna go ahead and you know what I'm saying.
No,
You have
I
a certain
understand.
kind of discipline, but when it came to marriage, you just lost it. It got real fuzzy for you. It's not that fuzzy. It's the same approach that you have for your life right now as a single man. You would take that same approach to a marriage as a man who says, I have said to myself that I am going to make this marriage be forever, and I'm become one with this woman. And this is my only job.
You're right, security boss. I agree with you.
Okay.
My mindset is not that. I'm giving a very general mindset
Okay,
as
I
to
got you.
why men won't do it. It
I got,
makes sense. It is a very logical thing not to do. Now,
got you.
if you're asking for my individual opinion, I share the mindset that marriage is a constitution heavenly ordained by
Right,
God. The
right,
issue is I'm a minority. So you have to find another woman that thinks that way,
right.
right?
And
And
that
that's
is
and if we're going to be very specific to me, that would be an issue for men like me. But most men are not like me, which means most men see those stats and think logically, and it makes sense not to get involved. That's why I said it depends on how you view marriage. I broke it down. Constructive argument. I said what I said, and I did it in a way to where I see both sides. And if I was not a man who was taught,
right,
from the rearing of my father and my own understanding and my own reading of scripture and whatnot, then I would fall into the category of look at these stats and you tell me what they look like. You ask any business, Aaron, you're good at math. Aaron is an intelligent brother who knows about stats and economy. They ain't no middle class. You do the math on that and tell me, would you roll the dice and say, I'd bet my life on this? You sound like a fool betting your life on a woman.
but listen though, it's still not just based on what the man has said for himself or done for himself, because marriage is still supposed to be, I mean, a true marriage. It's still supposed to be for better or for worse. So
Sure. I
listen,
mean,
though,
just
listen. So now so listen, you're still saying to the woman, so it still is the woman walking this out with you. It's still you being that example of how it looks. It still goes back to the man, the leader, the pastor, the head. It still
Hmm.
goes back to you. If that's what you want, because you can do anything else you want. Me and y'all are bad. I don't mean bad as in bad. I mean bad as in awesome. Y'all can do exactly what y'all want. Y'all put your mind to it. So what is the major fear of being married? If
God,
Um,
whatever it is, you're bringing it
oh,
in here with you,
Sway.
you
Uh,
I'm gonna let Sway rock. My
God,
fault.
Go ahead,
Sway,
Sway.
cheeky man,
Sway.
Uh,
I see it, bro. I
going
see you, bro. Much
crazy.
you're
love,
bringing
dog.
it. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me wait a minute before you answer it. I need for you all to tell me what you know about this. I don't want you telling me something you heard. I want you to tell me your true feelings about what is the fear of being married, because you're the example. You're the example, and what you in a marriage is what you make it. And
The big,
nobody else can create it for you. I mean, because we can make up scenarios all day, every day, all day. Because remember what it is: for better or for worse, richer or poorer. Come on, what? He's covered everything. The rest is up to you.
but the biggest fears is losing your kids, because that's a bad battle if people who have or end up having kids. losing your money and resources, the trauma and drama that comes with it, or marrying somebody and the woman changing and you're not getting what it is that you actually married.
But see, if you hang around other people that's in successful marriage the way you visualize it, then those
I didn't
changes
say me.
happen that
Look,
way.
not me. I'm just saying.
No, I'm the same also too. If I want a successful marriage, I have to mimic other people that's in successful marriage also too, even with the partner I choose. I
Well,
would
yeah,
want people like security bosses in a successful marriage. I want that type of marriage you have.
but
So
Mel,
if that happen, I gotta, you know what, boss? What type of woman you have around you? She'll
Mel, it's not a
tell me what
fixed
type of
formula
woman
though.
that's just that's like in her circles. The type of woman I like.
But
In order
Mel,
to
it's not
have
a
a
fixed
successful
formula.
relationship, I have to learn from her husband how they made things right. I'll have to be trained that you know what, it's not always about me. It's
But
about us.
Mel, it's not a fixed formula. You might want a different woman.
It is a fixed
Hold
formula.
on for a minute. Hold on for a minute, Mel.
Stay that way. That's the problem.
Go ahead.
No, married
Get him,
people are the ones
Sway.
who told me to
Get
cut
him,
my hair.
Sway.
Don't look at
Wait a
me.
minute. Wait a
Yeah,
minute. Okay, wait a minute.
I'm
DP,
being patient.
Mel, hold on
yeah.
for a minute. Let DP complete his sentence before you, because we can't hear both of y'all speaking. So go ahead, DP,
I'm
complete your
saying it's not a fixed formula. Just like Anton says, he can tell everybody how to get married. Dude,
right,
you're 22,
right,
he's 40. You can't tell me anything.
right,
Now, yes, he got the results. It's cool. And hey, congrats, he's married. But also, he's married to Rita. I'm not looking for Rita. I'm looking for Mrs. Panderson.
right.
My parents are married, and I was around growing up, a bunch of married people. What did they tell me to do? Go out here and simp for the prize. They
I don't
gave
know what
me,
that means, but are you? Is that
they
something
gave me
that you're
bad.
wearing?
I'm saying is they were married. They are still married, but they gave me bad information to go out here and date with, and they have the results. There's
Wait a
actually
minute. Wait a minute. Though, why is it bad information if they're still married? Are you saying that's what they did?
They got
No,
married in '76. Sister got married in '01, and other friends of the family. I'm 20, 21, 22. I'm trying to date. And I'm asking questions. They told me the opposite of anything that came close to working. I mean, it is what it is. It's life. But
can I
I was
get a
looking for the
No,
right
rebuttal?
no,
people.
no, Mel. Let me.
Sway.
No,
Why we
Mel.
gotta go to Sway, man? Sway
Mel, mute
gets
him
in
out.
there.
Mel,
Come on,
mute
Sway.
yourself. Mel, mute yourself into, because you can't hold. Just hold on. Let him complete his thought. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah. But then I actually got better advice from people who are single. Kept me from being a mega simp or mega dusty because I didn't know nothing. Now I just listen to all parties, and I'm gonna go get married. But I'm just saying it's not that simple as you just go and listen to some of these people, and they just give you the solution, then it just clicks. It's not that easy. That's all.
Patterson, did you get your advice from the women that were married or the
Both
husbands?
men and women.
And they told you
Both.
to simp for women?
Indirectly, they told me this was 1976, and go out here and do this stuff that doesn't work. Nobody said, "Hey, lead the household." Hey, I mean, not lead the household. There's certain things that make sense. Communicate and present yourself in this way. Be a better listener. Focus on emotional intelligence. Create and have a plan and be able to be direct in your communication. That's stuff that I wasn't taught. And there were married people, and some of them were doing this in their households, but they told me to do something different. Why? I don't know.
So you saying the obvious, they never bothered. The obvious things they never bothered to. They didn't tell you to be on your purpose first. In other words,
Some stuff obvious, some stuff because times have changed. In '76 in Michigan, guy goes and works for the plant. He looks like this. He goes and gets a woman who looks something like him, and they got married. And it was a mother, father. There was something. There was community, and that's what it was. 2000, it wasn't that no more.
what is it in 2000? What was it in
I
2000?
went to HBCU.
Mhm.
Women went around like their heads got cut off. It was all over the place.
Oh,
When I was in the Army, when I was 18 to 20, those marriages were traumatizing.
Yeah, you can't use a military marriage.
No, it was just something I seen. I saw this growing up. Then I go over here and I see these marriages. Like, oh my God, oh, no joke. And then I go to college and it's like, okay, this is going to be the best class of women, the best group of, and it just wasn't. It wasn't what was. And the conversations I had, trying to go and be prepared and try to understand it, wasn't what was.
okay.
That's just my experience, stuff.
Okay, so Mel,
Yeah.
go ahead and tell us about your experience or whatever you were going to say.
All right, number one, it is a simple formula. Yes, there are multiple formulas. You have to find one that works for you and stuff. Yes, you got to learn from other people. You have to. I saw. Sorry, I was raised with my aunt and uncle and stuff. Those are the type of marriage I do not want. My uncle was technically a little bit submissive towards my aunt. She had a little masculine in her, and that's the type of marriage I do not want. I want the actual traditional one. I want the one when I'm the leader of the household and everything, and she follows me. I had my mistakes along the way, just like like Pandens has said. I did a lot of simping in my younger days also too, so I had to break the mold. Led me to this space, and I wasn't even in red pill rage either too when I learned.
Right, man.
When I learned certain formulas and behaviors and stuff like that, I was like, damn, you know what? Let me learn and apply it. Let me try something different and stuff. So I did that. I was trial and error, but I found something that works. I found a formula that works for me. And then now, like, I want to see a typical type of marriage and relationship that I want. The next step, I got to see other people with certain marriages and relationships that I want to mimic and stuff. So I have to put myself around those type of crowds. You don't have to have a marriage like Anton. No, that's their relationship. That's their formula. That works for them. Unless you want to have that type of relationship, then you go get advice from him how he does it. But I have a particular type of relationship I want to mimic. I will go to the type of relationship that people's already in that I want to mimic, that I want to have. I have to sometimes follow them. We do pick certain stuff. That's just like how people in successful businesses, they learn from others that's 10 steps ahead of them. But they also find a particular style. They took that and take that and put it in a particular style that's going to work for them to be that's going to make them unique. And that's why I'm learning. If I want to learn, that's how I say an example. If I want to marry like security boss, I want to learn from her because she's more experienced in that field. Her and her husband. I want to be around people like them. That's the type of relationship I want. I have to learn from them. But just like I said, it can't always be about me if I'm going to jump into a relationship. I have to take the good and the bad. Yes, it is. But you know what? I'm willing to take that risk. The more I be around certain positive people like that, the more I'm gonna be willing to want to take that risk. They will teach me and guide me also too. That's the one thing that's a big problem for a lot of dudes in here. I see a lot of solutions that technically are very simple based, and a lot of dudes fight and ignore them so much. I understand the bad experience we're going through. I understand that, but that doesn't mean most of the time it's just like how females join the feminist movement and stuff. They never been in relationship or the problems that a lot of these females keep complaining about, and that's what I'm seeing a lot. Like you got to find out. You got to sometimes mimic those who are successful than you, and then find a way to have a formula, a style that's going to make you unique, and just go out and take a leap of faith. Period.
Thank you, Mel. So listen, Black Man Unfiltered, thank you so much for your $10 super chat. And he says, Mel is on the website panderingtothemasses.org. Mel, overlook that. I love your comment, and it was very well received. Thank you for that, Mel. But you get the money line song.
I'ma run it every time. Give me mine. Going up, need no decline. Money line. I'ma run it every time. Give me mine. Going up, need no decline.
Yeah, yeah. So Aaron, you ain't
Sway.
today. Aaron, you ain't singing today. I don't know how it is when you don't sing with me now. Gosh.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to stay muted so I don't talk over people because I my thoughts are running right now.
Okay, slow him down. Slow down.
Sway, please. My
Okay,
man.
Sway.
I'm
Sway,
chilling. No, I'm fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm keeping my thoughts. Don't worry. I'm trying
Your
to
thoughts are
remember
running.
everything.
You were next. You were next. You're good.
No, you
It's your
said
time.
Aaron.
No, Aaron
No,
said
he was asking a question.
Oh, I was telling him he don't want to. He always sings the money line song with me. He says he's gonna hold out. But you were next, Sway. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Appreciate it. I guess so. I wanted to, like I said, I've been thinking about the whole time, trying to keep my thoughts on the question. Honestly, I think I forgot
My question.
your question, but there was two things that Cheeky said I wanted to address. I think your question is like real experience based off of why men don't want to get married. I think that was your question, security boss.
Kinda. We kind of took a left a little bit, but I understand what you're saying.
It's
But
not, just not saying talking points in a sense, like have your own words.
yeah, tell me what you think. I want to know what you think. Not just because I don't want to anymore.
To two things that I guess to address for Cheeky. He was worried, or he was trying to. I guess he was trying to understand the stats behind the 26% married and then what is the divorce rate was higher than the marriage rate. I think when we use these stats, that's the current percentage of marriage people. That's why we say 30% of men are married. When we'll use the same argument to say, okay, 30% of the time, 30% of men will get married. When that statistically, I mean, that's not true, because in following years it could be a higher rate, and then you could say the same thing in 5 years that 35% of us are married. So, oh, well, now 35% of you will get married. No, that's just how many currently are. The divorce rate can be higher because that's just how many currently are. So I just wanted to, give you clarity on, I think, these stats. But then you said, I guess, marriage
Appreciate
was
it.
rooted or based in monogamy, which I don't think that's true either. Like,
The United States, I would say that's the
I
truth.
yeah,
It's
that's what I'm saying.
illegal.
Like, it's been promoted and propagated to be that, because
Hmm.
for the past however many years, we've allowed women to kind of control the narrative. That's what they really, really want out of the situation, I guess. But you look over any other cultures outside the Western society, monogamy is not like in a marriage. It's an understanding that the men might step out. So that, and even here, back in the '60s, the women knew. Back in the '40s, they knew if it happened. So
Hmm.
I'm just saying,
Hmm.
like, monogamy, even in Christianity, wasn't always played out in the long run. But I guess my point about marriage, how I feel about it, and why I would either say no to it or yay to it. My only reason to get married would to be to have children, in a sense. Build more than myself, build more than my feelings, to have kids, to grow up in an environment that's stable for them. Any other reason would have to be more than feelings, which is, that's what's promoted now, is feeling based. Most women go into it with, I have to be happy, I have to be, loved. And men, I guess, they don't really know that that's not the right way, because we're told that's the same way. And then when they get into it, they realize that, she might not love you forever. And then you get these stats, and we're wondering, like, yo, is if I go into a marriage in today in 2022 with this idea of what marriage is, what are the likelihoods that this is actually going to work out? And most men who are like average men, they realize that this isn't probably going to work out in my best interest. So I'm not going to do it. So there's only a small majority of men who can actually either run their household the proper way, keep the marriage going, actually know how to operate in a marriage outside of the feelings of love. Then, those small percentage of men in 2022 are the ones who actually can keep their marriage going. But I don't think majority of men actually know how to run a stable marriage and get their woman on the same program. You know what I
Mm.
mean? I don't think that's, I think that's a big disconnect. And to her question earlier, I think that's, why are men complaining about, or not propagating marriage, or some, like, I think that's so disingenuous. If this is the disconnect, like, that y'all have, like, forgotten or try not to understand, well, who men are, what men are, how men think. Like, if you want men to promote marriage, you have to give us something to promote. You know what I mean? You can't just be on the end of fucking us over for the majority of time, and then be like, oh, why aren't you promoting getting married to me? It's like, what do you mean? Like, this doesn't seem like a good bet. This doesn't seem like a good deal. This seems like a good product for me to buy. I'm not gonna invest my life into this if you're just gonna fuck me over most of the time. Like, that like, if you really wanted men to be married, okay, the marriage rates is 80%, the divorce rate is 2%. Like, I'm getting married. Fuck out of here. Like, and then all the other benefits, wealth, kids, stability, whatever. Like, I'm sure most of the time men don't leave a good thing. They're not going to leave you. Most men don't want to divorce you nowadays in the first week, because they would lose half their shit and their kids. So, oh, sorry, I apologize. I cuss. I
Oh,
apologize.
no, 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 no.
Um,
No, it was just
but
what you said.
it's just like, this is how men think. Like, we compartmentalize, we go through the facts, we go through the motions, and understand, like, is this a good investment? We mitigate risk. So we aren't going to do it if we don't somehow truly in our gut feel like it's going to work out. That's why a lot of men wait and say, I need to be in a certain place, I need a certain amount of money, I need a certain job, whatever. I need certain stuff lined up before I even think about getting married to a woman nowadays. I can't get married at 19 and just hope that she's going to stick it out and grow with me. I need to be 35 with a bag, a house, stable income, and a car that's paid off, whatever. Like, leadership qualities. I need all these things set up already. I don't have faith in these women to stick it out with me through the long run. I've knew guys my age who got married, the military guys. They got married in the military, whatever, and they have to pay. They get divorced, $30,000 court fees, and now they're broke. and they're living with their parents or roommates or in debt, something like it. Young guys aren't going to get married nowadays. It's just not a good investment for us.
I have a whole different
Personally, I'm
perspective.
only going to do it for children or building something like more than myself, like a business, wealth, generational, quote unquote, whatever legacy, traditions. It could be more than wealth, but that's what I'm saying.
So let me do this $10 super chat, and I got a whole lot to say to you, sir. Thank you so much, Gabrielle. Gabrielle says, love your message, SB. Thank you so much. There's a fear involved when choosing a life partner. I could be wrong, but it seems black men and black women no longer trust each other and don't want to take the risk. Excuse me, root of the gender war. So she's basically saying the same thing you're saying, and it's time for the money line song. That's what's wrong with you. Y'all too still. They are.
And I want to apologize. I talked a lot because Cheeky was going in, and my brain, I had to get it out. I mean, I'm sorry.
No. I want y'all to talk because I want to hear what you're thinking. Because I mean, it's a real thing. But listen,
I have a different view.
at no point in time in your life are you gonna have it all together. But it's one part that I want to tell y'all that y'all seem like y'all really are missing, and it's such a simple thing, is that you control this thing. You control your life. You control the marriage. I'm not saying you're in control. I'm saying you're controlling it. So whatever you want your marriage to be, it can be just that. All you got to do is do that. And you can work at doing that. And no time can I keep you from doing what it is you want to do. So if you want an outstanding marriage with an outstanding woman, you be that example for that woman. And I promise you, if you found her and she's that willing woman, she will do exactly what you want her to do. She will adapt to you. She will adjust to you. She's not going to be perfect because you're not, but she will do exactly what you want her to do. But she's got to grow up too. It's all about growing pains. And remember, marriage is forever. So if you go in with the right concept that marriage is forever, and this is what I make it, then you will do just that. You will make it that. And it's whatever you want it to be. I want my marriage to be chaotic. Go out and stay all night with the boys. Go take some trips and spend all the money. Go gambling and spend too much money. Then you will have that chaotic marriage that you're looking for. If you want your wife to love you and you want your wife to submit to you and make sure that she's catering to you, she's encouraging you, love her. Love her the way Corinthians says love her, and she will do just that. You don't have to ask any questions. You got to be the example of what you want. And it's not even subjective. If you're the example of what you want and she's just not get it, if she just can't get it for whatever reason, that means we messed up in the beginning. We did. We messed up in the beginning. I get it. We might need a do-over. I get it. But you got to pay attention. You got to pay attention. You can't pretend that she was the right one because she looked a certain way or she moved a certain way. Then 10 years down the road, realize that she was doing that same, I'm going to use your word, shit she was doing 10 years ago. And you just overlooked it because a woman at 25 looks a whole lot different than a woman at 35 after kids.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you. And guess what? Guess what I'm trying to say to you? It all requires you to grow. The requirement is wisdom. After a certain time, you're not going to have that same 25-year-old mind at 35. So things change. But note what I'm saying. Pay attention. And it's what you make it. It is what you make it. It seems like y'all act like somebody going to come in from outer space and be like, dum, 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 dum. This is what you need to do. Just
that is so not fair. That is not a fair assessment.
It's exactly what you're saying. What if she changes and decides to take the kids? What if she, come on, what are you talking about?
Hold on.
You're the head.
I have it. I have what the issue is. And y'all probably haven't heard this perspective, right?
Hold on for a minute, Aaron. We got some women. Hold on. Did I see a woman? Cam? Did I hear? Okay, we're going to drop the link. I think we got some women that are getting ready to grace us. Thank you. Thank you very much. But go ahead with that thought, Aaron. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The issue that I see is this, right? Most people under a certain age have been taught that men and women are equal. They are not raised with gender roles. Yes, they are not raised with gender roles. They're taught to see men and women as equals, right? So there's a competitive landscape when that exists, right? And then as you get older, you find out, oh no, we're supposed to have gender roles. Men and women are not equal. You have to reprogram yourself, and it's a difficult thing to do on the fly. So now, also, you don't really get to make experiences unless you're flying. That's the only time it's acceptable to have different experiences because you got to figure it out. But before that, no failing. You shouldn't have done that. No, you can't fail. So when you try to read data so you don't fail, you make decisions about data, right? So it's a combination of all of those things combined, right? So when you think about it like that, right, you're competing, and then you have to literally, then men find out as they get older, oh, women, y'all don't, like, in my estimation, women don't want fair, they want their lick back. So what does that mean? Women are not running down Oprah's neck and say, get married. And then you don't need a prenup because, I mean, you love Stedman. They're not doing that for a reason, right?
We don't care.
There's a reason why I'm saying that, because men have found out they were supposed to, men have thought we were supposed to be equal, right? So we grow up thinking this way. We're not growing up with gender roles currently, is the point that I'm making. It's being indistinguishable. So then as we get older and we're taught, hey, we need to switch this and do things differently, and then we see the same women that we were taught to see as equals, then they say things like this. Well, I do want the same thing as you do, but I want you to pay for everything. You should be able to pay for everything. And then the man goes, well, how about you pay for everything? No, that's not what a man would do. Then we go, oh, there are roles. Oh,
But
there
Aaron,
are differences.
oh, listen, we're declaring this today. This is coming from a woman. We are not equal. Men, you are the leader. Men, you are the coverings. Men, you are the head of the household. I am charging you with it. If you don't want it, then say you don't want it. But if you want it, walk it out. So I'm charging you with it today. So we don't
SB,
wait a minute.
SB, come on, man.
We don't
I
ever
can't
have
do
to
this,
have this
man. I
conversation
can't.
again.
Yo,
Listen,
this is so gaslighting. This is crazy.
listen to what I'm saying. We never have to have this conversation again. Now, if you got to tell your woman this, remember what I said. We don't all have it together at all times, but if she's willing to hear, if she's a willing woman and she's willing to listen to what you're saying, then I would say, and I may be going out on a limb to say this, she's a good one. We are not going to have it all together. That's why we need you all to lead us. Will y'all please get that? Can y'all understand that? We're talking about real marriages, right? We're not talking about divorce. We're talking about real marriage, right?
Security boss.
Yes, sir.
SB, I get it, man.
You're saying something that is incomprehensible to bastards and those who don't have daddies. You're talking to a generation of lost souls, expecting them to figure it out. And you're asking the men to not be logical and put our faith in a God that most people don't even believe in. Put our faith in a human being that's super emotional, and say that nothing is going to change and everything's going to be all right if you're just the leader.
No, I didn't say that.
No.
I said
everything
could change.
You said, men, you're the one steering the ship. I agree with that, but I have a father. I've seen him mess up on one marriage, and I've seen him in another one. So I understand that perspective. But you have got to understand that these men and women out here are nuts. No way. There's no way you're expecting me. There's no way I'm looking at these stats and then going, well, I think I'm going to be a smarty pants and marry her. You're stupid. You sound dumb. And I'm the one who thinks that marriage is okay because I've seen it.
No, listen. Don't do it.
No. See, security boss, I'm no longer speaking to you now. Now I'm speaking to the women. Now I'm speaking to the women that are out here saying men are scary. Men are dumb. Men are scary for a good reason because y'all are terribly scary people. You want to know why? Because you have a system to back you up. You have your emotions to back you up. You have everything. Let me ask y'all a question. How about this?
No, you asked me the question. Me and you talking.
No. Let me ask the women. I'm talking to the women. So you're included. Let me ask the women on the panel this question: what do you have to lose in a divorce? Tangible things.
Can I answer?
Sure.
Everything that I've invested as an asset to my husband, I have a chance to lose. Everything that he has, I have to lose it. Everything. We want to give me
Wait.
dollar amounts. I'm not gonna give you dollar amounts, but this house that I live in, if I decide to leave it and give it to him, I'll be walking away from it. Those
Oh, so
cars,
you gonna give it to him?
he can have it. I don't care nothing about it. I can get another house. I'm
Oh,
gonna
you
care
okay? Well, you
nothing.
rare security boss. Let me. Okay, hypergamy don't exist for you, but for most women it
No,
do.
it's not. It has nothing to do with this. It has nothing to do with that. It's the fact of the matter. If I'm going to be done with my husband, and I'm saying my marriage is over, it's over, and I want my peace, I'll walk away. I'm just that hole in my decisions. Let's just say that.
Okay.
Because my marriage is not based on material things. My husband was a man when he was broke. So him having this house, okay, I do live in a rather large house. Us having cars and a business did not change the way I thought about the man. I would go homeless with the man. So see, none of that matters.
No, it does. Security boss, I think
We're
it
talking
does.
about me now. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about me.
All right, that's what I'm saying. I think it does matter. All of those things matter, and that is what men are
You
looking
think-
for. But
You
do
think most
we
women
think
will
that?
go
Do we think
homeless
that?
with their husband
Now that's the
and
question.
stick it out?
I would be
No,
homeless.
I said, do you think most women would go homeless security boss with their husband and stick it out?
I can't speak
They
for
don't even
most.
do that
No.
with their
Answer
baby
that.
daddy.
Answer that, please.
I'm finna speak. I just told you.
They
I
don't
cannot
understand
speak
men
for
with
most
money
women.
right now.
But what I can tell you is if y'all build this type of relationship with the right woman, and it ain't gonna be easy.
Oh my God.
You don't
Security
want
boss,
the
it's
job.
always
Y'all really missing her point. What she trying to tell y'all?
You don't want the job. You don't
Guys,
want the
y'all
job.
missing
No, we
her
don't
point.
want
What she
that
trying
job
to
because you
tell
got
y'all,
terrible ass
brother?
employees. What kind of job? I don't want to work at McDonald's if I know I can be
No,
Jeff
what she's trying to tell y'all.
McDonald's, bro.
What she's trying to tell y'all
I don't know
that.
what you talking about.
Let me put it this way, from a different point of view. Why is it that some dudes, when they have a affair on their wives, and those wives still don't leave that man? Because despite what he did to, despite what it is, he is still that guy.
What
He
year
built
was
a
he born?
foundation for them, despite what he did to her. That's what security boss is trying to tell you. If you that guy that built that foundation for your relationship and everything, she's not going to leave you.
What's
And
his daddy's name?
if y'all do divorce, she gonna feel like it's more in pain. That way, she'll fight to try to make it work than you would.
What year are they born? And what's his daddy's name?
As much
Hold on for a minute.
as we
Let me,
want to,
hold on for a minute. Hold on a minute. Sway, hold on for a
Y'all
minute.
young boys, man, for real, y'all young men, y'all really need to.
Male.
y'all young men,
Male.
y'all ass better get
Male.
debunked.
Yeah, I
Wait,
ain't talking.
Male. Hold on for 1 second.
Yeah.
I just want to say hello to everybody that just entered into the chat. Bolo, how are you? Jedi, Pink, hello, how are you all? And just one moment, we're gonna let all of y'all. Black man, I just saw you. Oh, how you doing, black man? So, and Cam, you up there too. So, in a minute, y'all don't know how we're gonna do this because it's a whole lot of y'all here. And then we got the little cheeky up in the corner up there. He just can't believe that women can be that good.
No. Don't do that to me, SB.
Come on.
Look, here's what I'm saying. Wait, real quick. I promise you, I'm gonna go.
Okay, but wait a minute.
Somebody just said.
Hold a second. Hold on 1 second. I think I had a super chat, but I don't know where it is right now. But forgive me, I will try to find it. And when I do, we got a whole lot of money lines today. Look at all these. Look at these. Here we go. Aaron, thank you so much. It says you are rare as the 80% of women ignore those. All right, AL, you supposed to be on my side, and I'm not. You're not helping me out right now. But okay, so Chicky, you want to go now, and right after you would be Bolo.
Okay. For example, somebody said, this is going to be stupid.
Ladies and gentlemen, the show about to take a turn.
Somebody just said Jesus was broke, but he wasn't married. What are we talking about?
That is the concept.
Somebody said Jesus was broke, and guess what? No, ain't no woman want him.
I wouldn't go that far. I don't know about those things.
Okay. Keep watch people's feet.
Can I say
You
something
need to chill
before
out, Chicky.
Bolo
You ain't
go?
watching feet.
We'll just go into the sermon.
What you don't know what Bolo get ready to say, Sway?
I'm just joking.
Put him on the bottom.
For that, you hold that thought. Bolo, go ahead. Hold your thought. Go ahead.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's doing well.
We are.
Yes, sir. Good seeing you.
Man, Bolo, what's good?
Cheeky, what's the deal, yo? You know what's killing me? What's killing me right now is I don't have to find most women, man. All I got to do is find one. You know, you keep saying most women, most women, most women. Most. You know what I'm saying? So if we go with what you're saying, cool. Most women are for the streets. Most men are for the streets. So we got that. So the point of the matter is this. Let's not even bring God into it. Let's take him out. If you are a man that's
Thank
on
you.
his square, on his understanding, you're intentional in what you do, you know what your worth is. There's a standard that you're going to have. Your vibe attracts your tribe. So when you run into these women that are for the streets, the most, whatever that percentage might be, you're not going to entertain them. The problem is us as men and women also too, we're impatient. We don't want to wait for that man or that woman that is for us. We don't want to sit down and have our standard be met. What we do is we look at that woman's fat ass and we say, I want her and I'm going to bag her up because I don't think I can bag up a dime piece. I got one. And all the standards that you have go out the window.
Amen, brother.
Hold on, let me finish. We keep talking about, all these women do things. I understand that the system, this is what I would suggest with men. And I was having this conversation with my brother that when we're talking about prenups, a prenup is already done for a woman. That's the system. We get it. So I would suggest every man have a prenup because when you go into the system, because it is heavily weighted on the woman, it's like she has a prenup already. So we're not going into this blindly. What I'm saying is when you do your best, when you know that you got a diamond worth $10 million, you have to do the math to make sure that it's worth what you're saying. The cut, the clarity, all these different things. And as soon as you know what it's worth, you go out there and you demand the value of that diamond that you did the homework on. So when you as a man know what you're worth, you demand your value. So I am not going to lower my stock for a chick that can't match my fly, period. All you do is complaining about these chicks out here. You're the ones picking them. It's mind-boggling me. You're the ones picking them. They're not laying you down and raping you. You're making the conscious decision.
Don't say the R word.
Hold on. You're making a conscious decision to pick these shorties, and they're not the right ones. We're not saying that women don't have flaws. You got to show me a woman that came in a relationship that you've been married for 5 years, and she just changes overnight. Where does that happen?
It happens a lot. I'm glad I'm here, Bolo. I'm here now. I'm here today. Yeah, I'm here.
Always
I'm here.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, it happens.
Hold on.
Yes.
Who's that talking? Is that Black Man?
Black, yes,
Money
ma'am.
line.
I'm in, yes.
Hold on. Where did Sway go? Sway, where are you? Sway.
So the point that I'm making.
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead and get done.
Thank you, Don. The point that I'm making is this. If we go with the numbers, it ain't a high number of women that are in a relationship for 10 years and just flip the script. So don't make that your narrative to say that this is what most of the women that are doing in marriages for 10 years.
Okay, and don't make it your narrative to say most men are for the street because that's been proven wrong too.
Wait a minute. Order.
Black Man.
Bolo, please
Wait a
finish.
minute. Black
I'm
Man.
sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Bolo, please go on.
Black Man, hold your thought and don't forget it. Bolo,
if a situation happens where let's flip it. If a situation happens where a man was a good man and he turns left after 10 years of marriage, something happened. Something happened for him to do that. Something happened for him to change what his normal routine is to do something different. As a wife, you rally around your husband and find out where that change happened. It's the same thing with the wife. So if you're going to go with the narrative that out of 100%, 70%, or whatever the number you're going to conflate and say that this is what happens in relationships, I'm not telling you that it doesn't happen. I'm not saying that a woman just can't one day wake up and flip the script. What I'm saying to you is that's not a majority. It's not a majority. And there's no statistic that you're going to bring out that's going to say that it is. So the point that I'm making is this. If you make an earnest decision to pick a chick and take your time and be patient with her, I guarantee you all those red flags that are there that you'll see 2 years from now after you done gave her two children, you'll see it from the beginning. I'll land my plane.
All right. So, Bolo, hold on for a minute. Robbie, thank you so much for being here. Can you show us your face really quick in the back? And then you can go back to your avatar. We just need to make sure you're who you say you are. And thank you for being here, Robbie. Okay, so Sway, can you, black man, don't forget, Sway, can you go ahead and say what you're going to say, sir? No.
I can't. It's just, I just don't like when, people start preaching about how, is this way and it's simple. And if you do this, you'll get the outcomes and yada, yada, yada. It's like we can simplify it as much as we want, but in the same breath, we can say, okay, to be the epitome of health, go to the gym and eat right. Why don't most people do that?
It's hard.
Because it's hard.
Yeah.
Okay. So as much as we want to say is just do this and you'll get the outcomes, it ain't as simple as, oh, be on your square, better right, and blah, blah, blah. Like most men don't even meet the standards that most women want. And so when we're saying be this guy, most guys can't be this guy where he can have an abundance of options that he can go through and pick and choose and throw left and right and say these red flags, I can just say, they don't matter. You know what I mean? Or they have to actually matter to them because they have enough options where they don't have to deal with it. But that's what I'm saying. Like, we can simplify it as much as we want. She changes. Oh, how does she just change? It happens every day. Why did she just fuck my brother? Why did she just fuck my best friend? Why did the postman? What did I do? I'm paying all the bills. I'm there for the kids. What is it? And it just happens. As much as we want to simplify it, it's not as easy as we're trying to make it sound, that if you do these certain things that you'll get the outcomes.
Well, can I respond?
Hold on, Bolo. Let me say this one thing to him. Sway, the one thing that I said to you that I still think that you're missing, it's not that life doesn't happen, is that you still control it. I said to you, the one thing I told you have to know is that it is what you make it. So if it's something that you don't want to do, then you don't do it. And that is that simple. It's totally up to you is what you make it. You're not in control of it. You can't control life, but you can actually control what you do about it. You can actually control how you make it. Whatever you decide to do, however it comes to you, you can say, listen, this could be easy or it could be hard. It's all about you, but you can stand on the sideline and be like, well, I ain't going to touch that because it might fall apart. Or you can jump in and be like, you know what, this could fall apart, but I'm enjoy it while I'm here. It's still all up to you. I just don't want you to think that it's somebody else dictating it for you.
Oh no, I agree with you, security boss. It is always up to us, and this is the exact same reason why most men don't want to get married.
Well, I can agree with that then.
So
it is up to us.
It's so crazy because the thing is, right?
Because as much as we want to not acknowledge the experiences of past men and the stories and the stats and all the stats that we quote unquote shouldn't look at, as much as we are making the choice to say, fuck that. I'm not marrying in the United States, at least under the government or Western society, wherever the rules don't even give me a fighting chance. I'm not doing it. And that's
okay, but the thing is about those stats, you don't know the circumstances are behind them. So you just, again, remember I said you don't know the circumstances, but you can, I don't know, but whatever created,
I know,
but you can create your own circumstance. Well, maybe so. I'm not.
I know the number one circumstances is irreconcilable differences or whatever. Okay, and then the other ones are cheating or something like that. The second one is financial. I think the third one is infidelity. So it's like I know some of the reasons. A lot of the times is BS reasons.
Big sway.
Feelings based.
Bolo, answer that really quick. We're gonna go up to.
Yeah. I promise I'll be quick. Nothing in life is easy.
Okay.
It always sounds easier than what it's said. That's the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be easier said than done. So nothing that we say is easy. It wasn't easy for me to get to 26 years with my wife, bro. It was fighting. Yeah, brother. I had to grow. I learned. We made mistakes. We did our thing. Nothing is easy. To get to where you need to be financially, it wasn't easy. To get to where you need to be as a man, it wasn't easy. So damn sure it's not going to be easy in your marriage. You have to understand that, but it starts with you. Again, I'm not saying to you that it's going to be 100%, roses and flower beds. Not at all. But it would help a whole lot for you to understand what you want and be intentional and have standards. Right now, if your love is to go to Thailand and find yourself a woman, go to Thailand. I don't care where you go. Wherever your love takes you, it can take you to Jupiter. Go. All I want you to do is be the best man that you can be, so that when you find that wife, she finds a good husband. That's it.
All right, very good. Let's do this. Let's do this super chat. So y'all know what happens when we do the super chat. It's time to breathe, y'all. Michael Richardson, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, Cheeky, this is for you. I was born in 1967. I'm 55 years old, and my father passed away when I was 3 years old. My mother raised me to be a great man, a great man. I am married and I take care of my family 100%. And you get the money line.
Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline.
Yeah. You know what? Y'all about to be a little two in the middle right there, about to be a little sad. Okay, so
I'm lit.
anyway, let's see, Kim. Thank you so much for being here. I thought you were busy.
I mean I am, but I have a question for the men. So we all know that realistically we have to, work together because we all have flaws and things like that, right? So being that you will date and marry a modern woman, right? What are your minimal qualifications, like your top 3 things that the woman has to have in order for you to want to work with her?
Are you kicking security boss or?
Yeah.
Oh no, she said this was for you all, the men.
No, did you want order order of people, or do you want to go ahead?
We're trying to keep it organized. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all.
We're trying to respect the platform, even if it's blood boiling and it's just but
gaslighting.
Cool. Gaslighting.
No, that's a good question.
Cool.
That's a good question.
I just gave y'all the money line song. Everybody should be good now. I told y'all to breathe.
We good. We
good.
good.
I'm feeling good.
All right, so listen, Cheeky, go ahead and answer that question first, then Sway, then Jedi, and any other men that want to. Y'all are older men, so y'all, it's just these 3 right here. I would think that would be addressing that. So go ahead, sir.
Okay, so the first thing is would like for her to come from a 2-parent household with a strong father figure, so she knows how that looks and what that looks like, so there's no confusion. I'd like for us to agree on spiritual things. I would like for us to agree on those pillars, like what our values, what do we believe. I'm not big into politics, but if I had concern, what is your mindset on how you operate and move within the society? What do you think? What did your family instill with you? Or do you understand what it means for a man to lead? You understand how to be quiet? Do you understand how to help? Do you understand do you know how to be a woman? Were you raised to be a wife? That'd be great. And then the third thing would be willingness to change.
You need a boom for that. Can I get him a explosion? And I like that. That's it right there.
That's it. I'm not asking for perfection, just progress. I understand, right? So y'all may have it confused, right? Because of my expressions and my stance on marriage. I believe in women. I have hope in women. I really do. I'm not pessimistic. I don't hate women. I just know y'all nature because I dealt with y'all and I understand it's work, right? And I'm not mad at work. That's not an issue. As a man, I've had to do it quite some time in my life. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't be here where I'm at if I didn't work. But sometimes I'm tired.
Listen, brother.
But Jesus Christ, man, can a brother be tired? And then
you're entitled to be tired. That's when we come and rub your head and your back and take off your boots.
Security boss, that's what you do.
Take off your keys and relax your feet.
All right, that's what you do, security boss. Where's Mr. Boss at?
I told you, security boss.
I'm sure you have a woman that is, catering.
And you know what? And you know what?
She's rubbing your feet right now.
No, she not. Because if that was the case, I wouldn't be on this panel. All right, I'd be asleep somewhere. All right, nap time. All right. All I'm saying is, it makes sense. All right. Here's the thing that confuses young men. Older men will go, y'all need to listen to us. Y'all need to be wise and listen to what's going on. Listen. Don't make the same mistakes we make. And then we looking at y'all divorced and broken up and terribly and broken, dusty. and then we go, we don't want that.
Wait. Okay, I just
That's
want
all.
They're telling you to listen to them because they're in a bad space.
just the minimal qualifications, because we all have to give and take here.
I got my 3. I'm done.
All right, Sway, go ahead and give us your 3.
I want to start by saying I agree wholeheartedly with what Chiki said. I'm not going to use those same 3 to the same type of soy, but I agree with what he said in those 3. I would use 3 different ones. She has to be able to take a joke, critically think. That doesn't mean you have to be a college graduate. You just got to be able to think outside of your emotions. And I guess I don't think Chiki said fit. Let's just say fit. I don't want a chick that weighs more than me.
Okay.
And I don't weigh. I'm about $175 now, but get $180 depending on how much food I ate. But I don't want my anywhere close to my weight, especially if she ain't got no kids and no age on her. I'm only 23, so that don't make sense.
Good. I'm happy you said that, because I think a lot of people do need to hear that. But also, what Chiki said, like the last thing, like willingness to change. She just that the other day, like maybe even yesterday. But I think that women think that they do change, like they think that they are willing to change until their man tells them the truth, and then they want to be like, oh well, no, I don't do that. That's not me. They don't even listen. So like, I think they have to listen first, and then they can or be willing to change.
You took one of mine out, so.
But you know what, though, to add to that, sometimes I don't think they even know how big of a sacrifice they have to make to be willing to change. But that's all about being in that relationship to marriage, though. That's what you call a marriage relationship. It's all about sacrifice. It's no longer about the one individual. But listen, guys, before you go, Jedi, let's do this super chat. And it's from Gia. Gia, thank you so much for your $9.99 super chat. She says, worked in a family law firm. So many women coming to file for divorce because their husbands cheated and came and gave them an STD. But of course, no women going to put that in the public records. Okay.
So no facts on it is what she's saying? There's no facts on that?
No, she's saying nobody's going to publicize the fact that the husband gave him an STD. Nobody's
so there's no facts on that, because
they do it on social media all the time.
Well, she says the facts are in the dissolution of the marriage.
But the craziest thing,
but anyway,
that's cool. Look, I'm not mad. Yeah, we're not on that.
Let's stay right there.
Because I want to
we're gonna do the next one though. We got Gia also. I think I have another super chat. Y'all listen. We got another $9.99 super chat. We're gonna have to do one money line song for all 3 of these. It's more important that I read the comments, I believe, than to do 3 money line songs. Or are y'all willing to really shake your shoulders? Tell me how y'all.
They're not shaking.
We willing to shake
These
our
are masculine men.
Okay, well y'all get the money line. All right then. Let's see how you do it. Breathe while you're at it, so you can breathe. There you go.
Come on, Cheeky.
Cheeky. Thank you so much, Gia. Let's do the next super chat before we get. Listen, Jedi, do not forget your thought. Hold on to your thoughts. Let's see who it was. It was the narc in ARC perspective. He says they have deceived us brothers so much that we take women with multiple bodies and think it's a blessing to have her. She's literally been flipped. Flipped what? Hold on. Flipped more than fried bologna. Brothers need to wake up. Woo! Y'all heard that right. The narc is waking y'all up. Thank you so much for your $10 super chat.
Give me mine. Going up, need no decline. Money line. I'ma run it every time. Give me mine. Going up, need no decline.
Yeah.
And flipped again, and flipped again.
The narc. What is wrong with fried bologna?
Nothing.
I just don't like penis in it.
It look like fried bologna. That's what he's saying. It looks like fried bologna.
Wait a minute, Chicken. Don't even say it again. Don't you do it. Don't worry.
Cam, what you cooking?
I heard you.
What you
Cam
say?
cooking.
I'm actually baking bread, so I'm just checking on it.
I think we have
how many women bake bread? I'm about to get my chaotic vibes. And how many
My wife do.
How many?
Black
My
Just
wife eat
pleasant.
bread.
women
Just
cook
pleasant.
bread, just
Just
bread
Let's
pleasant.
cooking
let's
How
not
bread
many
go on a
women do
nowadays.
you know
tangent.
that's just
Brussels,
Let's
pleasant?
not go
fresh
on a
baked
tangent.
bread. Okay,
Order.
I'm Italian. I
Order.
love fresh bread.
Snuggles, I didn't do Snuggles. Snuggles, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. Is in your culture, okay. Is cooking and cleaning part of the women's job? And what, hold on. And what do you all consider to be part of a man's job? Okay.
We
All
ain't
right.
gotta do
Thank you
nothing.
so
We
much,
clean.
Snuggles, for
We
your
just don't do
$5
nothing.
Thank you so much for your
What?
$5 super chat. But okay, wait a minute. We had another one. Snuggles, thank you for your $2 super chat. People don't dance no more. All they do is this. What is this?
That's a goodie, Mom.
I was with you until then. Okay, so Jedi. So Jedi, we're gonna leave Jedi and then Hink. I think Hink. Black man, you were next after Jedi, I believe.
I was after
Mhm.
Jedi.
But before Jedi, okay, go ahead. 1 second.
Hey, you know, you know, BETA,
Hey, yeah.
IGMA, Barbados Secret.
All right, that was for you, Jedi. All about you.
Yes. I know. Where'd that come from?
You know where that come from. But
Yeah, I
okay,
got you.
okay, so let's get back to it. Now tell us, answer Cam's question about those 3 things that you really want your modern woman to bring to the table. I think it was something like that.
Obviously, it's the point of willingness to change. You made one word that said about making sacrifices, right? Because I think that today, day and age, at least in our generation, I guess in Cheeky's and ours, is like the thing is that we want to have all these aspirations, but yet we're not willing to have sacrifices to achieve those things we aspire to have, right? Secondly, is about boundaries, right? Are you able to respect my boundaries as a man in terms of things that my morals, my principles? Because I said I live by a principle saying no woman is above my principles. So if she tried to compromise that for me, and that's helping me be keeping me my center, my frame as a man in terms of my morals and what I stand for, and she come and try to compromise that, then like no. So that's why I'm saying respecting my boundaries. Lastly, with really is communication, right? In terms of me having a way that when we're having issues or problems, are you willingness to have willingness to listen, willingness to actually step back and actually be transparent what you might be communicating with me or how you feeling, and also communicating me when people are getting in your ear, for i.e. your girlfriends, which goes back to the whole thing about sacrifices.
Very good, very good. Okay, so
I'll be quick.
I think.
What?
We got one more super chat we gotta do. Okay, so the Narc perspective says we're the only culture that values making it through hard marriages like it's a badge of honor.
I don't know about that.
But you still get the money line song. He's about to get another kind of song.
I'ma run it every time. Give me mine. Going up, need no decline. Money line. I'ma run it every time.
Right above that.
Going up, need no decline.
So Drina Haven, hello, how are you? Thank you for being here at the show. This is the first time I've seen your name, and thank you so much for your $5 super chat. It says, I was married for 27 years. I'm 51 years old, and now I have no tolerance for hobo.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Homosexuals, men that live off of women, basically, is what he's trying to indicate. Well, of course not, because they shouldn't dare do that. Let me do my rundown really quickly. I'll be quick for Cam. So, go ahead, SB. I'm sorry.
No, I'm trying to think of where we were, because Black Man, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think it was your time, sir.
So let me go ahead and let this window up. I don't want the air to interfere with what I'm about to say here.
Please don't.
So let me say this. It's good to see the panel. Also good to see the security boss. It's good to be in your presence this evening. I want to go ahead and speak on. We have to be careful what we say. And when I say that, when I heard my brother Bolo speaking earlier, Bolo was speaking about, men are for the streets, and men, and most of the men are for the streets too. That is not true. Because I just got through watching an interview with Ayanla, and Ayanla Van Zant said in the interview, She said, women, we must close our legs and open our hearts. And if we close our legs, then we won't have to worry about adoption agencies. We won't have to worry about those A-word clinics being opened or closed or having laws changed or flipped, because we'll take responsibility for ourselves. She said, now, our black brothers, they're getting it together. They're graduating more. They're not going to jail as much as they used to. Black men are becoming more educated. They're becoming more entrepreneurs. They're really putting in the work. And she said, black women, we were ahead of them. Now we have to catch back up. So if we go to the CDC says over 51% of black men are in their homes with their families, with their children. 51% of those men are taking care of their children. Black men are stepping up. But we've lost, we lose that narrative when we get into these conversations. We lose that narrative when we talk about these things, because we want to, and somewhat, this is no jab at anybody here, but I'm just saying we want to pander to the women that don't choose to do the right thing or don't want to do the right thing. And when they don't want to do the right thing and then they find themselves in a hole, men have a lot to lose. Yes, in marriage. Now, if you are marrying security boss, marry her today. But if you are marrying the modern day woman that you can lose everything, half of everything that you owe, or even if she gets in a bad situation and you do take the house and the car, guess what the government gonna say? Come here, sugar. We got a place for you. We're gonna give you housing, put you in a nice place. We're gonna help you pay for your car. We're gonna help you pay your lights. We're gonna help you with everything that you need. We're gonna give you food stamps. We'll help you find a job. Only one condition: that man that you're not good with anymore, we need you to put him on child support. I don't care if he's paying you, taking care of the kid or not. We need to destroy him for you to live better. Do you agree? So we have to understand where we are in the times that we're in right now. And I understand, some of the guys, when they're saying the things that they're saying, and there's the fear of wanting to be, they want to be married, but they're not. I know, and also speaking of something BOLO said, how many women just wake up in the morning and do that? I know a good guy. Right now, I call my brother that just went through this same situation. Good guy. I mean, a guy that's not meet a girl. It's not about the sex. It's about spending time, getting to know each other, getting on each other's mental level. And one day she just call him up and say, "Hey, listen, it's over." A good guy. And this happens to a lot of good guys, because you know what? Good guys finish last.
How long was she with him?
Bernard Riley? Huh?
How long was she with him?
Yeah. How long were they in the relationship?
I don't want to get too much into I just want to surface that conversation. Not, I don't want to get into too much of their business. But
let me comment to this black man and to BOLO, both of you all. Both of y'all made very valid points. Black men, there are a lot of good men that are very, very much, very well stepping up right now, and they're on it. And that is so true. But there are some black men, obviously, that are still out here having sex with women and impregnating them, and the women are going on the system, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's still going on. And we all call them pookie.
I agree.
It's just a known fact. There are some.
I agree.
Huh?
I said I agree. There are men skeeting in trash cans. They need to stop.
Black man, can you turn your speaker down a little bit? Or mute yourself out. Can you hear? You can hear me. But anyway, what I'm saying is this. There's work that's needed to be done on both sides. Okay. And if we can't blame either side because of an experience that we have and that we know of, because it's happening on both sides. We all are messing up on both sides. So that's what we're supposed to be here for. Black men, we need to give the examples to our black men of black men that are successful and doing the right things. And that's what you're doing. The man of God, you're giving the examples of men behind you that this is how men are supposed to walk this thing out. Me, I'm a woman. I'm supposed to be giving the example to women that, this is how it's supposed to be done if you're in a marriage relationship. Now, what we can all agree on is that the women are quite a little bit more stubborn than the men. And I am going to say that loudly. Women are a bit more stubborn. They don't want to hear as easily as the men do. So we continue to set these examples. Now, there are some black women that will just not get it. They don't seem like they even care about it, don't want to care about it. For me, that would be a red flag to the men who are trying to turn their life around. And that's what we need. We need the red flags. All won't get it, but that's about all we can do about it. We can't keep going back there. We got to keep moving forward and being the examples and empowering and showing value to the men that are here, that need to show that we need to let them know that you are valuable, because that's what's missing. The men over the years black men over the years have not been valued. And I'm here to tell you guys, you all are very valuable. So that's going to be my concentration. And I need that to be everybody's concentration. Let's make sure that we're telling the young men behind us, me being older, that you guys are valuable. And we got to make sure you all know that you're valuable. And this is something you want, you can do it. It's all about you. It ain't depending on what that woman is doing. I really want you all to get to the point where y'all are very, very dismissive to these women, and what they do negatively doesn't affect you. The show is about, yesterday I got 100+ negative comments on Instagram because I said single mama. So we already know they up 10 octaves, and it might take a whole lot to bring them down, but that's not our job to do. We still have to continue to feed into what we know is good. And if men are winning right now, and we still need to show you all that your value is not in these women, it's in you, then that's what we need to do. And that's just about simple as it gets. And Bolo, I'm saying that to you because I think that might be a little bit along with what you're trying to say. And then black men, I'm saying that to you too. It's time to be dismissive to the bad behavior. Let's don't give it any more power. Who cares what they're doing?
That's always been my message. The message that I'm pushing is this: we both bring dysfunction to the table, right? Let's just get this together. Men, know what your value is. Know that you are valuable. Know that you are loved. Know that you are important, and know that it starts with you. That's always been my mantra, and it's never going to stop. It's never going to stop. However, we have to understand that if we're talking, we have to, and another thing, we have to understand that as OGs, we need to understand that these young men have a lot to teach us as OGs. These young men got a lot of knowledge that we lost because we didn't have the information that these young men, the Cheekies, the Jedi Mikes, the Aarons, and all these guys, they got a lot of information. So we have to humble ourselves to be able to take the advice and the understanding that these young men have. However, it's always been about, if we continue poking the bear, we can't teach it. You know what I'm saying? So that's always been my mantra. Yeah, okay, so we understand what the issue is. Let's start working on the solution. We've been talking about the issue for the last 10 months, and we've gotten nowhere. So exactly what Security Boss is saying, I echo totally. Let's start dealing with the solution and get us from point A to point B at least.
Okay, so listen, Black Man and Bolo, I would love to have a chance to talk to you both on my show, and we can just figure out how we can put a plan together so we can, empower these men, because that's where it's at right now. I'm not saying we're going to leave the women behind, but I'm continue to set that example and allow the ones that want to hear to come in here. We're still going to do the standard, and all the information is going to be there for them, and we're going to be there with information if they want to seek it out. But I've already tried the conversations going over in today's spots, and it's not very well received. So, I have to come on back over here and just say, okay, I'll take my time. I'm good with that. But
hey, can I say something about the standard?
Hold on 1 second. Because Hink, you've been up there quiet for a very long time. Do you have something? I'm sorry.
Aaron also wanted to say his three as well.
Aaron is close. Aaron, you want to say your three? What?
Aaron, three.
Aaron don't count.
Well, I was gonna be quick though, but I mean, look, I got time.
Aaron, you don't count. You're gonna close the show out with me. So stay right there. Hink, go ahead, sir. Did you have something you wanted to add to this?
Hey man, it's just crazy. It's too many options out here. What is it? I don't know what stage all y'all guys in, but it's probably 10-1 more than likely, I'm sure, right? You got too many options, man. You have too many options. So man, stop falling in love with these tack heads, these chicken heads. Man, stop falling in love with them tack heads, man. Just because she could throw her ass back good, don't fall in love with it. Just because she squirts, don't fall in love with it.
No,
I promise you, it's not worth it.
Tell them, leave her in the restaurant.
Man, leave them there. The hell with them tack heads. Hey, Have conversations. If they not talking right, that lets you know where she stands. Leave her be. You ain't got to marry her. Marry her for what? You ain't gonna make it past the first date. Oh, damn, I know it. I'm dealing with it. I'm dealing with it. But look at it, man. Don't fall for that bullshit, man. If they talking crazy, hey guys, if I was y'all, truth be told, I get a more mature woman, 30 and over. I'm gonna look for one 30 and over. Anybody 29
Yeah.
under, I'm gonna give you time to grow up. I'm gonna give you time to mentally mature. Because it's obvious your mindsets ain't ready. You're talking crazy. You're talking like a teenage girl. I'm dealing with high school chicks. Nah, that ain't what you want. Don't get your 30-year-old woman, find it, know what she's talking about, got some sense about her, know where she's going. These young girls, it's not worth it, man. So when y'all
Yeah.
talk about prenup, a prenup's nice if you got what you got. But once you marry, anything y'all make on from there on in, prenup don't cover that bullshit. It doesn't. So you better come with your bag already if you're gonna get a prenup, or that prenup's all for nothing.
Lead
Hey,
attorney here.
do better, man. That's
Nah,
all I can tell you.
I
Man,
hear you,
protect
man.
yourself at all times. That's what I always tell you, every time. But get you a mature woman, man, that knows about her business. If she ain't, move on. Leave her ass at the restaurant.
Leave it at the rest. I'm telling you, I like that, Hank. I stole that from you, right? That's me that leaving it at the restaurant.
It's there for you, security boss, and anybody else who wants it. Thanks to my man Sage Lee.
Listen, you get an explosion for that. I like that. All right, Rick Judah, and then
Pause. Where my explosion? I thought I was getting some bombs.
If you're not Bolo, you don't get no bombs. Beef bombs for
I don't want
Bolo.
to be Bolo. I'm Mel. Bolo be Bolo. I'm Mel.
okay, let's just hold up. Okay, so Rick Judah,
I'm just
you're
messing
next,
with you. I'm
and
messing
then
with you.
Rob V, and then Mel. You might get a bomb before the night over with. So go ahead, Rick.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, and kind of just to kind of tailor the points that you have made, and Hank made, and Bolo said. Y'all pretty much all summed up Revelation 22:11. Let the unjust be unjust, the filthy be filthy. Leave them alone. Like a lot of times we want to deal with these people that ain't worth it. Like and that's why what Bolo was on point, by the way. Hey, he killed it. And he was explaining like we rush into a situation and then we try to take this woman to the next level who's not even worthy of that, who ain't even worthy of 10 seconds of conversation. And then you take her to a wife level, and then you like, these women are messed up. No, you're stupid. You made a foolish decision and you hurt yourself. Like sometimes we can accept self-inflicted wounds. We can't talk about women and accountability if us men can't say, you know what? I was moving like a simp. I was moving like a sucker. Like, and as men, we can all say we had to grow up. If we got to earn our value, as most of the people say in the manosphere space, we got to build our value. Then that means we got to build as a man and understand that we start off is pretty dang lowly. We not these strong men alphas that we got to become alpha. That's something you become. So you're gonna start off on that sucker simp level. And then the last thing I want to touch on, security boss, you said something about we got to have solutions, a standard. And the question is, I always ask is, what is the standard? I mean, I know the standard, but people reject the standard. Nobody has a standard they want to follow. Everybody says, well, I got my own beliefs and my own thing I want to do. All right, well, you got 50 different standards and you're never going to have anything right. Everybody's going to be confused.
Tune into May
Oh, you
26th.
just need to
No
stay
real
tuned.
relationships will
Yeah,
go.
stay tuned.
You need to stay tuned for May 22nd when the standard actually starts, and we will have a standard out there for you. Trust me.
Okay, I'm
It's an actual show that we have put together, and it's going to go over a 4-week span, and we're going to touch on several things that are very important to our millennials and the next generation, and it's going to be important. And I want you there to ask questions, all of you, everybody that's here now.
So the question with that, will there be will there be enforcement? Like there has to be that way where if y'all aren't with it, then y'all gotta step to the side. Is it going to be that kind of standard? I'm just curious.
No, but we hope that's the takeaway. You know what I mean? I mean, we're telling you how to win. If you don't, want this blueprint on how to win, then step to the side. We're gonna keep moving because this is the standard right here. But are we gonna be enforcing it? No. I mean, how can we enforce it? We trying to embrace everybody, because people learn at different paces. Everybody's not socially mature all the time. So, but once you plant the seed, then it might need to be somebody else to come behind you and water it. So hey, we good with that.
Yeah, so the ones that aren't as far along, shouldn't they humble themselves, sit back, and let the ones that's in the
You're
leading
asking for too much.
Shouldn't they be it? That's
I mean, we have not gotten that far, but
especially the younger ones. You know what I'm saying?
We're going to accept what you're saying. We just think that is just going to take. I'm thinking, and the young people that are working with me, I think it's just going to take off and just be exactly what it needs to be. Because the communications needs to happen. I mean, what are we really at odds for when we really want each other? That's really the case. So if we some kind of way bridge that gap, then we good. That's the beginning. So that's what the attempts are. Because guess what? If I gave you an example, ladies, of how a woman, wife, whatever, is supposed to carry herself, and she's speaking of the struggles she goes through to get here, and she can tell you how or where she gets her strength, and I'm just showing you this is it, and you gonna say, F her, she ain't this, she ain't that, then guess what? You ain't trying to be you're not trying to be that. That's good. I'm good with that. So it's no need for us to, we got to go on to the next one. But if it's something that you really want for your life and you want that type of change, then you'll tune in. You might not accept all of it, but then you might, you know what? I kind of like the way she did that. I kind of like what she's saying. I kind of, I can appreciate that. I might can do that. And then eventually maybe something will click, because your life will change. Because you know what? It's all about changing in you, because I can't change, I can't. It's all about you changing. Nobody else can do it for you. So. And Black Man actually is the person who gave me the standard, and it's going to be, I just appreciate him. So the title, the standard. So it is going to be excellent, and the people involved are the standard, and I'm letting them know y'all are very valuable. So, we're going to bring it to y'all coming soon. The 22nd is the first show. Raw B is next. Raw B, I had to leave you out here, girl, because I know you go bring it. What you got for us?
Listen. This has been an amazing conversation.
Thank you. I think.
Yes, no. Yes.
You would throw a wrench in something in a minute. I'd be like, there she go.
No, ma'am, not today.
That voice is soothing. Keep talking.
Thank you.
Oh,
but to the ladies in the audience, I'll say this. Men are having a hard time trusting who you are. So keep your cookies to yourself. Keep your goodies to yourself. Don't give them anything until they commit to you. Make them actually work and deserve it and earn it. I'm about to be doing a show this week on dating as a single parent. If you're a single mother, a man should know that you have kids, sure. But that man shouldn't know your kids. He shouldn't know your kids until he's ready to say, I do. Period. So you have to start protecting yourself. You have to start protecting your energy. You have to make men show you that they can provide for you, that they can protect you, that they're not just trying to smash and dash you or treat you like, something they can have for leftovers. Because if they can do it, then they will. You have to hold yourself to the utmost, because you have to protect you. It's not like anybody else is. And nobody owes you that either.
So, Rob, I got a couple of,
No, go ahead.
No, it was a buzz. Go ahead. No, you go ahead. It was a buzz in my ear. Go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of women that haven't been raised with their fathers. One thing my father always told me is, you don't just give a man trust. You make him show you that you can believe in him. Make these men show you that you can believe in them.
Well, someone asked the question, Robbie, should single women even date?
That depends on you. I mean, some people are hot in the pants and they got to do what they got to do. But, always protect yourself. But if you're able to keep yourself to yourself, then do so. Because you should be friends with people, really. Get to know a man. Get to know what's in his mind. Watch what he listens to, what he reads, how he moves, where he goes, what his friends do. And if you're not with it, then is that somebody you want to date? Is that somebody you want to fall into bed with? Probably not. Just take your time. I don't know.
All right. So did any one of you all have a question or comment for Robbie before I have mine?
I just disagree with the friendship part. be friends first because that never works out.
I
I
don't
disagree.
You,
disagree with that.
you don't need you like. I don't be friends with women that I want to interested in being in a relationship for. That's not my intentions. But I do get what she's saying though. I mean, she focused on telling the woman doing her part, so the men can do their part also too.
But
So
this is a thing.
oh,
I'm
I wanted you
sorry.
to make it a little bit more clear, so because I wasn't quite understanding. Okay, Mel, go back to the friend part. Say it again so I can understand what you're
But
saying. I'm
the,
not
the
quite.
friend part, yeah, that never works out. I mean, being friends first and then all of a sudden make a move later. No, like you should be making a move as soon as you see her right there. If you're interested, stop being afraid, make your move and take a chance. So like that, so no time or money. That's one thing a lot of men complain about is their time and their money being wasted. And you can waste a lot of time and money just being friends with a woman first, and then trying to think you can get your way in there. Because sometimes someone will see right through that or take advantage of you that way also too. You see a woman you're interested in, shoot your shot and stuff like that. But I do get what she's saying, on the woman part and everything. Don't open your legs for any dudes. Also, too, I'd say that to some females also too. Don't open your legs to any dudes like that. Also, too, protect yourself. Just I tell
To
you to
no
do
dude,
yourself too. Also,
no dude, not any, none. Don't open them to none unless they married,
This is
unless
the
that's your
thing,
husband.
though.
that's the whole thing about
This is
any
why.
dude. Yeah, certain dudes that's going to marry you. That's the one you open your legs to.
But this is the thing. A lot of people don't have successful relationships because they're not built on friendships. Because everybody wants to get to the business, get to the business, but nobody wants to actually get to know one another. I mean,
But why?
sex has become dispensable. It's
It's
become
casual.
microwavable.
You get like a
No, not
dollar meal
really.
at
No,
McDonald's.
females put a price on they on sexual gratification.
So
Wait a minute. You said females put a price on it?
Yep.
Yeah,
Explain
the
what you saying.
Brit,
That's true.
Well, put it this way: if you see on IG so much all the time, they try to charge dudes for even trying to send them DMs. That's why they got their Cash App on their profile so much like that.
On Tinder?
Tinder also too, social media. That's why I tell dudes like just like if you ever hear Alan Roger Curry he teaches you be indirect, be mode one, be straight direct. Sorry, not indirect. Be straight direct with women with your sexual intentions. That's why a lot of females actually like this mode one approach because most dudes lie to get sex to begin with. Be
Well,
straight,
she's telling you
be
what she
straight
is,
direct
though.
with your intentions already.
She's telling you what she is if she's doing that. She's telling you she's a hoe,
Bingo.
and you
Bingo.
treat her as such, but
Bingo.
you
exactly.
adjust
Say it again.
accordingly.
Gotta
And
go.
I said
but
she's telling
that's
you what
not
Gotta
she
go.
is.
that's not
If she,
What Rob B is saying. She's saying she's having a show on how women are not supposed to engage that way because
Yeah.
they do need to find value. In other words, and Rob B, this is how I speak. If a woman is a single woman, it all depends on the circumstance how she became single. But if it was a bad decision that was made, not the child, but the ordeal, or as far as having the sex and not having the two parents to raise the child, I think that is what we would call a single parent. If she's made that bad decision to do that, I think she needs an opportunity to say account for that. And now she's moving differently. And I think that's what Robbie is saying. Her show is going to be about how do you move differently because you don't want to have baby number two and not have that marriage relationship. And you can correct me if I was wrong with what you were saying.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. I think, regardless if a woman has baby number one, if a woman is single, she needs to have a friendship because that's the cornerstone of longevity in relationships. And, nowadays, every time you turn around, you're hearing people talk about something. I don't want to waste my money because I want the sex, because of the sex, the sex, the sex. Where's the love?
with
Where's
the
Mm.
the
sex, it comes
foundation?
with the sex. It comes with
No,
the
it
sex.
doesn't come with the sex. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you have to get the love first and then you get the sex. Because if you do have sex first and there is no love established, then people wind up emotionally confused, which is why a lot of women become super clingy after a sexual encounter. In their mind, you're
That's
together. In a
but,
dude's mind, he just smashed. You understand
but
what I'm
see,
saying? There's a
Roby,
disconnect.
but Roby, that's
What
why I
does
was saying.
love
yeah,
That's
mean?
why I was
that's
saying
what
What
that's
does
earlier,
what
Wait
Roby.
a minute,
what
People
does
hold on,
love
hold
lie.
on. Let Mel go
That's
ahead.
why I
Mel.
was saying earlier, people lie to each other about that. When dudes, most dudes do, is they be indirect with females lying to them with their intentions. That's why females are complaining. And for the dudes, they complain about wasting their time and money because, yes, some females actually would waste a dude's time and his money and his attention, whatever, because she's draining him of. She wants to have attention. She knows from the first 5 minutes she's not really interested in him like that. But being that he was generous the way he was, she's going to use that as his advantage. That's why I say, like, yo,
Okay, so that's what Bolo warned, not warned, but that was what Bolo was advising men of when he says just take your time.
Yeah, take your time when you dating with your attention. If you come to attention of actually being romantic with this woman, you need to let her know your intentions. Don't lie to her like, yo, I want to be in a relationship with you, and then you really did not. That's why females play the way they are.
But this is the
You know
thing.
why dudes do that also too, because they trying to prolong a no answer to when she already was not interested in you to begin with. But you put her on a high pedestal and thinking you're gonna change her mind. No, then you think talking about she playing you, but she was never interested in you to begin with.
So money
Yeah,
is
Mr.
equitable
Superboss.
to friendship
Move
for
on.
you.
I think what we're doing here, right? We're getting caught up with, what she said as far as being friends, right? Let's just change the verbiage. That time frame in between before. First of all, we're using sex for dating instead of using sex for commitment, right? So what I'm interpreting, what she's saying is that time between before you have sex and that time of you getting to know her. That's that courtship. That's that time when you put her through situations to see if this is the woman for you, and she puts you through situations to see if you're the man for her. This is where the questions is asked. This is where you guys spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically feel each other out. I think that's what she's talking about, that if you don't have that foundation where you know that this is what my intention and my focus and my direction is, your woman has to support your focus and your direction, my G. This is what men have to understand. When we're asking a woman to submit, understand what you're asking of her. You're asking her to give her life to you. That's what you're asking. She has every damn right to make sure that she's giving her life over to the right man. Because all of us that have daughters on this panel will say the same thing to our daughters. So don't make it a different law when we're going out there trying to find a woman. It's the same thing. The same way you want to make sure that if I'm going to cover you, and I'm going to pay for it, I'm going to provide and all that, I want to make sure that you're the right woman for me. So it's a vetting situation between the two. This is why courting is so important. This is why when you got to get to know the person you're going to be with, this is one of the most important decisions you're going to make in your life besides buying a home. This is the woman that you're going to marry. This is the man that you're going to marry, and y'all going to roll with each other forever, hopefully.
And see, this is actually the conundrum why our families are so broken now. Men want the intimate parts of the situation, and most often it seems like they don't want to do the work, because at the same time that they low-key want women to give it up, they also judge women that give it up. They also leave women that give it up with kids and then say that they're not worthy of marriage. How is a woman not worthy of marriage, but she was worthy for you to bust them cheeks? Like, what happened here? If I don't want to be with you past a interaction or an exchange, you can't touch my body. I'm worth too much.
Dearly beloved.
That's why I said you got to be straight direct with the person when you
$10.
Hey, sis on point. Hey.
All that's out on the table.
What
Love
you
you,
say, Aaron?
Robbie. Love you, Robbie.
I love you too.
There you go.
Welcome to the panel, Ravi.
Thank you. And that's how you dudes need to be feeling too. Like, ooh,
No,
I don't
we
want to
trying
be
to
with
make sure they
you.
feel that way. We're trying to make sure we can understand
That's what
each
I'm
other.
saying. Yeah, you see,
We
bro,
just
you see
don't
how you came
understand.
out raw like that, straight direct. That's what I'm saying too. I'm teaching men to do the same thing.
Crap.
We
All
just
the
don't understand
time.
each
Be straight
other.
direct
We
with your
just don't
attention.
understand. That's
Out in
all.
the
We don't
open.
understand.
Hey man, stop investing in these hoes, man.
But this is so
Stop investing in these hoes.
That's cap. That's
so
cap.
Don't waste your time. Move on. If they not worth it, by you gonna have the conversation. Have the conversation with these chicks. If they not worth it, you move on.
Exactly.
Don't waste your time. I don't give a damn.
Exactly. You
Move
have
on.
yourself once you know who you are as a man and know what your worth is. When you walk in and you see that woman, you see that she's for the streets. You gotta hold your standard and hold your standards up. Be respectful. You dig what I'm saying? Understand what you're worth. Understand what your penis is worth.
That
If
part.
you ain't measuring up to the standard, pay for the coffee, get up and bounce. Exactly what he's saying. Leave the woman and leave. Leave her.
And see, listen to this, guys. Bolo is saying it from the male's point of view.
Get out. Get
And
out.
Robbie is saying it from the female's point of view. Women need to know their worth too, so we can act better and behave better and understand the value of what we're doing.
But does a woman's worth increase? After she becomes a used product? Because to me, like, all I heard was women have to know their value, right? Or men should respect their value. I heard two different things, right? And so when I'm listening, I'm like, okay, women know their value. All right. So if you're not a virgin, your value is decreasing. So, like, if you tend to have a baby and not have a man, you don't then say, I'm gonna increase my value. I'm going, I didn't need to have a husband before I had this child, but now that I know, I'm gonna increase my value. That's crazy.
No, it's
So
not.
let me clarify.
It's not. Let me say this. It's not necessarily that you increase your value, but the brokenness stops. The accountability creeps in. The repentance, is what he said, starts at that moment, and you don't ever have to make that mistake again.
And let me clarify. What I'm basically saying to you brothers is this. If you have a problem with used merchandise and it has no value, well, then why are you picking it up? If your steak falls in the dumpster, you going to go in the dumpster and eat it? I'm just saying real quick.
Robbie, real quick, Robbie.
I didn't say that they don't have a value, but it ain't that high. The point of it is, women can be bought. Not all, but a large majority of women can be bought. That's why money is flashed, and they get to. I don't care if I'm married to him; he got money. So, like, when we just sit there and act like women are going to walk on this high pedestal, like, I am so much more valuable than da-da-da-da-da, it's cap. You're going to be bought by somebody, and it's been proven.
And see, there's the disconnect, because what I'm saying,
the value is only for the person who's going to invest in it. And if I don't feel like she's valuable to me, she's not.
Right.
I don't give a damn what she could think she's the most. She thinks she's worth $1 million. I think he's worth $5.
But would you still sleep with her? And would you still sleep with her? And would you still sleep with her?
Hell no.
Well, see, the problem is, Raw B, the problem is, which is a point, there is some men that will. Right? So for the state, Rick Judah, don't do that.
males.
I'm gonna put that on everybody. I'm gonna put that on some men.
Most men will sleep with them. Let's stop the cap. Come on, man.
Hold on, Rick, Cheeky, can I get it, Rick?
Go ahead, Black man. Break it down for him, Black man.
Rick Judah, what's going on, my guy? Hey, listen, guys, listen. What I want to talk about what Rob B just said. That's my girl. We always bump heads, but we love each other. And also to what Rick Judah just said. When it comes to, we just talked about she threw some of my steak in the trash can and all that. Sometimes the women out here, most men, not most, some of them will hit these chicks because they're for extracurricular activities only. When a man wants to travel out of town, he'll stop by and get a rental car to go have his fun in, but he's not going to take the car that he values the most on the road because he don't want to put too many miles on it. So a lot of these women, are enterprise. So basically, because a lot of those women that have had 4 or 5 children with 3 different baby daddies or had 2 children, they have lowered their own values. It's not the value that the man has lowered their value, but they've lowered their values to the man that they want to see, that the man that they'll give themselves to. And like Hink said, and in the rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels said on one of his episodes, I have a Rolex on right now. I bought this Rolex for 10 grand. In 6 months, I'm gonna go to California and go to a pawn shop. To them, it's worth 3 grand. No matter how much I think it's worth, to them, it's only worth 3 grand, and they're gonna give me what they feel like it's worth. And that goes to what Hink just said. You can think, oh, I didn't change my life. I've done a 180. I know I have 4 kids, but I am done with that life. I'm gonna do me. And you meet Hink, and Hink say, you did what? You had how many? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, you may think you're worth $1 million, and you may think that your vagina are the winning lottery numbers for the lottery ticket this weekend. But to me, you're a scratch off that has no winnings. And so we got to bounce.
So what? So Black man, what's the answer? So we're worried about that. And that would be, hold on. Rick Judah, I'm sorry about that because you need 1 second though. So Black man, you're exactly right. Some men would say that, but like Robbie said, others will sleep with this woman, but she's saying women, we don't need to be sleeping with women. I mean, with these men. So black men, what's the answer to this? I mean, you're right. You're right. That's exactly the truth. So what do we do about it?
There should be a stoppage of uncontrolled vagina. There are also, because women control sex. Let's be real. Without women saying yes, it's a crime. And so when a woman says, you know what, tonight, Cheeky, I want to give, she can say, girl, I'm finna put this meat in your life. And she
And
says,
then
no,
I go away because I'm not that kind of guy. Then I walk out, and then my buddy Jedi come in.
Right.
See, he goes away. Keep going. No.
But what I'm saying is there must be a vagina stoppage, because what the women have to do is to say, you know what? I made a mistake one time. See, security boss, that's why you are so important, because you said it. You are that person. You said I had one. After that, I was done. My life did a change. I found a husband. I did the right thing. And 20 plus years later, I stand here. I built an empire with my man. You understood after you had your first child what that was like, and you moved to do something greater.
But now, that is what Raw B is saying.
That's what Raw B was saying, and I get what she was saying also too.
The average single mom today, let's look at the numbers, guys. The average single mom today has 3 kids, 2 baby fathers.
Okay, we know that though. But let me put it another way. What they trying to say, depending on your situation, especially depending on how many kids, you got to play the game differently. But then you still have to come to a revelation. I can't do what I did some more irresponsibly. I have to still play the game differently if I still want to get married, a possibility of getting married.
Male, they have a 3-strike rule. They have a 3-strike rule. If I go to court the first time, they'll give me 6 months. I go the second time, they'll give me 5 years. But if I go the third time, they're gonna give me life. You remember though? You remember the 3-strike rule from back in the day in the 90s?
Dude, I've met dudes that married females that had 3 kids. It happens.
Let me finish.
It happens. I know what you're coming with your point.
If you have one kid, and you knew what you had to go through, and that kid and that man talked you out of your vagina, then the second time that man come around, you're not gonna touch that hot stove no more. You're gonna say, you know what? I'm trying to rebuild my value. I'm trying to go somewhere in life. I'm not gonna open my legs, and you're not gonna be raw dog running in me tonight either.
That's what I'm saying, black man.
We agreeing with
what you, I was saying. I'm talking about what Raw B is saying from the female point of view. If she had 3 kids, she's gonna put a stop to that. She has to play the game differently.
But black men, we
shouldn't have no.
Rick Judah, wait a minute. Hold on for a minute. Rick Judah, you go, and then Raw B, you go ahead after him. We're gonna try to do this one mic, y'all. Come on, so we can hear each other. Go ahead.
For the most part, I agree with you, black man. I agree with you. But here's my main pushback, and it's for the vast majority of the culture that we have in YouTube, is we are putting the responsibility on the weaker vessel. We're asking the women to carry us out of this. Hey, women, y'all got to stop us from getting it. No, we got to stop taking it. That's the point. We putting the wrong responsibility in the wrong place.
We're incentivizing bad behavior.
That's not even accurate.
We're incentivizing bad behavior.
Accurate, bro. I'm gonna tell you why.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, so Robbie, hold on.
Y'all gotta help me understand what y'all saying. Yeah.
Go ahead, Robbie. Go ahead, Robbie.
Von Bryant said it best. Uncontrolled vagina needs to be stopped, but penises are allowed to run rampant. The math ain't mathing. Where are you putting them penises in? Where's the Enterprise boxes at?
And that's what I'm saying.
Where's the Tiffany boxes
Men,
at?
stop shooting your sperm into trash cans.
Black man, I didn't interrupt you when you was talking. Don't do that now, brother. That's not polite.
You know I'm finna inbox your ass.
It's not polite.
A long
You know. Everybody needs to keep their body parts to themselves until they really understand the nature of the person that they're trying to interact with. Is that so difficult? Man, don't y'all have I'm not even gonna say don't y'all have. Y'all should have the highest value on yourself, on your member, on your seed, and you should also be leading through the relationship. If you are willing to sleep with a woman that you don't want to marry, potentially have, that STD that we all hate, the babies and the child support, lead appropriately. Lead appropriately. Don't lead yourself
Well,
down the
we know
wayward
who's
path.
pro-choice in the group.
Let me
We
ask
know
a
she
question, right?
pro-choice.
Because this is the elephant in the room that we don't want to really say, right? Because somebody mentioned, I think it was Mel that mentioned it was a game earlier, right? Let's just say a woman decides she has one kid, she made a mistake. Let's just say it's 26 million women that had a baby, realized they made a mistake. Can we talk about the women that are going to lose? Because nobody wants to be the loser, but we don't ever want to acknowledge that people got to lose. We only saying how they're going to win. Can we acknowledge that they're going to be losers first before we only say, well, no, everybody gets to turn around? No,
My
losers
Lord.
going to lose.
No, that's not true. I acknowledged 100+ losers earlier today.
Wait.
But
Another thing. One
I
more thing.
did.
Wait, one more thing. Another thing we tend to talk about, and I'm a big proponent of dick discipline. We tend to talk about that quite often.
Yes.
But I've also talked to women. They have no coochie control, no vagina tucking, no box management. They're
Nothing.
terrible.
That's not
And
true.
when you ask,
But I just keep
oh
Nothing.
telling the
no,
women to
I
control
have
the back.
asked. I
Y'all
have
give me
asked women.
pushback. I don't understand.
Wait, Robbie. I'll let you rock. I'll let everybody
Yeah.
rock. I've listened. I don't
Excuse me.
listen.
My bad.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? I'm cool. You know, I'm
No, you
calm.
did. Robbie, I got to see the fan for it to make the effect. You know, it ain't doing no
All
good
I,
if I can't see
all
it.
I'm
The
saying
fan,
is,
Robbie, whoop that fan.
Turn that damn
all I'm
fan up, Robbie,
saying,
right now.
all I'm
Robbie, if I
saying is
can't see the
this.
fan, it don't count.
Robbie, don't fan me. Don't do that. Don't listen to them. Robbie, don't listen
If
to
I
them.
can't see the fan,
Robbie,
Robbie,
don't do it.
there you go.
See, this is what happens.
There you
You
go
let the
now.
sisterhood come
I
up, and then now
remember.
you got her doing
I want to
The
things
get my
she
sisterhood,
friends.
wasn't even wanting
man.
to
Come
do for
on, man.
real. Now she on camera acting up because y'all
Ooh,
sisterhood strong as hell.
don't you ever.
Anyway,
Tiki, I'm going to fade you to black if you ever say that again.
sisterhood.
We are not in no code. We are not.
All I'm saying is she was cool. She didn't show her face the entire time, but now y'all want to see the fan when the brother got to say something about coochie control. It's crazy.
Black man, I need to
That's
steal your. Oh my god!
Oh my God.
but now when the brother talking about women don't want to keep. Look, man, let's stop doing this. Let's stop acting like women don't have these natural urges to have sex, because
Come
when you
on.
ask them, I've done this because I was thinking to myself, you know what? These undisciplined, unruly ass niggas, I can't stand them. They the worst things on earth. They can't control their penis. And then I asked the woman, hey, would you be celibate for you? I couldn't do it.
You know what's so
Come
crazy?
on now.
I
Oh.
will have to
You know
use
what's
Come on
crazy?
now.
Let me say
Come
this.
on now.
If you go looking for something, you'll find it.
What's so crazy about this is this, man. I'm about to do this. It's funny, but it's
Bolo,
funny.
don't do this.
It's funny, but it's funny in the aspect of
Security.
back and I watch everybody, converse, and every time cats talk about women, everybody jumps on like this. You know what I'm saying? Like they jumping on the stack. When we talk about men's being undisciplined, everyone shuts the hell up.
Oh,
No
not
one's.
me. I'm here.
No. You didn't say anything, particularly you. You said nothing. As soon as Cheeky started talking about shorties, there you go. Hell yeah. Like you in church.
I came through the gate. Hell yeah, I'm gonna say it because I believe it
The
every day.
reason for that, hold on.
What
The reason for that is
I'm saying
men
is, hold on, Cheeky, hold on. What I'm saying is there's dysfunction on both. It shouldn't be no pileup. There's dysfunction on both. Whole black family is falling apart. This ain't about who's holding numbers and who's winning.
I'm gonna go to a scripture.
Yeah, please go to a scripture because I got them.
I got them right here.
Black
Okay, so
family.
while y'all going to the scripts, let's just hold on for a minute. Let's see, Cam. Do you have
Ecclesiastes.
Got you. Hold on, I'm coming.
right now?
no, there's a reason for that though.
She didn't even hear me, Cam.
Yeah.
Can you hear me amongst all our brothers here?
Yes.
Something that you wanted to add to the situation.
I kind of had to get off for like 5 minutes or so, but I wanted to go back to what Aaron was saying. Like when women just raise their price after they're not a virgin or they had kids and things like that, you can't do that. Like I agree. Like you need to
Come on, Cam.
what I do agree with, something that Robbie I think was trying to say, like I think you should be in a relationship, but I mean that's really the only threshold, because beyond that there is no real waiting period for women who are not virgins besides that one commitment. I don't think that you can really and I also don't agree with being friends with men that you're not gonna like. Why I don't have any male friends. There's no friendship.
Thank you, Cam. Thank you.
It's just It's just if I'm attracted to you and I think that we can be together, I'm not gonna be your friend. You should be courting me. You shouldn't be trying to be my friend. Men don't want to be my friends. And
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Kim.
So, but I'm saying, you said you don't believe that women should make anybody wait after they had kids. So what is it? Coochie Frito Fridays? Like what happened? Like should they be giving it out to everybody? I don't understand.
Hey, that is Frito Friday is a
always says, right?
Order. Yeah, go ahead.
Kim always says,
Go
do
ahead,
not
Kim.
go out with a man that you're not sexually attracted to.
You should be in a relationship. Be in a
order.
relationship, but that's the only real threshold. There's definitely no waiting till marriage.
Okay.
9 times out of 10, if you're not a virgin.
So do you get into a relationship overnight? Doesn't it take you some time to get into a relationship? That's a waiting period.
A commitment.
We're talking about Steve Harvey now.
Sorry,
do that
I
90
did
day
say
rule.
Go ahead,
no
Kim.
sex
Okay.
before commitment. Period. What does that commitment have to be? Depends on you and what you want. But until somebody commits to you how you want to, you shouldn't be opening up your legs. Now, if people fall into relationships overnight, honey, and you want to give it away from both your parents' legs, do you, honey? But when it comes down to, longevity in relationships, marriages, or situationships, from all the men that I've known, if they get that golden ticket within a certain amount of time, they're looking at you like you're easy and you're for every
What's the
single
time
person.
restraint? What's the time restraint?
But
Wait a minute. Can I before we go on? Can I understand this one? Can you
Go ahead,
give me what it is on Friday again? A what? A coochie? What on Friday?
Coochie Frito Fridays.
Coochie Frito Friday. That sounds terrible. She sounds like she's
trying to figure out where do we? Oh wow!
But see, bro, you know I get pushed back on females when they keep thinking that as most men. No, I always said they said most females recycle the same small percentage of dudes. It's not a large percentage of dudes out there that want to pump and dump on females like that. Most of them don't even step up to a woman like that. They waiting for a woman to step up to them and stuff. But
Hey, let me say this real quick before I give Bolo this.
Gotta
scripture.
stop that narrative.
Real quick, guys. I know of a young lady, very beautiful young lady that married a guy, real good guy. They have a wonderful relationship. Let me show you how small the world is. They start meeting each other's friends after after a certain time. He had best friends that stayed out of town. Well, one of his best friends moved to Dallas, and he came over to spend time with him and his wife. And when the guy came through the door, she knew the guy because she had an A word for him when they were dating in college.
A-word?
Oh yeah, the abortion.
Deletion.
And so now your husband's best friend is a guy that you had that for, and now all y'all sitting in the same house together playing Uno. Go figure. So listen, I want to go here and I want to speak to Bolo very swiftly because I know he's in the word, and I know this is the only thing I can use to reach my guy. It says here. It is so important about the immoral woman that they did a whole chapter about it in Proverbs. So if we go by what it says here in chapter 5, if we go there, it says, avoid immoral women. My son, pay attention to my wisdom, listen carefully to my wise counsel. Then you will show discernment, and your lips will express what you have learned. For the lips of an immoral woman are as sweet as honey, and her mouth is smoother than oil. But in the end, she is as bitter as poison and dangerous as a double-edged sword. Should I continue?
No, you know my answer to you would be on that, brother?
I can go on.
I'll answer you on that. The answer will be
Bring it out.
The answer will be, judge not lest ye be judged.
Oh, no. Here it is right here.
Brother, I didn't interrupt you. I never told you that there wasn't immoral women out there. All right? But the same way you hold that sword to that woman's neck, understand the Lord gonna hold it to your neck the same way, brother.
But I don't see the same scripture for me.
More so, actually.
Brother, listen, I'm not gonna fight you. The scripture says what the scripture says, and it's true. I'm not gonna fight you. The scripture says I'd rather deal with a dragon than deal with a wicked woman. I'm not gonna fight you on it. What I am gonna tell you is the same vitriol and the same fight and the same strength and the same angst that you come with women, black man, specifically you, since you called me out. Specifically you. Yes. Make sure that when that blade comes towards your throat, that you safe.
When the blade comes toward my throat,
because you come for women real hard body, bro. Real hard.
Absolutely. You know why? Because I've been
Hold
around these. I've been
on,
around them my whole life.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me hear. Bolo, get done. Hold on, black man. Go ahead, Bolo.
Go ahead, Bolo.
Talk for women, very hard body. You see me? I come for both. Where one is wrong, the other is wrong. I'm an equal opportunist shooter. Your pendulum swings one side, and God don't like that. God tells you the same way you're going to do this for the left, do it for the right. Because there's just the same as many as wicked men, they're wicked women. The reason why there's more wicked women is because the numbers of women are more. That's the numbers. The numbers don't lie. The point that I'm trying to make to you, my brother, is the way you come, women are not going to receive you. Because you come in a way where you're coming vitriolic. And I'm not saying that that's what your spirit is. I'm saying that's how your message is received. Okay? I've never said to you or never said on any platform that there are not women that are off. There are not women that are wicked as hell. I never said that. I never said there aren't women that put men in a situation where they want to self-delete. Never said that. What I'm saying to you is we've been having the same conversation for 10 months. When do we come to a solution? When do we say, brothers, cool. The women did this, we did that. This is how we get it together now. This is what we need to do to get ourselves together before we even deal with that woman. Because now, once I teach you how to fish, you don't need to come to me no more. You'll know which women to pick. Because we're making a mistake in picking the wrong ones. And they're going to pick more of the wrong ones because there are more wrong women out there. There are more women. So the numbers don't lie. All I'm saying is that when men talk about men, you're absolutely quiet. And soon as they start talking about women being off, women being whores, women being thoughts, women being for the streets, you, oh my God, you throw all those ad libs in there. Do that for men too, brother.
Okay, now let me go back to this.
Christ is about.
Hold on. I have a hold on. Wait a minute.
Skip, I gotta.
I know, but I need you to breathe. I need a money line right now. Y'all ready?
Yeah. I'm gonna get him.
I need y'all to breathe. I need you to breathe. Breathe. Just breathe. All I need you to do.
Come on, money line. Come on.
Stupid black man.
Come on, money line. I want to.
Hold on. You got to get the boom. Feel the boom. Wait a minute.
Give me the boom, because shit been going everywhere.
I need you to breathe.
Men give the boom. Don't feel the boom.
Can I go after black man, please?
You may not want to.
Oh, I need to play it twice. Let's play it again.
Play it again? Oh, hell no.
You are outrageous. My headquarters. I need you to calm down.
Black man.
I debate now.
I believe everybody good now.
We got the chair. I got you, Jedi. Come on, let's go. You ready?
Can we all get back? Can we get back to it now? Okay, Black man, you ready?
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the court, I would like to say to Brother Bolo in the building tonight.
Wait a minute, when did we go to court?
Bolo said, this is what Bolo just said.
The attorney ain't here.
Bolo said, these were Bolo's words. Bolo said, so listen, G, every time you talk about something, you always talk about the women. You never talk about the men. Every time they say something about the women, the men, you're quiet. They say something about the women, it's my God.
Black man. I would expect you to be serious, though. I mean, I'm glad you calmed down.
If you go to my YouTube channel right now, Bolo, see, this is how we get the wrong impression of Kevin Samuels. Huh? We watch too many clips, but we're not watching the videos.
I'm listening to you.
If you go to my YouTube channel right now,
I don't think anybody. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Every panel that you and I have been on together, we've been on several panels together. And every panel, this ain't me watching a video. I'm talking to you live in Memorex. Every panel that we've been on, you've been on women. Every panel, we've been on like 3 or 4 of them. And I haven't heard you say that men be bugging and men are wicked. And if you did do it, you were 10 times worse than women. You were 10 times worse. That's my point.
Hold on just a second.
I'm not saying you never said it. What I'm saying to you is you can hear the angst and you can hear you getting strong when Kiki was talking about the women.
Absolutely. Why not?
That I'm on the women the same way I'm on the men.
No,
that's what I'm saying to you. That's all I'm saying.
No, you're not.
Okay, so Black Man, go ahead and say what you was going to say.
Because right now, because I
calm down a little bit so we can hear you. Go ahead.
because I want to say this. Because right now, if we took a poll amongst the men, a Bolo, let's be real. You're my brother, and I love you. But if we took a poll right now amongst the men in these YouTube spaces, and we would say how does Bolo get on the men more or the women more? We all know what that poll's going to say.
That poll's going to say I get on the men more.
Exactly.
Right, because you know why?
You know.
Oh, sorry.
No. It's not a what. It's not. See, people lie, but numbers don't. If we did that poll, Jay-Z, bars. So, but if we did that poll, that's what it would say. And,
so let me ask you a question. Since you're a Bible man, why did God come back when Adam sinned and not when Eve? Answer that for me.
Why did what?
Why did God come when Adam ate the fruit and not when Eve ate the fruit, which she ate?
Because he gave the direction to Adam.
Because he's the covering.
He's the covering,
right.
And she decided.
So
she decided to open a convertible top when he went around.
It's him. Okay. No, hold on, brother. Don't do that. He came to him at the end of the day. It was Adam's job to shut his woman down and keep her in order, even though she did folly. Even though technically sin started with her. But because he was the head of household, like you guys say, because he wanted her to submit, like you guys say, because he was the king, like you guys say, because he wore the crown, like you guys say, the Lord held him responsible. So we're held responsible because we hold the crown. We're the kings. We're the heads. That's what B's been saying.
Bolo,
that's why I'm on y'all.
Okay, can I say something real quick?
In the words of the great Anton Daniels.
Oh, come on.
You got to lower your voice and strengthen your argument.
Black man, wait a minute. Black man, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Black man. That was a little bit off right there, brother.
No. Listen.
He told you we came straight from the word. Wait a minute. Maybe I didn't hear you correctly.
We're talking about Adam and Eve. You know what? Let me tell you something that my grandmother told me. My 89-year-old grandmother.
Both of y'all, Bolo.
Yes, darling.
Let him say what he's going to say.
Let me tell you what my 89-year-old grandmother said. My grandmother said, "Baby, you have to be willing to do the 66. You can't go in and pick things that benefit your argument when you feeling cornered." So if we're talking about the Bible, we need to talk about it in the whole, because I just gave you scripture and told you what an immoral woman looks like. There's no book in the Bible that does an entire chapter on immoral men.
Because the whole thing,
I just gave you the word of what the Bible says. We can talk about it. We can go and talk about Jose, how he was made to be a hoe.
I'm gonna have to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to interrupt you. You're taking it somewhere different. Hold on.
Please,
I'm gonna have to interrupt y'all. Because
let me just say this. SB, let me just say this, and we could dead it. Cool. There was one chapter dedicated to women and how wicked, and scriptures sprinkled all over the Bible about what women do and how women are. The whole book is about what men did wrong. The whole book.
So, like I said, we were going in the wrong direction, because that is just not.
Oh, man.
I'm gonna talk about it. I want both of y'all to be here, but we're gonna let Raw be. We're gonna get back to the conversation, because we let y'all go back and forth for a while, but we're getting back to the conversation. I'm not saying y'all can't talk, of course, but we got to get it back to Raw B. Raw B, go ahead and say what you got to say.
Well, I had some scriptures that talked about the immoral man, but if you don't want to hear them right now in the show, I'll leave it alone.
No, we already know what that is, so we're not gonna talk about that. But
yes, ma'am,
because we are Black man. I don't even believe you with there. But anyway, we're gonna stop right there. We're gonna stop right there on that, because
yes, ma'am. I'll make a different comment, but we got to a lot of men. They speak to leadership, and a lot of men make a lot of money on social media trashing women instead of simply leading women. I mean, it's great to pick the speck out of somebody else's eye and leave the log in your own. It's great to say, like how we said earlier, you should be giving out, free cookies, but if they on the table, I'm a pick them up. They're like how you said, the standard. I'm very excited to see your show about the standard, but people need to knock it off. Like, if you don't want something, don't indulge. If you want something, indulge in it wholeheartedly. And if somebody else is doing something that doesn't align with your beliefs, move around. Like, it's too much energy spent minding other people's business. Don't be concerned with genitalia that does not touch you, that you will not taste or smell or see. Leave people alone. And if people want to keep doing things that's bad and going to put them in bad places, well, you know the results. When your behind gets tired of falling on that concrete, you tired of the bruises and the bloody cheeks, you'll get up and do better. I'm gonna be quiet. I don't know what I'm talking about. Let me be
Let me
quiet.
say this real quick. Real quick. I'll be quick. The reason why we're distinguishing men and women is because most men understand that they're gonna be some winners and losers, and men accept it. They say, "I'm a loser. I ain't no good." Da, 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 da. There's an understanding. No woman wants to lose. They won't even admit they're losers. They
Come
won't
on,
even
Aaron,
admit
you
they're not
preaching.
doing no well. There's a difference in this. There's a reason why they're more stringent on women, because y'all don't want to take no L's. Y'all want to win in everything. Hey, if I have 7 babies, I still want to win. If I have 19 babies, if I have 1 baby, if I don't have no, I want to win, 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 win. It's always a win. None of them want to lose. Men understand that they're going to take L's. That's why they're in the streets homeless. But women are learning. They're joining those ranks in the streets. So that's all the point that we're trying to make is there's a reason why.
But
That's the
Aaron,
reason.
Thank you, Aaron.
But the point is, why are you
we are,
concerned?
but wait a minute though, because we are a community, we are one culture, and I agree with Aaron. Women do not want to lose, but guess what? We are aware of that. Black men, we know that, but that is not excusing the men. Men are losing too. Bolo, that's what Bolo is saying to you. We both are losing.
But
So
they
what?
accept it though. There's a difference. Men accept
If I lose,
losing.
I
Okay,
accept
so
the
I'm
L.
still asking. Even if the women are not accepting, guess what? You just said it best. They're gonna be left behind. Didn't you say that? Are they not gonna? Right. Okay.
They
So,
join in the street.
man, what is the solution? What is the solution? Because you're right. You've been seeing it. You say you've been living in it. Bolo is telling you that he know they losing. I'm telling you that we're gonna add value to the men because you all are the ones that are listening more. You all are the ones that want to make the change. I said it clearly earlier. The women are not, some are, and we're gonna embrace the ones that are, but the ones that won't get it, they won't get it. We have said this. So I'm asking, what is the answer? Black man, that question goes to you because we already know they losing. I told you 100 plus the other day.
Mm-hmm. And let me say this for the people in the chat and the people in back and the people that's sitting up here right now. Black men, when they speak on these things, like Aaron, he speaks on it a lot. But when black men speak on these things, black men are bitter. Black men, these are men that can't get no female, men or this, men or that. It's always a destruction of character when the truth is told from a black man's point of view. We just saw this last week with Kevin, right? We had people celebrating the death of a man because he told the truth. No matter how vulgar it is, no matter how straightforward it was, the man spoke truth. And he spoke truth to power, which is the woman. And every time, just like that, like right now, I sat here and read the scripture. Bolo's always going to come back and always going to bring it back around to the man. Adam and Eve. Okay, we can go to Adam and Eve, but I guarantee you, if you put Katisha in the Garden of Eden, that should be over in 2 days. If you put her there with Adam, it'll be over in 2 days. She's going to find a way to do whatever she wants to do because that's the world we're living in today. And so there's no reason to see. And what's so disappointing is that I see that I only not see this in society. Not only do I work with the youth and see these young women that are growing up in this. Yesterday, I went to Chipotle to get me something to eat. And I was standing in line, and there was this black lady in front of me, had 2 beautiful daughters. They were young. You could tell they were like 13, 14 years old. She walked up to the counter, asked the lady to fix her plate. The lady starts to fix her plate, put her stuff in, fixing her salad. And as she was putting it in, she told the lady, the mama, daughter's watching. Bitch, don't you scrape at the bottom of no pan to get me no food. You go your ass to the back and get another tray and fix my goddamn plate the right way. I started to take out my phone and record it. I did. And I said, ooh, I couldn't get my phone up in time because people don't think it exists. And these 2 girls are quiet like they're introverts. They're sitting there just watching their mama. They're just looking at her. And so when that daughter gets 18 years old and she goes to do the same thing, she will follow that. Right? So now we're talking about, why do we talk about the women more? Because the women have more control of the children because they have the children. Where there's a punk ass father that left the house and didn't want to deal with them. Yes, let's talk about that. Their punk ass is left, right? But at the end of the day, there are more single moms raising kids, and what the kids learn will be what they see. And if they're with their mom, that's what they're going to see. So yes, we got to bring more to the moms, and yes, we got to talk more about the women, because when these kids are out of line, where does that responsibility lie? Yes, it lies on the deadbeat dad that's not there, but most
Black
of the time,
man, it almost sounds like you just made Bolo's point.
I did make Bolo's.
You did.
You did. You did.
Yep.
No, I did. Tell me how I made Bolo's point.
Because you said them old trashy ass black men are not there.
Well, because hold on, because in everything there's something bad. That's what I was going to say earlier before I got cut off by Bishop Bolo. I love you, Bolo.
But he's saying the same thing. He's saying the same thing. But hold that thought. Hold it. Don't forget it. Hold that thought.
I got you.
AL, thank you so much for your $10 super chat. And he says, let's talk about what are the direct, tangible advantages, benefits for marriage. There are plenty of negative that we see that are tangible. Please balance it out. AL, me and you done talked about this several times.
Have we talked about this before?
I just want you to get married, and you know I do. You got a good woman at home. You're a good man. There's no reason for you to be married, not to be married. But if you still are reluctant, you know what? It's up to you. Like I've been telling these men all day, it's up to you. It's whatever you make it and what you decide you want. But thank you so much for your $10 super chat.
Every time, give me mine. Going up, need no decline.
Money line.
I'm a run every time. Give me mine. Going up, need no decline.
Yeah. So black. Oh, wait a minute. More. Hold on, black man. $5 super chat from Stacy Rubber. Hey, Stacy, how are you? So there is some truth being said, but also a lot of finger pointing. So there's plenty of blame on both sides. What is the listen?
Accept your nationality and keep the commandments.
We've been trying to get a solution now because we broke on both sides. And I think we all can agree with that, but we're now trying to figure out who's the brokest. And I don't even know if that's a valid stat. Who's the brokest? Who's the most broken? Is that real, y'all? Is it real?
The leaders of the people cause the people to err. Isaiah 9.
But you know what, Judah? I want you to slow down because I want to say that again. We're trying to figure out who is the most broken. We need to think about that, y'all.
What the hell?
We need to think about that because I just answered my own question, but I ain't gonna say
women.
See,
but I need y'all to slow down. I need to think about that. Women are the most, and they were. We need to slow down and we need to think about that.
You might need security, Cam, after saying that.
What was the question?
Security. Now the women pretty broken, y'all. You got 100 plus, yes, but
who's the most broken?
You know what? The women are the most broken. They're the ones that are in the place. It's just they need to be built up by us. They need to be formed by us. So we have incorrectly formed our women. Our women are broken because we've created that monster.
Because you got to understand, the women just didn't fall on earth. They were created, like he just said, by some man and woman. So somewhere a man and a woman failed this woman. So even though they're the most broken in actions, they were failed also by some previous situations.
But I will add to that also too. But in some cases, this is why technically us men we recover faster than they do also too, because the most women stay in their broken stages for too long. Even when they try to get the help that they need or outside sources, we try to give them some help or what they need. And sometimes you might have to tell the harsh truth, say in a loving way, whatever. But they still stay in their broken funk. Us men, it's like we prepare for the long term game while women prepared for the short term game. For victories. That's why they focus on their right now victories, what they have now. But in the long term, we see that with Vivica A. Fox, how she going up trying to laugh at Kevin Samuels, but you saw how terrible she looked over there.
Yeah, she looked like a goat herder.
Exactly. She still ain't got no man. Period. That's her karma. The long term right there.
Oh wow, y'all talking about women's looks as
yes, I am. You know what I'm saying? And the pivot, she's not married. She got the right.
Don't forget. I didn't want you to forget your thoughts, black man. Go
ahead,
ahead.
Black man. Go ahead.
Yeah. What I was going to say is this. Just to tag on to a little bit what you just said. We're not talking about a woman's looks, but she's been under the knife more than cut sandwiches. So, but we're talking about that. But what I would say, moving forward, is the solution. The reason that I think passion is birthed through experience, and I think when I get on this panel and I'm being as passionate as I am toward the women, because Bolo, he don't know me like that. And so I understand why he would say the things that he's saying. However, when I go on Saturday, right? Saturday morning when I go meet with these kids Saturday morning, I'm gonna start posting this stuff on my
Don't do that.
community. No, not the bad stuff. I'm talking about
Oh, okay.
like the people, the children, the magnitude of kids that we deal with under
Okay.
our authority here at this church, right? And so when they come in, you got different walks of life, different men, different women. And so the reason why I'm talking about this so passionately is not because I'm bitter, I'm mad. It's because I see these young ladies drop their daughters off and their sons, but I see the young ladies drop their daughters, and the daughters are so relaxed in the presence of good women, right? I look over and see one of the ladies over there that is a submissive woman. She loves her husband. It's exciting to be around her and her husband, right? Her and her pastor, right? Her and the pastor. And then she get around these girls. They're so open. They talk about their school, what they want to do with their life. And then it's amazing to me when that mother comes to pick them up, and those daughters go right back like this, right back into fear mode, right back into I have a voice, I can't speak. I'm going back into a hellish household. And then some of the stories these girls are telling about my mama. She don't believe that this dude that she dating looking at me while I'm sweeping the floor, he looking at my butt.
But black man, you still making their point.
I'm not. What I'm saying to you is that the woman have, like I wasn't gonna go to my sister, but even with my sister, when I walked in the house, I said, why are you making a decision? You're making the decision to have this man under your roof. He doesn't go to work every day. He's in here plugged up into your PlayStation, and just because he give you good meat, you feel like he should just stay here. And why are you doing it to yourself? That's why I asked my sister. She has no answer for me. Why are you continuing to go to work every day and leaving this man that you don't even know around your daughter?
Because some woman would say a piece of man is better than no man at all.
Exactly, and that's the dumbest shit ever. And where's that coming from? And then now you teach your
but
daughters.
we still making the opposite point though.
Okay.
See, because what we're trying to say is, if we can build black men and all these other men value that are on this platform, and in a reverse to build the women build up their value, then they won't do that. They won't let that happen. It would not happen because everybody will know that they are here purposefully and we all have value. The point with what you're making is that we all feel a little, well, not all of us, but some of us feel like we got a little trash in our system and we're willing to accept anything just to be a part of nothing.
Right. And I will say this as well. For all the people, like for all the young ladies, I'll say, shout out to everybody that's a part of this tonight. But I will say too, some of the women that are, and I don't mean this in a horrible way, but into some of the women that are having the negative comments or saying it, about what I'm saying. I am to my children what your baby daddy is not to yours. I am married. I have my children. I go throw the football with my son. I sit down and with dinner with my daughters. I pull the chair out for my little girl and I tell her how beautiful she is. Baby, look in that mirror. That is who you are. This is your value. Because you know why? Because there was a decision made that I would be their father, and I became that.
Exactly.
I wasn't Pookie.
That's
I wasn't Ray. So most of the women that are whining are the ones that are picking Pookie and Ray, and right now telling their kids, get that broom, and the kid not listening, and there's no daddy there because you slept with the guy at the club you met the same night.
Black man, I don't disagree with you. I agree with you. I don't disagree with you. But the same way she chose Pookie and Ray is the same way he chose that thought. So I don't disagree with you.
No,
I've never disagreed with you at all on the points you're trying to make. What I'm saying is now that we understand the problem, now that we've talked about it for 10 months and we kind of figured out what the problem is, how do we find a solution? When do we start making these things happen? So now that we can start healing the black family because we are fractured. When do we start doing that? Why are we still asking the same question 10 different ways? It starts in the point that I'm making when I say the point that I make when I'm on the man is because it starts with us, right? When Mel said that, women break more, I disagree with that because women as little girls are allowed to cry. They're allowed to pant. They're allowed to go through their changes. Boys aren't. Boys, we're silenced. Boys don't cry. And we hold this trauma in till we 30. 35. And then when we blow, people want to know, why did you blow? Because I held this anger, I've held this in since I was a child. So what I'm saying to you is, all right, we got it. So now what I need to do is throw on my bomb suit and go into the room and let's disarm this bomb. There are so many bombs that we have as young black men. Let's disarm them, because the more we continue to talk about it, the more angry they get. We got it. We understand it. So we have to understand that when we look at the chapter that's written on women being wicked, cool. You're right. I'll never fight you on that. But when we look at the whole Bible that was built around men not obeying the Lord's words, the whole book.
So,
and men, I'm sorry.
So let me say this. Let me just say this. I had two women that I would love to have come up on the panel because they have a lot to offer. One was Just Jay and the other was Shelby. And they said, you see why we don't come up. Let me tell y'all something.
Crazy.
This is not going to be the place where you can't come up. I'm sorry. We're going to talk solutions. I mean, it can't be this way. We need to hear from you all. We need to learn from you all. We already know everybody's situation is different. We already know there's good men and there are bad men. There are good women and there are bad women. It's not going to be that way. This is going to be a place where you got to be able to tell us what we need to know, because we have to learn. And that's just how it's going to be. So, if it's something that you heard and you felt that was just way too offensive, I'm apologize for you right now, but you automatically know there are some women that are out of control. But this can't be that way. We got to learn from each other, and it's got to start here. So I want everybody to come with some solutions. So the
Men
next
are not nicely nice.
I got a solution right now.
we gotta, you know what, black man, I want you to think about it a little bit longer. I'm gonna tell you why. Because we've been here for over 4.5 hours. And y'all know it's Friday and I'm tired. So I'm gonna have
make some good money.
I'm gonna have to love all y'all and thank all of y'all for being here. And I really want you to sincerely think about it. I want everybody in the chat to come back, because we need some answers, because everybody needs to feel free enough to come up here and say whatever it is they have to say and not be attacked or not feel less than, but definitely take accountability for what it is you've done or haven't done, because we want you all to be the best you can be. And this is real, everybody. So I want to say, Bolo, thank you so much for being here. Mel, thank you. Raw B, continue doing what you do, girl, with the fan. It's amazing. You're funny. I'm just telling you. Cheeky, I fired you today, but I love you. I'm asking you to come back. But I asked you to come back all in the same breath, so don't worry about that. Jedi Mike, we love you. Rick, I appreciate everything you bring. Keep bringing it. We need that. Aaron, you my code, everything. So, Cam, I appreciate you for being here and coming up even though you were making the bread. And Black Man, you my code, everything too. So, I need y'all to bring this here, but I need y'all to have some compassion for what you don't know and what you can't understand, because we got to put this together. So, y'all have a good rest of this Good Friday night, and I see y'all soon.
And watch out for Jason Voorhees.
Go to
Crystal Lake.
It is Friday the 13th, but not over here.
Don't go to Crystal Lake.
You got to talk, black man.
Even though you're out with the best of intentions, I don't get it. Why do you always gotta ask me to stay? Why you always gotta go? Playing house, this ain't a home with your soul on the road. Stay. Why you always gotta go? Playing house, this ain't a home with your soul on the road.
See, I've been lost in my thoughts, and my thoughts they too scared to usher off. Sorry, Mom, I just thought you were my world. Now you're not. And I'm just sitting, smoking, sloping in the days, cause my days ain't been the same since I drove here. I remember the way you wrote letters in blue ink. You and me was in love. Think about what your crew think. I know your moms probably think I'm a bastard. Your pops probably want to beat my death and take a in my casket. But I got sick of fighting, bickering, fussing over nothing, cussing, Instead of watching the death of discussions that we once had, days that we once spent in the backseat of our cars, reading poets at sunset. It's funny how love can fall out the foreground, get pushed into the back of your mind. We used to twist a spliff and laugh and relax. Are you crying? And I'm trying to find the reasons, so I ask, does forever ever happen, or is it always fade to black? I can't stay. No, I always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul. On the road, I can't stay. No, I always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul.